Oh man, am I excited to play some games today, everybody. We're ready to fire it up and get it going on. Good morning, good morning. It is Tuesday morning. Man, I'm ready to go. I don't know about you guys. Hopefully you're waking up a little bit or you've been up for a while, depending on where you are in the world. Thanks for coming in and wandering into my stream. My name is Kismet. They call me the Overseer Kismet or the Wasteland Tycoon. We're going to be playing some Satisfactory, one of my favorite games. Absolutely phenomenally great. We're going to be working on some serious oil production today because holy mackerel, did we find some pure nodes and a whole bunch of oil. We're going to be gearing up a massive amount of our power today, which allows us to gear up our factory in a crazy, insane way. That's going to allow us to work on that highest tier there. We're going to work on tier number 7 and try to get that unlocked. Of course, there's no tier 8. There is no spoon, everybody. But we're going to get going on. Eventually, they'll add that tier 8. Don't worry. I have a feeling they're going to add tier 8, and it's going to be like larger pipes and larger stuff like that. The very big stuff as well. That'd be pretty cool. I don't know, my double-size nuclear plants or maybe solar power. Wouldn't that be awesome? Big, gigantic solar arrays that they add to the game. I think that would be pretty killer as well. Now, if you are in the stream, do me a huge favor. Go ahead and follow that retweet right down there. Click that link right there. That'll take you over there. I believe that link will take you there. Let's go see. Where'd that link take you to? That link does not take you anywhere. Uh-oh, I got to fix that. That link takes you to the stream. Why is that not working? It's always something, everybody. It's always something that I got to fix. Oh, there's no second link there that takes you to the Twitter page. Why is that? I tell you, it's always some technical problem. Well, here's what I'll do. I'll just go ahead and grab it, throw it in the chat. How about that? Let's see. That's probably why, right there. Well, that's some sort of technical problem that I'm not going to solve right now. Follow that second link right there in the chat. Click that sucker, run up there, hit that like button, hit that retweet button. For every 5 retweets, we're going to give you guys 1,000 Kiss Caps toward those epic giveaways here in the stream. I'll be watching it from over here. I don't know what's wrong with that thing. It's always some sort of, this is my stream, bro. It goes right off the rails. There's always some sort of technical problem that Kismet has to solve for 5 hours in the day. I'm not solving it right now. We're gonna play some games. We're gonna get going on some stream renders. Now let me go ahead and get my timers running. We're in about 30 minutes. We're gonna get that going on. I'm gonna see if I've got anything. Oh, I got a couple. I got my monk and my berserker. I need to specialize. We'll come back to that later on. Let's see if we got some scrolls. I'm just gonna buy it here. You guys can't see any of this. I'm just in here grabbing all of that. There we go. Now we're like looping for the 3rd time on the map. We're in tier 44. We way up there. There's only one more tier that actually gives you anything other than more gold, and that's tier 45. We've never been able to finish tier 45 because tier 45 I'd literally have to run battles 24/7, and I would have to stay up and click every 30 minutes 24/7. That'd be pretty hard to do, but we're crushing it. We're absolutely destroying it. So we're gonna keep doing it. We're gonna do 15 hours of battles today and have a great time. Hey, Starcluster, much love to you, man. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you coming in, hanging out. Now again, I love me some Satisfactory. In fact, I'm ready to go play. Let's go. Now, still rocking the water, staying well hydrated in my day. Let's do it. Staying well hydrated, ready to rock. Oh, we already got a retweet. Nice job, everybody. Nice job. Okay, where we leave off? Well, way over there, off on the way far side, we got some pure nodes over there, bro. Whoa, that ain't it. That ain't it. That's the exact opposite side. It's that way. I can tell just by what I see down there. It's over here. No, that way. It's kind of this way. It's that way and that way. Over here, let's peek over the side. There we go. As you can see, we've got a lot of stuff coming down the line here. We've got our plastic. Oh, our rubber's already full. I can tell it's backlogging. So we've got our plastic coming down the line. We got our rubber coming down the line. We're utilizing all of that. Down here, we got our copper down below. Now, we got a pure copper node. We have 4 pure iron nodes and a pure limestone node. We have a pure coal node, and over here we found a bunch, or really it's way over there, we found a bunch of oil nodes, including some pure oil nodes, in which we're going to do a lot of power generation today. Very cool. Let's look at our overall power usage right now. We're going to go over and take a look. Turn my sound on. There we go. Let's go see where we're at. All right, so we're using about 1,000 and we have 2,400. Now that seems like a lot, but it ain't really that much because we're gonna really gear up a lot of our big manufacturing. Now, if you haven't seen my base before, I like to work in a multi-tier base. I'm actually using the third more advanced start, which I think is easier because they give you pure nodes, but that's just me. Right here, we can see we've got our concrete, we've got our plates, we got all of our basics covered right here, and they're all being fed right here, so I can grab them and use them whenever I need. We've also got some of them feeding up and around. As you can see, we're feeding out our rotors and whatnot to some of the machinery back here. This is all temporary stuff for when I am when I'm working with those, and I'm running these all into here, and it's producing motors. Now I've got stators stopped right now. Stators are running into a separate one to backlog those stators because I need those stators for something else. But what I really need is a lot of heavy modular frames. And those heavy modular frames right now are being produced as our space elevator, are being produced down below. And there's two elements that we need to create, and we need computers, and we need the heavy modular frames. Now those are being produced on what I call an offline production, where I just feed them in there manually, and then it creates them. I got about 17 on me right now, but I do need a whole lot more, and I've got them running into this box. Now over on this side, I have a bunch of stuff running as well. You can see I've got a whole bunch of circuit boards running into this box, which basically will run the other thing that I need to make, which are computers. And we'll get into all of that later on. But right now we want heavy modular frames. So the only thing that's stopping this from running is our modular frames right here. So let's go back up here. And again, this is my production side, and then down below is my node side, or my conversion side, where I convert them into raw ignits. But let's go up here, check on those modular frames. Now, I could go in and take the modular frames and run them down there manually, but I feel like when you're running an offline production, what you want to do is you want to just take the item and just throw it in there. That works for me. That's the best thing. I feel. Where's my other one over here? There we go. And I just take all my stuff and I just store it in there for a minute, and then I go over here and I just grab all of these. Now this is going to allow us to run. Now I've also leave a little bit of a gap so I can run in between there, whatnot. Or I can just jump over and do that. And some production is like more of a permanent production, and some production is fully temporary. Like this is all temporary here, just to get this going. Now at the bottom we can see we've got tons of screws running, and we've got our poles going there. Very nice. Up here at the top we got nothing, which is most likely going to be my frames there. This is wire. This is wire. That's going in there. That's going over the other side. That's plastic up there. That's feeding the plastic in. Then on this side, we've got probably our, all of our cased industrial beams. Okay, so just double check it before I fire it up. I want to make sure that's actually going into the thing. And then control left click, and it puts just that one type of item in there, which is awesome. And that's going to fire that up. And then off it goes. And we're going to let that run for a while, and that's going to make us some nice heavy modular frames. We got a lot of big stuff to make because we want to really ramp our power up as high as we can, and then we're going to make some big stuff, and we're going to run all of this stuff where it is. Now, I'm right now on the precipice of going to that last tier, which will allow us to unlock a lot of stuff, including eventually nuclear power. And I've played through the game many times before, so we are just trying to be more efficient in this particular playthrough. I do have a tendency to start over a lot. And we're waiting to do our monorail. We're not really in that much of a hurry for it. Then we're going to work on our space elevator level 3, our tier 7. Now we've already got 1/3 of our space elevator already done because we let it run and do all of our, what I call the big one, which is this right here, versatile frames, 2,500 of those. Got that taken care of, no problem. Now we need some modular engines, and we're going to need our adaptive control units. And adaptive control units are probably the toughest one of that because you need those heavily modular frames and you need computers, which means you need 2 separate manufacturers, and those manufacturers take a lot of power. And all the stuff that leads up to those things take a lot of power. So that's why we've taken the time. We've stopped to take the time to work on our primary power. And we've been actually super efficient so far on working with our power in such a way that we've only needed about 12 coal power, and actually we have even more going now, but we only need about 12 coal power to really start all of our basic resources and getting those resources going. We've also updated the MAM for once early on. I'm really notoriously bad. I get like tier 7. I'm like, oh yeah, I got to work on my MAM, and then I'm like doing like the starter MAM stuff. But let's go out here and check out this oil because this is going to be a fun day, everybody. Settle in, settle in. It's going to be fun. You can see we're running some petroleum coke that way, by the way. It's running all the way back over to our primary power over there to help us out a bit with more power from additional coal plant. And let's just go down here and check out what's going down here at the bottom. Ooh, there we go. Now, the first thing we're doing is we're using this oil node right here to run it into these refineries. And these refineries are producing fuel. They're also producing resin as well. And that resin is being run into the awesome sink because it's easier just to get rid of it at this point. When we get enough power, then we'll go ahead and utilize it better. But then we're running that fuel back, and that fuel is running straight over into here. Now, this fuel right now is being used at a rate of 15 right there. And so we've got 15, that's 30, that's 45. So total 45 being used right there. If we go over here and look at our numbers, this is going out at 40. Yeah, 40. So just as one is already the bulk of all of that. And then over here, we can see that we have a bunch more going out. So this is another 40 here. So that's really 80 M3 per minute. That is a lot of fuel being pumped out of there and being pumped in over here. So we can obviously see that this is going to be running quite well and going to be very, very full. Now, we want to really extend this on eventually because we want to add more and more fuel generating items. Now, right here is the most efficient thing. I have 0 pumps going right now, which is a pretty awesome achievement on any of my stuff. No pumps, so it's not using any excess power. It's not wasting any of my power on that, which is awesome, which means I'm building most of it at the ground level. I'm not a fan of building stuff at the ground level, but we're going to do what we got to do, right? So we could probably expand this a little bit. Let's get these leaves out of here. Expand this a little bit by adding more fuel generators. Now, of course, fuel generators do take a lot of heavy modular frames, and we can go ahead and expand that and do that out. But actually, I'm going to probably eventually erase this and use this for making more plastic, which we're going to need in the long run. So we'll come back to that later on. We're just going to let that run as is. We're going to run up here, and we're going to go look at our other oil that we have going that's really going to give us a crazy ton of power. We're going to do a lot of that. So we're going to need massive amount of heavy modular frames today. Okay, so that's going to take me back up here. Now this other side area here is going to take us way off in the distance. I love these hypertubes. They're fun every single time you go into them. And so you can see we've got some wall hanging hypertubes. And I've been trying to use more wall hanging stuff, like wall hanging tower and more wall hanging conveyors and that kind of stuff to really change it up in this playthrough instead of just using stackers, which is what I usually use. We're going to speed up here in a second. Whoa! Now we're coming down. Oh, we're going to take one to the face, I can tell you right now. Oh, boom! I'll take a pull to the face. All right, so as you can see right here, we have oil extractor going right here. Now, this oil extractor right here, sadly, is not too sexy. It's what is known as a coarse node, or basically the lowest possible node, which is 60 per minute. And that 60 per minute is coming around, and it's feeding right in here to our refinery, and we're making some fuel out of it, right? So we're making about 40 fuel, and that 40 fuel is then being fed right into here. There we go. And right now it's running about 15. Now, it does run as high as 20, so I do like to kind of preemptively think about it. Oh, there we go. Now our factory is firing up. It's at 1,300. And so we're going to go ahead and kind of count this out. So what we're going to do is going to feed this into the line until it reaches 300. We can go ahead and add that up, right? We got 80, 160, we got 200, 240, right? It's 240 running fuel running through here at any given time. Now, we can go in and say, oh, how much is 15 divided by 240? We got an iPhone for that. Hey, Siri, what's 240 divided by 15?
240 divided by 16.
Okay, that's 16. 16 of these powers that we could be having running at the same time. That's right, 16 of these suckers running just on what I have right here. Now, over on the other side, over here, we're going to take a little peek over there. Hold on, let's take the fast travel. We go over here and just go take a little peek at what we got running here. Now, there's a whole bunch running back. We got oil running back there. We got oil running back there. Let's go. We have about 240 oil running just in that node. And there they are. Wait, they're right there. There they go. Bye-bye. 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 They're over there. Boom. Let's get back on these. There we go. So these two lines over here are two separate pure oil nodes. So that means that each of these is 120. So this is an additional 240, which means that this is 16 more power that we can do. Like I said, epic power today, bro. We are going to try to get some epic level power. And then this power, we can set it and forget it, bro. And we could just build factory until the end of rapture. You know what I mean? We could get it going on. So we're just going to go ahead and keep running these, what we call inline running. That means you just pump everything into a central pipe. That central pipe just comes down and keeps feeding that way. Now, the great thing about pipes is they are mergers and also splitters. So you can see the pipe is nice and full right now. And we're going to try to keep a flow rate of 300. And so we're going to keep feeding that in. Now, right now, how many do we got? We got one. Now, here's the interesting thing, is if we count all those together, we've only got like 4 of them going right now. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. That means we could do 12 more in just these and then 16 more over there. Now, that's a lot of heavy modular frames, but that's okay because when you're doing it inline, it's much easier to keep your stuff going, I find. And when I try to put it down here, it's going to say, floor too steep. And that's because we got to add a whole bunch of foundations. And really, if you notice, my thing is just a little bit below the water, which just makes it look awesome, number one. And number two, it really does help with those pumps. I don't have to pump anything upwards. It's all actually slightly going downwards, so I'm getting a positive flow with all my water because it actually does take that into account, which angle you're going, up or down. And if you're going down, it's accelerating, just like if you're running water down a mountain. That's exactly how it goes. I've tested it extensively, and it works awesome. Very, very cool. I'm a big fan of Satisfactory. I'm not wearing my Fix-It shirt today. I thought I would save it for tomorrow. We'll wear our Fix-It shirt tomorrow. I'm wearing the old school Kismet shirt today. A double Twin Dragon there. Twin Dragon, the old school Kismet logo, the classic logo as well. All right, we're going to fill this in nicely. I just love filling this stuff in. I just see if you can make a game that just even putting foundations in is fun. You've won. I just like total win, bro. Total win. I love even putting foundations in. You know what I mean? There's something really enjoyable about the way that they got their building set up. And I misclick a lot, by the way. Get used to that. Get used to me misclicking. I don't even think that's enough for 16. Oh boy. So we've got 4 going right now, and we're going to try to put more in. And then what we're going to do is we're going to kind of ping pong back and forth. Meaning we're going to increase the production of our heavy modular frames, and then we're going to make more power, and increase the production and make more power, and so on. Back and forth and back and forth. It also helps if I turn this the right way, too. How about that? How about we work on turning it the correct direction so I can actually feed the pipe into there. There we go. That's working good. Get in there, you. Over just a little bit. There we go. Okay, we need basically 3 more. Now, we're going to be making some of our own today for sure, because that's just not going to make them fast enough where we're at. So, we're going to see if we can make some heavily modular frames. What do we need? Well, we need modular frames, and we left them behind. Let's see if we can actually make our own. We can, because we've got plenty of both of these. So, we're going to probably have to increase our modular frame production, and then also increase our overall heavy modular frame production as well. Now, I find that modular frames actually go faster on you. Not much faster, but they go faster. I mean, it usually takes like a minute to make 4 of these, and I can tell you I can make these way faster. But then again, we're sitting here doing it, and it's not, right? It should be doing it for us, and then you keep scaling it up to where it's making it so much that it is then detrimental for you to do it. It's better for them to do it. But I only need a few modular frames here, so I'm just going to, or heavy modular frames, so I'm just going to make a few myself just to get us to 10. And that's going to allow us to add a couple more of our big boy power over here. Now, we'll get around to nuclear later on once we unlock that tier. But right now, this is heaven, bro. This is heaven. Now, I used to go in and make a crazy ton of coal power and whatnot. And now I just kind of make a little bit of coal power, and I kind of skip that stage. And the reason why is it's just so much easier to go right to oil as quick as possible. And then once you have the oil, and then what I would do is I would make way too much oil power as well. I mean, way too much plastic and all of that early on when I don't really need to. What I really need to do is have a crazy ton of power so I can make a crazy ton of resources. And this is the type of power that you get it going, and that's it, bro. You just keep making tons of stuff. And I love this stage of the game. I love it when you just like scale up to just the degree. And now, look at this. Boom, look at that. 2 of those babies are going to start firing up. Now, one of the things we got to do, though, before those will fire up, is we've got to go in and be able to connect our power behind here. And so we're going to go in, and we're going to go ahead and bring our wall forward here. And how we do it? We're doing 3 high here. And then I love using these wall connectors, trying to get really used to using those. I'm trying to get used to using my middle mouse button a lot more. I have a tendency to, go into the menu because that's just, old school habit. And we'll get these both tied in, and then we'll tie it into the rest of the power. See, these don't start up until you actually connect them to the wire. Now, by the way, I didn't connect this wire first. I connected those 2. You just connect a wire and it'll start up. It's not running any power until you connect this wire to your base, but bam, once you do, you're off and running. Now, I like to have what I call the check, where you can check at how your particular power levels are doing. And that's why we'll have one of these old school poles here, which I've been trying to stop using. You can see now it is scaled up from 2400 to 2700. That is a lot of power. Right now, we have an overhead of over 1200 power. So we can add a lot of stuff to get us going on more modular frames, and eventually a ton of computers. So that's probably pretty good for now, unless we want to sit here for 30 minutes making heavy modular frames, which we don't want to do. We want it to make us tons and tons of modular frames. So let's go ahead and go over here and try to scale up a little bit on our production. Going up goes a lot slower than going down. And we're going to get into it. And the interesting thing is every time it goes through one of these circles, you see it kind of speed up a little bit. It's like it accelerates. I've actually heard some people putting these things really close together, and then it like hyper fires you at like 100 miles an hour. You just put a bunch of those, and you come out of one into another, and then it like accelerates you like a person accelerator. It is. It's beautiful. Still haven't gotten rid of that one over there yet. I'll get around to it. Or I'll either do it soon or never. That's pretty much my way of building, everybody. I'll do it eventually or never, for sure. How we doing on those retweets? We're up to 2 retweets, everybody. All right, awesome. Make sure to go out and show some love. Follow that link in the chat. Let's hope my retweet just starts working here. Nope, not working. Bummer. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and throw it in the chat. Again, follow this second link right there in the chat. That'll take you over to the Twitter. I'll allow you to go ahead and retweet and like that particular tweet, because the more peeps that go over there and do that, the more Kiz Caps I'm going to hand out to you guys. 1,000 for every 5 retweets. I greatly appreciate it all. Let's go over here and see how much it's gotten done. See, this is one of my favorite things. The factory's doing stuff while I'm off doing something else. I really, really like that. There we go, 47. Okay, well, that's a few more. That's a few more to get done. Let's see if it's still feeding nicely. Now, if you might notice, this is one of the few things I overclock. And it's using 238 power, and that's okay. Because what I'm doing is I'm feeding it in as fast as I possibly can into one thing here, and it's producing it as fast as it possibly can. So I don't have to sit here and micromanage this. Now, one of the cool things is that I'm also feeding these in as fast as I can. But though I did just unlock the ability to do a level 4 belt, so you know what? Let's speed it up. Let's get all of this stuff going at the faster rate so we can go ahead and make sure we are maximizing the speed at which this is running. Right? So it's not waiting for those screws. I think we already did all of these to lift 4s. Yes, these are 4s now. And these are 4s. That's a 4, and that's a 4, and this is a 4. Nice. Now, another thing we want to do is manually run some screws in here. Now, I actually have it set up so it's making 900 screws over here because I always need screws, especially when you get into this next step that we're about to get into. It's a lot of screws. But what I can also do is come over here and grab these screws and just manually feed them in there. And I call that offline production, where you're just manually feeding it. And it works great. It works great, so you don't have to create a whole entire system. I don't have to run all this stuff. Because the most valuable thing that you have is your time. Is how much time it takes you to build all this infrastructure, right? That's really easy infrastructure, right? You just like boxes, manufacturer, and then an output box, right? That's it. That's all you have to build. You're off and running. And then I come back here and I kind of check on this stuff from time to time. And look and see how much we're feeding in there and whatnot. Let's see if we have some more of this over here. Grab all this back. And we have a bit here. I don't need that many of those on me. So let's go ahead and feed some more of these in here. And then we'll just take, let's say, a couple stacks out. Start working with our level 4 belts. Now, in this particular playthrough, I've been kind of foregoing my level 4 belts and level 2 belts. Because I've been using a lot of level 3s, because I have a lot of steel beams, and those help a lot. I actually usually skip over level 2, because level 3 is so easy, because you just start making a bunch of steel, and you start making a bunch of steel beams, and forget about it. You'll have boxes and boxes of it before you know it, and then you can just run everything as level 3. Even if it's a level 60 belt, I just run it as level 3 now. Because it's just easier. It's just easier to start at that level 3. And then if you need to go in and make it even faster, you can. Case in point, when I get to using all these screws that I have running over here, these are definitely going to have to be faster. And so let's just go ahead and do that now. Right over here, we've got our our screws all feeding into here, and you can see that they are definitely bottlenecking here at the end. Now, of course, the faster we make this go, the more power it's going to use, but we got plenty of power now, so we're ready. We're ready for our epic upgrade. So let's go ahead and retool our thing here. We're going to say this is going to be number 8 on my mouse. I have a 12-button mouse called the Razer Naga Chroma Epic. It's got about 12 names. But I love the mouse because I can just use the side button. So if you see me switching, I'm switching down between all these things using the button on the side. So we've got our conveyor in there, and we always want to have our electric pole. So I'm going to set that to 9. There we go. And that's going to allow me just to go ahead and start doing some upgrades. So let's do some upgrades here, upgrades along here, and we're just going to follow this conveyor. Just ride the conveyor ourselves, which is super fun to do. And now it's going through there. All right, and we'll go ahead and jump down, and we'll say, okay, where's it going? Is it the top one, the middle ones? I don't remember. Let's just double check. I actually do remember, but it's the top one. All right, so it's going through the top one. And I'll come back, obviously, and upgrade all of these. So we want to make sure we don't miss any tiny part of it. If we miss any tiny part of it, then the whole entire conveyor is going to be slowed down. So the first one we're going to upgrade is our screws. And again, we got to come through. It's right here. It's up above the second one here. It's this one here. We can kind of see it for a split second, too. You'll see those screws coming through there. Right there. Losing it in there. There we go. This one here. And that one's going to go into there. All right. There's those screws. Boom. Belt number 4. Belt number 4. Now that should greatly increase the speed of that. Now, if I see any gaps between the screws, then that means that it's going too slow. There's something in between there that's making that go a lot slower. Now, also on the other side here, let's not forget to upgrade this. And this is what we're going to call is super feed this over to here. And we're going to need that conveyor level 4. So we're going to go in and look at that, upgrade that to 4. And again, we got to hit every tiny little piece here. Otherwise, we're going to be in trouble. Otherwise, it's going to slow down the overall thing. Now, do I need to feed him this fast? Not necessarily. But should I? And the answer is yes. Just in case you were wondering. The answer is definitely yes. And again, make sure that we hit every single thing. Make sure we hit the lift is level 4. Oh, we already got that level 4? Wow. No, that's not level 4. That's level 4. Oh, we don't have our stuff. We got to go back and grab some more back from here. Wow, we used that up fast, didn't we? We used that up pretty fast. And again, now the funny thing is the more screws I make, the more of these I make. So it's those things are helping me make more screws, which is awesome. All right, there we go. And that's going there. Let's make sure we got this as 4. So you hit F and see if everything is properly at 4. That's at 4. This is at 4. You don't have to upgrade your splitters, by the way. Splitters are not necessary. And then we're just kind of looking where everything is going. Upgrading that. I'm going to upgrade our lifter. There we go. And what are we running in here on the second one? I forget what we're running in there. Turn our light on. What are we running in there? Plates into that one. All right, that one looks fine. The one that you always have to upgrade is your screws, because I feel like the screws are the thing that really need to feed heavy, because they're usually needing to be fed in at a higher rate than anything else. Sometimes to the tune of like hundreds of them per minute. Definitely want to feed those in as quick as possible. There we go. So now it's definitely going faster than 60 per minute. So it's going to keep that nice and full. And then when it backlogs, it will then backlog into other things. Now, since we are also feeding it vertically upwards so that we can get it up to the higher levels, we're also going to go ahead and upgrade all the lifters.
To battle!
Oh, it's time to go to battle. We're going to go ahead and upgrade all the lifters that are taking it up to that next level. There we go. And that's going to really fast feed that upwards like this. And we're going to start to see that this is going to start to backlog over time. So we took care of that one. Now there's another one that runs along our main road here. Notice I've got it colored yellow. That means that's a main road. I don't put anything at the ground level. Everything has to be up off of the thing. And that's going to run straight over here. And you probably guessed it. That's right. It's running straight out of here into our production for our frames. And so we're going to run that into there. We're going to go ahead and run this into here. And now those screws are pumping, bro. Those screws are pumping in there. And this is going at 100 per minute. And our particular belt here, this belt's a really big step up. If you think about it, this is 270. This is 480. So it's almost double. It's a little less than double. Obviously, this should be 600. But you get it. You get the idea. But now that is running at a real high rate into there. And so it's not going to slow this down at all. This is going to be cranking. Now, one of the things we can do, since it is going at such a high rate, is we can actually increase the rotor speed here and get that going. Now, actually over here is our black powder that we're doing as well, which we need a bunch of black. We got so much black powder in there. Keep that going. Now, actually, our frames are back over here. That one is our rotors. Here's our frames. Now, one of the things we looks like we need here is we need some more reinforced iron plates. We can see that that kind of has come to a bit of a stop. Now, why did that slow down and stop? Well, let's just go take a look. What's slowing it down right here? We got to make more of these. We got iron, we got screws now, so that's looking good. Just the overall speed at which this produces is pretty slow. It's 5 per minute. So we can overclock that, use that extra speed without adding extra infrastructure, but it does come in as a higher power cost. It's really up to us what we want to do. Do we want to make more structure, or do we want to make use more power? In this case, we've got plenty of screws now coming in at just an insane rate. You see that it instantly fills the second it comes in. Same thing with our plates. Those are all getting instantly filled. So this is running at its maximum efficiency. And then these over here are also being fed in pretty well. But I feel like they're going at a much slower rate. And here's a little trick you can do. You just go ahead and manually feed this in here to give this a little bit of a boost to try to get ahead a little bit. Same thing over here. we can just go in here and say, you know what, we're just going to go ahead and put the plates that we have in there just to give it a little bit of boost so there's no downtime in that. Now, because this is coming in at 3 per minute and this is coming in at 3 per minute, which is a total of 6, over here, this is being produced at 5 and 5. So this should actually be faster overall than the production up here in the front. But it's not faster. And the reason why it wasn't faster is because the screws were not coming in fast enough. And so we fixed that problem now. Now the screws are becoming in much faster, and it's not going to stop that. So this over here should actually start to gain a little bit of extra speed and not diminish to a point in which it's waiting on the thing. Hopefully. We'll see. We'll let that run. We'll let that run. We'll come back. We'll check on it. And we can see those screws are now just blazing in there. Got our screws blazing across there. This should be backfilling like crazy. Yes, it is. And now our screw production is going to gear up. Now, one of the things we also need to do to make sure that our screws are going at that faster rate is to go over here and not only upgrade the beginning of this down here, right, which is basically going to slow it down a little bit. We want to make sure we upgrade these, but we also want to go along and upgrade the straight conveyor here, which is going to push it down the line faster because we don't want any gaps in our production. And we're going to come back and we're really going to gear this up big time. But for right now, this would be the number one thing. Screws are always the number one thing that I speed up. Because those are where your bottleneck usually starts about right now. Now, I'm not going to do the interior ones because those are feeding in there just fine. I just need it to feed down the line faster here to get to the end result. And eventually, when we get the higher level belts, which we'll do in the next stage, we will actually be running this at over 900 screws per minute. It's a lot of screws. It's going to be epic. Going to be epic. Make sure we've got them all. And there we go. Look at that. That's 480 screws per minute right now. Very nice. Very nice. We could split them in 2 separate lines too, and then we could be doing 900 right now, but I don't want to split them in 2 lines. I like them just as they are. And then over here you can see we're doing our rods whenever we need them. Right now we don't need them. And then our plates are being produced in a big long plate thing. And this is called all inline, right? You got it inline where you just run it in, run in all of the ignits, and then you come back and you run them all back out and you run it back to your central area. In the back here we've got our ignits feeding in because all of these don't need to be on at the same time. I have plenty of them if I need that production in the moment, but I don't really need them right now, and so it only turns it on when that thing is needed. So you see a really good balance in power when you do that. When you kind of backlog a certain resource while you're working on another one. Like I backlogged a lot of plates here while I was working on the rods, and then while I was doing the rods, I backlogged a lot of rods while I was doing screws, and so on and so forth. And then same thing with ignits and all of that. You backlog all that stuff, and then you're just styling. You're just styling because it's not running the power all the time. Now, eventually, we're going to be running all the stuff all the time and running any excess into the awesome sink. We'll do that when we get into our mega sorter. Now, I'm really tempted to do it early on, but it does require a lot of resources and a lot of time to get that mega sorter running. And we really need our highest level belt to make that mega sorter work well. But we're going to go ahead and let that run. That should really up our production of frames. Now, I've also been waiting a little bit here, so we get a little bit more. All right. Yeah, we got 110 now. Now we want to make some more power. Now, as you can see, we're kind of going back and forth. We're going to make more modular frames. We're going to make more power, and so on and so forth. It's like a perpetual thing. It feeds on each other. It's called momentum. You start building momentum in one thing, and that thing then builds momentum in the other thing, and then it just goes back and forth and back and forth. In this case, when you get into this tier. And the more power we have, the more production we can have. And so I can start a second production, which will be for computers. I could start it right now if I wanted to, but right now I'm really focused on just getting all this power fired up. And we're basically going to be doubling our power today. Going to be doubling it easy mode. The second we found those pure nodes, by the way, there's more oil nodes out there too that I haven't even tapped yet to get this going. And I feel like when you get to this stage, you definitely want to focus your oil power. And I usually like doing what I call centerline splits. Those are fun because they look nice. But an inline split is always a more easier and more space efficient way of doing it. And so with this time, we're working with that more often. So again, we're running all of our oil through our refiners. And then any excess, by the way, I forgot to mention this, all the excess stuff right here, all of this is just being run into that awesome sink over there. I typically run excess into the awesome sink so I don't have to deal with it. And then later on, we'll deal with it when we have plenty of power over here. Okay, how many are we at right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're at 6. Let's keep going. Let's just make a bunch of these and then we'll connect them all in. How about that? Okay, what did we forget? We forgot some rubber. All right. Now, here's one of the things that happens quite often is you need that thing, right? Whatever it is, that one thing that you need. Now, they've got an awesome to-do list over here. Let's go ahead and say we have 6 right now. We need 10 more of these. What do we need to do 10 more fuel generators? Well, hey, we're definitely going to need more computers. And so we're 5 of 50 computers we're going to need. We got enough modular frames. We need more motors, more rubber, and more quick wire. So we kind of forgot all of that stuff. So we're going to have to go back and do that. Now, one of the things is it's not producing computers right now, so we need to get that going as well. Now, one of the things that I do is I create a little temporary storage over here, which is where I keep all my extra stuff. So if I need any more motors, there we go. We got a few more motors, right? If we need a few more stuff, we've got it just sitting over here, ready to go. This can come out of there. Let's sort that. So we're just going to put all this away for a second. We're actually going to take out the stuff that we know we're not going to need in the short term. We're not going to need this. We don't need any of that stuff. We're going to run that back to our base. But we know that we need computers. We know we need motors and rubber. So we're just going to grab and wire. So we'll grab a bunch of everything and bring it back. And we're going to leave this over here because we're going to do some production. So we're going to do that. Now, also another thing we can do just to make this a little easier on ourselves is you can actually feed that back in there. And then that's going to go ahead and run that into the awesome sink so I don't have to. It's going to take care of business with that. All right. Let's go back, grab more resources, and bring them back again. Now, one of the things that I rarely ever run out of is rubber. Rubber is something I have typically a lot of that. The other one we need to get going is some more plastic, because plastic is something that I run out of quite a bit, especially later on when you're doing aluminum and all of that other killer stuff like that, which we're going to get into all of that. We're going to get it going on up in here for sure. We got all of our quick wire already running in. We got all of our rubber. All that stuff is actually running on the other side of my base, which is my kind of more advanced side. More advanced items where you're doing 2s and 3s and 4 combos to make that item. I love those. I love when I'm going by just like looking at the structure. Oh, wait, hey, there's one over there that was a test one. That was a test one. We forgot to take that one back out. Well, hey, we get that back. I'm glad I saw it. I'm glad I saw it. See, that's a good reason to check out your base. I put that over there as a test one. We were talking about that one before. All right, that's one more we can build because we just got some more computers for that. So awesome. Let's go back over here. We've got all that resources back. I like to put stops in my hypertubes. Instead of running separate hypertubes to all the places, I put little stops, right? Little stops here, little stops there along the way. So I can access that part of my factory. Now, again, these are all the basics. I consider this like the first round of production. And then we get the second round of production, which is doing your more higher-end stuff, your rotors, your quick wire, which is something we need. We need about 500 quick wire. You know what? We're going to bring 1,000. How about that? Plastic, you know what? Let's get a couple things of plastic just in case we need that. What do we got here? Rubber. Ooh, man, we got plenty of that. We need 500 of that. No problem. No problemo. Let's do this. Now, I don't want to keep the 50. The 50 I want to put back. And then we'll go ahead and sort that so it's at the end. So let's see how much we got 700. All right, that ought to do it. Now, we need motors. And those motors are actually being produced in a temporary production here in the back right here. And so we're going to run over here. And we're going to grab a bunch of motors. Let's grab that and put that motor back. That is going to be 350 motors. And we only need 150. Now you got to think that I actually need double this amount plus 6 more because we're going to make a bunch more on the other side using those pure nodes. And they're going to be 2 lines of their own amount, which will be actually 8 and 8 along that 120 line. It's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot of that for sure. That's going to be a lot. And actually, we could just run it. Actually, we just run it, combine it into a 240 single line, because it'll be 120, 120. Why don't I run that into a single line? Are they both 240? Are they both 120? I'll have to go back and look. I forgot. God, if they're both 240, forget about it. That's 16 more each. I think they're 120. Why did I not merge those into a single line? I don't know. Maybe I was at the end of the stream and I was getting a little which happens at the beginning of the stream too. I don't know, but we're going to need a lot of motors, so we're going to just take them all. That's the whole point of that. We're going to take them all. Now we need some computers on top of our heavy modular frames. Let's see if we got 100 heavy modular frames over here. I seriously doubt it, because it's going to run out of something. See, it ran out of poles right there. It always does. How much do we got? 13. Okay, we ran out of 13 before we ran out of poles. And that happens. And so we're going to need to make some more of those poles. And we're going to need to work more on our steel and all of that to get that going. So that's pretty good there. Let's just actually look in here and see which one it means. Yeah, steel pipes. I mean, not poles, but steel pipes. Everything else is looking okay. We got to get those pipes going. Now, I actually stopped my pipe production over here because I had so many. But you know how it goes. It doesn't matter how much you have. You always need a little bit more. And so let's go up here and see if we've got a whole bunch of them we can just grab and feed in there. Now, what I do is I like to backlog these boxes. So I have 3 more boxes down below, and they're double size boxes down below and this one. So normally I like to fill all 4 of them. But in this case, you can see there's none left. I used them all. They're all gone, which is good. You want to use them up. They ain't doing you no good in that box. You're sitting in that box. The only time it's good is when you need to grab them. But we're going to need to go ahead and retool our steel, which is over here in the corner. Now, I have it so the ability to switch between whatever I need in the moment. And right now, I have it running and merging, as you can see, right over here in the corner. We have it merging some steel beams. Oh, I actually did make it up there in the first jump. There we go. And we can see our steel beams coming out of here eventually. Here comes some there, and here comes some here. There we go. Our steel beams are coming down the line. Now we need to go in here and look and say, okay, how's it doing on its steel ignits here? Is it going at an efficient rate? It's going okay. It's not really at the higher rate that we really need to do, because we're actually lowering or underclocking it. But what this one's really efficient for is steel pipes, because that's what I needed to run. So I'm going to go ahead and take this out before it actually runs any of that stuff across there. We're going to take this merger out as well. We no longer need that. And then we're going to switch these from steel beams into steel pipes, because this was really queued up for steel pipes, which is going at 20 versus steel beams, which is going at 40. All right, so we're going to go ahead and do our steel pipes, and it's going to be producing at 13.4, so 24 per minute. Roughly, or 25 per minute. We'll just round it up. And that's now going to switch to steel pipes. Now, one of the problems with this, though, is that over here, up on the top, we'll go around and get on the top of this. Over here on the top, you might have some of these beams left, right? So what I do is I just go ahead and take a little conveyor here. Oh, we didn't bring any concrete or anything. Typically bring a little conveyor and run that. So we'll just go ahead and use our level 3. Oh, it didn't give me my concrete back. I didn't. Okay. No problem. Plenty of concrete around. Let's go get it. In fact, I have 4 boxes full of concrete. That's another thing that we need to get working on for sure. Let's get over here. And, oh, wow, there's none in there. Oh, nothing in there. Look at that. That's okay. We'll run over here. We'll grab some of this. Oh, 4 boxes of this. All right. We're not going to grab all of it. We'll just grab a little bit. We got plenty of concrete. That's going to start up my concrete production again, too, and just backfill that, and then when it's done, it'll turn itself off automatically, which works great. Which works awesomely. See, we got some of these running into there. That's not what's supposed to be going in there. Plastic's supposed to be going into there. Oh, because that's merging off of that. No. See, we got some modular frames somehow got into there. That's not good. That's not good. Let's fix that first. That should just be that. There we go. What are we running up here in the front? This is also plastic. This is why this production has stopped. I must have put that in the wrong box. That was a Kismet fail. Hey, see that? See how there's still a few? So I find sometimes you have to reconnect it until you've kind of cleared that extra stuff. And that's actually what we want to do in the other one. We need to go into this box and take it out of this box. Out of there? Oh, I think it's out of there. All right. So we're having like cross-contamination kind of thing, which is why this is not running. Let's keep trying. Nope. There we go. So we're just trying to, because it's in the actual splitter. So we have to run it out a few times until we get that going. There we go. Circuit boards back up and running. Over here, more circuit boards. Yes. Okay. Now that plastic is probably backlogged in here, which is awesome. That's okay. That's why we have this backlog of stuff here, and then it backlogs all the way back into our other boxes. And that's going to make a crazy ton of circuit boards. Where am I running those circuit boards right now? I'm running them across here into here. Like so. And where's this? This is going here too. So let's go ahead and run this into here. And we should have a bunch of circuit boards now running in there. We're going to need a lot of circuit boards for our computers that we're going to need here in a minute. So let's go ahead and backlog those. And then we're going to start our pipes going again over here. So let's get back to work on this side now that we have a little bit of ability to run our stuff down. There we go. And again, we want to kind of just make sure there's no steel beams in there, because those steel beams will go into the wrong box and could screw up your production. Now I've got this upper line here for that. Funny irony is I ran out of steel beams there. Gonna grab some. Gonna grab some on the line. Nerp. Nerp. Come here, you steel beams. We're gonna gear up all of this stuff into a higher level. There we go. So that's going to take those pipes now, and it makes pipes way faster than it makes steel beams. And so it's going to go to town on those suckers. Look at that. That's going to be a lot of those. So we'll let that run. And back here, we've got it underclocked a bit, but at least it's making a good amount of these. 10s per minute, 20 per minute over here. And that's cranking those out like nobody's business. 40 coming out of there, which is going to feed both of those. 40 coming out of here as well. Plenty of coal, plenty of iron. Going into here, this is going in at 40, so these are all straight line over here. So these are all basically well balanced so that it comes in and goes out at the same rate. And that's making about 20 per minute. And then over here, again, this one's going to make about 25 per minute, roughly, or really 15 to say 30 per minute. 30 per minute, roughly. So it's basically going at a much higher rate when it comes to the pipes. But we'll just let that run, and then it will start to backlog, and we'll get tons and tons of those all day, every day. We're looking good. Now, back over here, we're going to go ahead and work a bit with our, again, with our pipes. Now, away at the end here, it's going to run some of these pipes, and I'm just going to grab them. Now, one of the things that I typically do is have a lot of resources just laying around, because I typically will throw them in a box or something like that, because somewhere I could have a bunch of those pipes just laying around. And I don't remember where they are. But we're going to look around a little bit just in case. But let's get our production back up here and running so we can keep making our modular frames. Eventually they should end up right here. And they might be feeding up into there. Aha! See, we're using them for another production. And they're being fed down into here. And they've been being used up to make a bunch of rotors. So we're going to say, you know what? All right, let's just cut this production for now. And then let it start to backlog back in the box again. And then we'll see it start to show up here in the box, because it's not going to be feeding out anywhere anymore. There we go. We'll see it start to backlog here. We'll let it backlog for a while, because we do have enough to get started with some more power and then upgrading our production. We're going to do a bunch of that. Now, I do remember putting way over here some boxes down over here. I don't know if I've cleared them, but let's go take a look beyond this edge and see what we got. What we got over here? Oh, a bunch of plates there. A bunch of random stuff here. Let's just grab all of that stuff. What do we got in there? We got a good amount of stuff in there. Oh boy. good amount of stuff to go and come and clear. Look at that. We got these here. And now if I had to trade out, I would trade these out. I would put these in. Oh, we got our overclockers here too. That would be pretty nice to overclock some stuff. But right now we're good. So let's run some of this stuff back so it's not filling up our inventory. We're going to kind of clean up our base a little bit by running this stuff back and putting it into our kind of standalone boxes here. And we've got all of our kind of random stuff, or at least I call it random stuff in there. So we'll put that in there. That's equipment. I like to put equipment in the equipment box. And we'll put all this stuff in there. All the rest of that stuff's looking good. We're going to use that at some point. This is my I call this the equipment box, where I put, you know, stuff that I might need later on into there, like that. You know, stuff I don't need right this second, like silica. Put that away, and so on. And that's looking pretty good there. We've also got some steel ignits. Now, I usually keep a little bit of each thing just in case I need it in the moment, like a little bit of steel ignits, a little bit of you know, biofuel and whatnot. Because there's always at some moment you need a little bit of sulfur, a little bit of this, a little bit of that to get that going. Now, another thing we need to do is our MAM over here. And one of the things we've been working on is our sulfur. And our sulfur requires a ton of this powder over here plus 100 of these pipes. And we need 100 pipes from over here, but I can tell you that's going to take a minute before that back queues 100 of those. So we'll let that run. Over here we got some random stuff that we're going to eventually probably run into the awesome sink over there. So we got that going. So what else can we do here? Let's see. We got that going. We got all this going. Sort that again. Got our stators. We got a good amount of stuff to make some more. But let's see how we can do. Now, we want to come in here and say scroll down and make some computers. We're going to need a bunch of screws and a bunch of circuit boards to make that happen. Now, screws is not going to be an issue. We got tons of screws, right? So instead of running back there, we can go ahead and just grab some of the screws out of here, and it's going to backlog all of that. And then we can go ahead and grab a bunch of these circuit boards down here. Instead of using the actual manufacturer, where we have to create a second manufacturer, or we'd have to retool this, we can go ahead and just grab the circuit boards ourselves and then run over here and make a bunch of computers. Now, there are some items that you can't actually make in here, but we're going to go ahead and get it going. Now, what's going to cause me to make less computers? And that actually is wire right now. Wire is the thing that's going to slow me down, which is very unusual because I have boxes and boxes full of that as well. I feel like computers also are way faster on you. So if you're waiting around to do a bunch of stuff, computers, heavy modular frames, regular modular frames, the reinforced iron plates, those ones are the ones where it's way faster for you to do it in the moment in which you need it a lot of time than it is to go and build the manufacturing, because it requires so much power. And that the big trade-off for me is power versus time, right? How much time does it take me for me to make it versus how much time does it take me to make all the power for it to make it, right? And sometimes it really takes a while. It really does. But you're going to see us retool all of this today to where this is going to really, really gear this up. So we're going to try to make 50 of these because we already have the heavy modular frames. We're already good with that. All we have to do now is make a bunch of computers. I feel like the next thing we're going to run out of is plastic. There we go, plastic. And that's why you'll see me make a lot of plastic. It's going down, let's go up. Now keep those little things where you make stuff all over the place. So you can just run up there and make, you know, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. All right, plenty of plastic over here. Let's just fire it up. Put the small one back over there. There we go, plenty of that. Let's just go ahead and use our hub over here and make more computers. How many more can we make? Oh, let's go see. Down here. Where are you, computers? Way down there. There you go. I can make 8 more. All right. We'll see what I run out of first this time. Now, the interesting thing is that I'm going to need to, again, do this probably 16 more times. And the second group that we're going to do this manually. And the second group, we're going to tier up all of our production so it does the second group. So it'll do all the computers, it'll do all of the heavy modular frames, and we're going to actually have them fed into the machines so it'll do it automatically. So we don't have to manually feed it like we are now. And we need some more screws. That's okay. We've got a bunch right here. This is why I do this. Now you know. I'm actually just going to grab all the screws like that and then put them back like that. Easy. Right there. And then keep on going. We're at halfway there now. We're halfway there. Not bad. I don't mind doing this at all. This is so much faster than me going and building all of the structure that makes all of these computers. So much faster. But then part of the fun, the whole point I'm powering up putting so much power in is so that I can make the manufacturing for this. And we're going to be doing multiple manufacturers, multiple of all of this. And then eventually we're going to get up to the tier 3 extractors, which is really going to take us to a whole nother level. That is for sure. Okay, now we're getting there where we ran out of circuit boards. Now, circuit boards typically are the thing that is the stopping point when it comes to computers. And we're really going to need to gear up our circuit boards big time. Right now we're only making 2 kind of offline, or really it's kind of partially online. We're running the plastic in, but the other stuff we're not. Partially online stuff here. There we go. Very nice. And then we're going to find where our thing was over here. And we'll make a few more. Getting there slowly. Oh, it's going to be a close one. We need 5 for every power thing that you do, by the way. So really we need to hit an even number, like 40. Look at that. We're 2 away. 2 away. So we need 11 of these to get done. Right now we got 12. Perfect. Perfect. Good enough for me. And so we'll go ahead and do 40 of these, and we'll let more of those run, and we'll come back and we'll do 10. Best thing to do is to not sit here and wait for it. Is because you can be busy building while it's busy producing, and that's what you want it to do. Over here, same thing. We need to get our steel pipes starting to produce again. And so let's see which one's the bottom one. I can't remember which is which. This one up here. Oh, we're out of those too. All right, well, we're going to run out of all this stuff. But that's okay. Let's go ahead and put our pipes in there. Let those pipes run out right there. And we'll grab some more before we go. And you're like, Kismet, why don't you run all the lines to it? The reason why I don't run the lines to it is, again, it takes longer for me to run the lines than me to manually walk over here and grab it. Which tells you something. Which tells you something, right? If I go and I run all the power and I run all the things and I'm running all the lines, I'm going to end up redoing all of that anyway down the road. I'm going to grab some pipes for me because I might need to build stuff over here. So let's go ahead and run back. And now we have all the stuff that we left there and then all the stuff that we just grabbed. And we have a lot of stuff so we can make a lot of these fuel generators. So I say we make about 9 more fuel generators. Now, that ought to be a lot. A lot of power for sure. And we're going to run into a bottleneck as the more power we use, the more oil it's going to use, or fuel it's going to use on its end too. Same thing with coal. Coal starts to scale up as well. You might start with like 5 coal being fed in, and then all of a sudden it's up to 10 and so on, depending on how much power you're using on that power tier. So let's go. Taking another pipe to the face. Boom! Oh, God. Oh, God. Luckily, this guy's got a helmet on. All right, more power. More. Oh, God, I love this part of the game. I absolutely love this part of the game. Put a 1 in the chat if you love this part of the game, where you're just like, Dang, I could build myself so much power that I could build whatever I want in my factory. I love this part. It's one of my favorite parts, absolutely, of the game. I just know how powerful this thing I'm doing right now is. How amazing it is for my overall factory. Let's keep her going, baby. I didn't think that was anywhere close to long enough. Okay, we need to go back and get our modular frames as well. Let's do it. I love this stage where you're just gearing up some insane power. Now, we're going to have even more insane power later on. We do nuclear. We do all of that. But I love to just take a moment, just like take a break from building, and come in. And let's just take all of this. Let's sort that. Put that concrete back. I don't need as much concrete this round. Grab a bit of this. Look, see, we got some pipes over here that we had brought too. A little bit of that, a little bit of that. All right, we got plenty of everything there. I don't like to be maxed out though. I'm gonna put some of these motors away because I don't need all of those right now. I like to leave some empty thing there in case I'm taking stuff in and out. I hate when it starts dropping those boxes. It triggers me. Triggers me big time. All right, and let's keep going. And we're going to go ahead and fill in a lot more of these frames. Oh, maybe we do need that concrete. We'll have to go back for it. Definitely when you go to a new area in your building, you want to go there and just drop off a whole box of concrete. Because you're going to definitely be, if you're doing a big building like I'm doing right now, you're definitely going to just need it all the time. You're going to have to go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth all the time. Picking up that concrete. So I just go get a full box of it. And then just bring it back, and so I always have it. Got to make sure that our pipe's going in the right direction here. We're not doing any rubber or plastic production here. This is just fuel generation. Fuel generation and power. Let's fill in the rest of this. And there we go, out of concrete. That's okay. We got plenty. Let's go get it. I always put the smallest stack back. Because it's like you have two in one stack, it's sucking up your inventory space. So I usually put that one back. Also, I make it where it's not going to take up that inventory slot. Look at this, everybody. This is going to be a ginormous area. Now, I also got to build it out on the other side, too, where we're bringing those in. We need to go look and see what speed those nodes are, too. I forgot what they were. I thought they were 120. We'll go take a look here in a bit. But we need to definitely add way more foundations and way more space here. We got a lot of space over here. Look at this. We got just this, all this space to just build and build and build out here on the water. So it's pretty nice. We're going to just really widen this out a bit. And then probably I'll shrink this down a little bit just to accommodate these over on this side. Okay, so we got 5 more to build in this particular set of them. I'm looking for the green line. The green line is going to tell me that they're lined up. And sometimes it looks like it's not right when you're putting it down, but I just trust that it's right. That's a lot of power, right? We ain't screwing around up in this stream, everybody. We are not screwing around. We are getting it going on up in here. I like to give myself at least 3 foundations room so I can make a main road while I'm doing stuff. Also leaving room for the pipes as well. Did I get them all? Got them all. All right, nice. Looking good. All right, we got 2 more to go, but we only have enough for 1 more. That's okay. We'll come back and we'll finish that last one. All right, this is a lot of fuel. I'm going to go ahead and switch my set while we're walking. There we go. And we're going to need our copper sheets. Luckily, we brought lots of those. You see me, I have a tendency to walk a lot. And the reason why I do that is because I have the skates on. Or the blade thingies, whatever they're called. Blade runners. I have a lot of that on me. I do the blade runners the earliest I possibly can. Because I do a lot of walking. And the other thing they allow you to do is jump over pipes. Jump over pipes, get up on higher conveyors. When you fall, you don't take as much fall damage because I'm like notorious for fall damage. So I just jump off of stuff. That's just me. But yeah, a lot of that kind of stuff that's really super helpful. So we're going to need a lot of pipe here. So we brought a lot of copper things. Now I'm just going to run the pipe as far as I possibly can. Way out here. We're going to try to keep it lined up as best we can. There we go. That's about as far as we can go. It's hard to see whether it's lined up or not. Just watching that line. Let's say right there. Now we got to watch out that we don't put this end cap right where the splitter is going to go, or the merger, because it's both a splitter and a merger. We don't want to put it right there, otherwise we can't put our merger on it. So I just keep that running. It's running just a little bit off the side there, so let's just keep it going. There we go. I usually go to about max distance, and then I put it on the line like that, and then keep on keeping on. That's why you bring lots of resources with you. Lots and lots. And we're going to actually need this to go way down over here. This one actually might be blocking. Let's go ahead and backtrack this one a bit, just so it won't be end up blocking that last one. Okay, now if we did it right, we can just run back and we can use our splitters here and literally put all of these ones we just put down in the power line. Now we're still going to need to go in and connect all the lines to it, but right now we're just going to go ahead and visually line these up. Let's say like that. And there we go. And we'll start all these up here in a moment. Now, I like to actually look at it. I don't trust that green line because sometimes it's not right, because this doesn't snap to that when you put that in there. So it'd be great if this kind of snapped, but it doesn't. You have to go like this and move it forward and then move it across to see that green line. And then you can kind of visually snap it in there as best you want. And so on. So this is going to be a crazy ton of fuel doing this, because I have a 240 oil being fed into here right now. That's going to do a lot of... Oh, wait, actually... Yeah, 240. Let's go. Actually, I forgot to check what it was over here. Hold on a second. No, I got to go back and see what it is. So 40, yeah, 240. So this is going in at 60 and coming out at 40. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's check our math. Hey, Siri, what's 6 times 40?
6 times 40 is 240.
All right. Now, we're going to divide that by 15. Hey, Siri, what's 240 divided by 15? What's 240 divided by 15?
The answer is 16.
Is 16. So our math is still correct. I always double check my math, right? You always want to double check it because you don't want to do all of this and then realize, oh, you did that for nothing, right? This is only 15, by the way. That's only 15 power right there. So let's keep going. Let's keep connecting all of our fuel into here. And right about now is when I double check it, right? And if I had too much, that's okay. I can go ahead and use it on the other side over there, which is where I'm going to do that. Now, eventually, I'm going to need more production for my stuff here, for my rubber and plastic. But I don't think that's going to be an issue. Believe me, I can just take some of this power offline and use that. But I'd love to get to a point where I'm no longer worried about power. And this is a really great spot for that. This is a really phenomenal spot for oil. That you can combine all that together and fire all that up. Now, none of this is working. And the reason why it's not working is because it doesn't have power poles connected to it. So we're going to go do our power poles over here. Okay, so we got that one going. We're on this one here. Okay, so we're going to go... what are we doing over here? We'll say every 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we'll put it right here. And then we'll do our connectors. Let's see how we feel about that. So right here, that's going to start that one up. Let's go ahead and do 3 connections off of this one. Oh, yeah. Now we want to look for the smoke. We see the smoke up there, then we know it's working. And I feel like we want to go a little bit further on the next one because we got this one going. So we'll try to center these. And let's say right here. There we go. I'm actually going to go ahead and add number 6 as the double wall. So I don't have to keep grabbing it from down there. I can just click number 6. And there we go. Now we need to make sure that we are tying our power across like this, and then also from this to this. Now we're going to have a bit of a problem because that ran out now, right? It's got 4 connections, but we don't have that much of a problem because guess what? It's dual-sided. So I can actually connect it on the back of it, which is where you should be connecting it, and there's actually 4 more connections along the back. So you connect the back, and then in the front, you can do 4 connections of that particular thing. So we're going to start doing that down the line. We're going to say, you know what? We're going to go ahead and just push this out by 1. And we're going to start connecting on the back side of it, since we're using a double anyway. And then on the front side, we're actually going to connect 4. But this one's a little too far this way. So you know what? Let's change our mind. Let's take that out. Let's go ahead and move this down so it's in the center of 4, and then we'll do the same thing. So let's go ahead and take this out. I love the sound in this game. It's awesome as well. All right, so we'll look at the center of 4. So there's 1, 2. And then the center of 4 would be right between these 2. So let's go ahead and put in our wall. There we go. And we're going to do that. Take that out. Add it over here. That's going to allow us to get behind here. And we're going to run that there. And then we are styling. All right. Nice. This one. That one. This one. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We got all those going. We're looking for the smoke. Smoke's looking good. We have it back chaining that way. That's looking good as well. So let's take this out. And that. Now this one is running. So we got 1, 2. And then right here in the center. Go ahead and build our wall. And we're using wall connectors instead of using the power poles. Now, I could upgrade the power poles. I have plenty of thing to do 8 power poles as well. Hey, what's up, Richard? How you doing, man? Thanks for coming in, hanging out in the stream. Appreciate you chilling out in the Kismet stream here. What we're doing right now is we're making an obscene amount of power. We're having a great time doing it. Hey, don't put that pole there. Don't put that pole there, dude. Take that connection over there and connect it to that one. There we go. We're trying to be very efficient using our wonderful wall connectors because it's 4 connections on both sides. See, it's really my favorite thing. This is my favorite low-level power item in the game because basically it's 8 connections even though you're using a level, a Mark 1 item, which is just so great. Now look at this. We've got a whole bunch of, we got 15 of these in a row, and we're basically scaling up our power big time. Now, we only need 2 more down here at the end, so we're just going to go ahead and put it in between both of these right here. And we just need that 1 more. Now, I'm going to show you a little trick that I'm going to do as well. And let's go ahead and put our thing right there in the center. And we're going to run this along the back, and it's going to feed the power through the front. Very nice. And then we need 1 more over there. Now, we can go back and we can make more computers and do all of that stuff, but we need 1 more to kind of maximize our power. Now, we had 2400 power. We just went to 2700 power, but we made a lot of power there. That's a lot of power. That was 9 more power producers. How much total power do we have now versus how much we're actually using? Well, let's go take a look, and I got it over here. Where I have an actual power pole that I check that so I don't have to run all the way back right here. It's kind of my check pole, I call it. Now we are producing, instead of 2,700, we've now scaled up to 4,000 power. That's right. Just in a few minutes there, you saw I went from 2,400 power to 4,050 right now. Now, this is just getting started. This is just getting started with power. And you're like, well, Kismet, why do you need all that power? Well, the stuff we're about to do requires a crazy ton of power. When you start using a lot of manufacturers to increase the speed of your stuff, everything behind those manufacturers have to be upgraded as well. So you're going to be making more of everything faster. And which means you're going to need more of this and more of that and more manufacturing and more belts and more stuff. And all of that more comes at a cost of a lot of power. So at this game stage, you absolutely want to work on your power. And if you're lucky enough to find the mother lode of oil like I did, congrats, because you are going to have an obscene amount of power. Now, that is just stage one. Now, what we need to do is we're going to need to retool up our plastic. And so what we're going to do is do a little trickery here, because we've been using some power over here that we're actually going to move. We're going to move it away from over there, and then we're going to actually utilize it for our plastic. And we're going to take those power, and we're going to move those power over here. And you're like, Kismet, did you know you were going to do that? Yeah, I knew that the second I logged in. Actually, I knew it last time, that I was going to take that power out and move it over here now. Because it's less computers I need to make. It's going to actually reduce my power. But then it's going to make more power overall in the long run and require less resources, less things for me to do. And I really need more plastic, because plastic is going to come into a huge effect in the next stage when I unlock that and get into that. So we always want to be thinking toward the future, what we're going to be doing down that way. Especially when you're building and doing stuff as well. You always want to be thinking, okay, after I'm done doing this, what am I doing after that? Right? And I know exactly what I'm doing after this, but we'll get to that when we get to that, right? By the way, I love the fact you're using Future Man in there. I haven't seen that in a while. I haven't I actually saw him at TwitchCon years and years ago. Everybody was wearing the Future Man glasses. It was cool. I think it was the second TwitchCon. It was pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Huge pioneer here at Twitch. Much love to Future Man, for sure. Let's see. Let's go ahead and... oh, I went too far. Hold on. I went too far. I got thinking about something else and what I'm going to be doing next, and I forgot I was supposed to go that way. I was supposed to go down that way, not this way. That's okay. We'll just take our hypertubes back. Lickety-split. No problemo. Get it going. More power. Exactly, Spacey. We're doing an obscene amount of power, at least for this stage. So we don't have to screw around with power for a while until we decide to do our nuclear. And so we're going to go down here. We're going to take this power out because we got 4,000 power right now. So this power, whoop, take one to the face. My dude takes a lot of shots to the head. But then again, that's why he's got his helmet on. So I'm going to take these out. Now, why am I going to take this out? Oh, God, look at that. I'm dropping stuff. My inventory must be full. Yeah. So why am I taking this stuff out? That's just rubber there. That's fine. We'll be fine. We'll come back for that. The reason why I'm taking this out is I no longer really need this to run over here. Right? I no longer need this to produce this power because I have so much power being produced at the end. What I really need this to do is I need it to produce more plastic and then run that plastic all the way back over there. So this extractor right here is actually my better extractor. It's 120 in this area. The other ones are 60s. And then I wanted to go in and say, you know what? Stop making fuel. I want you to go ahead and make plastic. Now this is coming in at 30. So if we take 30 and we divide it by 120. Hey Siri, what's 120 divided by 30?
120 divided by 30 is 4.
Is 4, which basically means I can put 4 of these in here now. Now what I'm going to do is just basically take all of this out though. Because this is making fuel right now. And we're going to have boxes dropping everywhere, which triggers me big time. But we're going to go ahead and take this and turn this, and we're going to make 4 refiners over there, and then we're going to run that along the same line we're running our other plastic, and that's going to gear up our plastic production over here. Now, before we get too much into that, we have way tons of resources on us right now, and we need to go use those resources to make more power over there. We'll finish our last power one, and then we'll start on the other side. But we need to go look at our nodes, because I've actually forgot. How many hours do you have in this map? Not very much. Let's go see. Let's save. I'm 82 hours in this particular map, and some of that time was me just letting it run. So let's say 10 hours of that was just letting it run. So that would be that would be about 70 hours. 70 hours into this one. Because what I do is at certain stages, I just let it run. Like when I'm sorting a bunch of stuff, I will just let it sort and run all that stuff into the Awesome Sync. When I'm moving my stuff, because in different tiers, I will go through and remove and remove and remove. Now, I'm having one of the greatest starts because this is the hard start area, right? It's the third one over. It's really not that hard because they basically give you pure nodes right at the very beginning of the game. So when you're like, pow, you got 4 iron pure nodes and you got a pure copper node and a pure limestone node, forget about it, bro. You're like building at such an epic level that it's actually super fun. But you have to build vertically because it's in such a confined little space. And that's okay because I like building vertically. Typically, sometimes horizontally like this. Works pretty good. So let's run over here and let's go ahead and run this. Now, the thing I needed the most out of all of that stuff that I just got was the computers. So I don't have to remake the computers. And we're going to be doing our computer production here very, very soon. And then we're going to look at this. Look at that. Still full. Still full. There's a backlog of fuel back there, too. And I could make a fuel thing to hold the extra fuel as well. That would probably be a good idea. But I've got plenty of power. Now, I'm going to turn this around this way. And we're just going to literally just run the in part into there. There's no reason to run a splitter into there. You just run the in one into there. You're off and running. Now, we need to go ahead and connect our power in the back. And there we go. 16 power. 16 oil power refineries running all simultaneously. That is a sick amount of power, bro. Now, over here on this side, speaking of sick amount of power, that's just the first round of oil. Now, over here, we actually found 2 more pure oil nodes, and there's some more nodes over there that I haven't even touched yet. A normal node I know is over there, and potentially even more. But these are 2 pure oil nodes coming through. So we're going to go ahead and run back here and check it out. Way back over here. And see why I'm running 2 pipes at the same time. Now, right here, I didn't finish this because I needed some more resources. But we're using those resources to make heavy modular frames right now. So we'll just go ahead and walk it way over here. Again, why am I running it in 2 separate pipes? That just suddenly dawned on me. Now, I probably was just in a hurry last time and did that because normally this would be 120. And if you combine these together, that would be 300. No, these are 240. Holy mackerel. Okay, I stand corrected. See, like in a normal node, when it's a pure node, at default, it's going to be 120. And that's why I did it, because I actually looked at the numbers last time. And sometimes I forget. You know what? I have sleep apnea and vertigo. I'm going to forget a lot of stuff. Most likely your name and what I was doing today. That's okay. It happens. But this is why I ran 2 separate nodes. Now, this is insane, because what we have running right now is 240 oil. That's 16 of those oil refineries, right? That's over 4,000 power right there, or roughly about 3,800 power. But this is an additional 16, and then that one over there is an additional 16, because both of these are pure nodes. So those are both 240, which means we're going to do 32 of these power things going at the same time. That is epic level, bro. That is epic level power. So basically, we're going to add another roughly 4,000 power. So we're going to have 8,000 power that just runs. There's nothing we need to do. This is set it and forget it, bro. You just set this power running. It runs the oil. You run the 16 things. You just let it refine it, the fuel, and you are styling for sure. Pretty awesome. Now, for each 240, it's going to end up, again, being usually about 16. But we'll go ahead and run down here. We'll do all the numbers. We'll do all of that. We'll get it going and see how it goes. Oh, all right. We'll take this back. And we're going to need a lot of concrete. A lot to run all of that. A whole bunch of it. We're going to get it going. How much time do you spend planning versus actually building and whatnot? I built this base about 500 times in my head while I'm doing it. I really spend sometimes planning, sometimes not. I can visualize everything in my head. but this is a mega stream. You want to see me take it to another level? Hold on a second. Let me show you at what level the Kismet brings it here in the channel. Hold on. Let me just fire up a few things for you real quick here. Hold on a sec. Because I bring it to a whole nother level that no one else does. So let's do it. I'm going to bring up some things to dazzle you a little bit here in the Kismet channel. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's do it. Okay, we got over here. Let's go ahead and dazzle a little bit over here. And you're like, well, Kismet, I can't see nothing. It's loading up right now. Hold on. We'll get it going. I want to show you what kind of level I'm on. What level you could be on as well. Or you might be on already. We'll see. Let's go like this. Now, I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. That's right, 30 years. I've worked for some of the top companies, or the top companies in the world. I've been very lucky in my career that I started off very early when Photoshop and Illustrator and all these other Adobe products came out in the very beginning. Now, let me go ahead and dazzle you just a little bit here. Taking off the backdrop, check it out. Here's all the numbers. That's right, the numbers that make Satisfactory work. I'm talking about pure nodes, iron nodes, how all the cables and wires. Now, Kismet, did you get this off the internet? No. I made this from scratch. I don't look stuff up on the internet. I don't do charts. I don't do all that stuff. I make my own. You know why? Because it's really fun. I love doing stuff by the numbers because that applies to the logic side of Kismet. Now, of course, the other side is the creative side. Now, how about this? How about going in and actually making diagrams? I didn't get these off the internet. I made this from scratch. That's right. I made all of the stuff from scratch right over here. Hold on. We got to get up here to the top. There we go. More diagrams. I made every single one of these, including this, all of the impures, all of these things, just so I can chart all of this out. And I mean, we're really charting. I mean, when we chart, bro. I'm talking, we go to town, right? And this is a really fantastic way to learn the game, right? To learn by going in and taking, how do I do my water extractors and how many coal generators equal my water extractors? How do I make all the math work? Right here, bro. You got 3 that are extracting at 120. You take this down to 100 because their pipes only go at 300, so there's no reason to have them at 120, so you underclock them down, right? And then you run them into your splitter or mergers because your water does splitting and merging. And then you can run them into 6 coal generators. And then also we run our coal. All we need is 60, right? We only need 60 because you only need 10 per coal generator. So you run 60 coal right in there. Bam! Guess what? You got crazy tons of power. You got everything balanced. You're off and running. So that's the kind of level that we bring it up here into Kismet Stream. So there you go. And sometimes we do that, and sometimes we just build as we build, right? And that's why, again, we call it the Mega Stream. Now, we've got 16 going there. We need a whole lot more modular frames. And now our power is actually going to go down a little bit. Oh, there we go. Spacey says, Kismet, let me just go ahead and give you some prime sub love. There we go. Thank you so much, Spacey. Appreciate that. Coming in and showing the love big time. Let's see that love in the chat, everybody. Want to see some hearts in there? Otherwise, we're going to sit here and we're going to stare at this factory going back and forth. You know I will. You know I'll just sit right here until I see some love in the chat. Let's see. Let's see that love. We'll just stare at this thing. It's okay. I got all day. That's okay. We'll just stare at the thing. Kismet got plenty of time. There we go. There we see. Now we see some love in the chat. There we go. All right. Come on. Participate, peeps. There we go. All right. We got to show peeps that love. That's a brand new sub. I appreciate it big time. Bringing your prime and dropping it on the stream. Okay. So there we go. We got that going, and we've got tons and tons and tons of stuff. Now, again, there's multiple ways of building your stuff. There is an inline, which an inline is much more clean, easier, but it does sometimes, it fills this one first and then that one as it's going down the line, as opposed to very evenly running it in there, which I prefer it evenly most of the time, but I do love inlines because inlines are very easy to do, right? You just run it all straight and then you just kind of feed it into the thing you need, or you feed it out of the thing you need, right? You can do mergers the same way. And you're going to see me do a lot of inline in this building and a lot of vertical building as well. So we got that going. Now we need to get back and we need to say, okay, now we've been doing our offline production where we manually take the resources and we do it. And the reason why we do that is because it takes less power, because we didn't have all this power, right? We didn't have all this power when we were doing that. So we wanted to really balance our power so we didn't have to spend a lot of time doing coal power. And so we could just get all of our stuff running, just enough resources to keep things going. And then we're building that momentum. We're going faster and faster and faster. And we get to a point where we're like, okay, we're ready for oil. And then pow, baby, we are kicking it off right there. And of course, the toughest thing when you get to oil is going to be your heavy modular frames because you don't really have a lot of power. So what we're doing is we're just overclocking the one manufacturer we have going, which is going to really raise the power, but it's a lot less structure you have to build. And your time is your most valuable item in any game, more than any resource, more than any monetary rewards in there, like units or cash or caps if you play Fallout, and whatever. All of that stuff is your time is always your most valuable thing. And so this isn't really that much. But then again, they did give me pure nodes in the very beginning. Now I'm going to give you guys a quick little tour of the factory before we move on and retool the entire factory or retool parts of the factory. So we're going to run over here to this section here. We're going to go down into the lower section where my actual nodes are. Here we go. Right down here. Now, as you can see, I have a lot of things. Now, normally I don't build walls and I don't build it to this degree, but I kind of felt like it this time. I said, you know what, screw it. I'm going to build it all out and make it nice. Now, underneath here, and I'm way up high, by the way. I'm kind of on a cliff edge. Is where you start in this kind of start playthrough. You can see way down there. We got a lot of stuff going down that way, too. We'll go look at that here in a minute. But right here is actually the ground. This is where I started. This is where they ran me to. And they said, look, this is where you want to start in this playthrough. There's the ground right there. Let me turn my light on. There you go. Now you can really see it. Look how sexy that little bit of grass is. Screw that grass. Throw a foundation over it. Now you can actually put your extractors on there, and then we just RP in the fact that we went in with a laser cutter and we cut out the thing, and it's going down, and it just RP that in. You know, hey, they can't do everything. They're already doing a phenomenal job on this game. So we RP that in. And so what it's doing is extracting ore. Now this is a pure node that's actually a Mark II. So it's extracting at 240 and running it down the line. And all it does down here, make iron ignis. Now you know what's going to happen when I double that up? I'm going to make a whole nother row on top of that. Whole nother row on top of that. It's going to make double the amount of ignis that it's making now. Same thing with all of this, and the same thing with it in the back. So that's 3 pure iron nodes that's making basically 240 worth in each and every one. So it's like 700 plus iron ore coming out of there. That's a lot. That's a lot of iron ore. Now over here, we're also doing our steel, and we're running that out. And we're going to be boosting our steel production as well later on, because guess what? We're not going to actually need our coal power production. That's right. We're going to take all of that out. We no longer need it once we put all this power in over here. And you know what that's going to do? Give us more coal. We don't have to run coal from way away. We can just go ahead, take all that power out, take that coal, run it along a coal line, and we're going to double our steel production as well, just like that. And so when we double this, we're going to be doubling our steel production, which is going to be our Mark III. Right now, this is just a Mark II. And guess what? That one's a pure node as well. So that's 4 iron pure nodes that are right there. Now, also, they were kind enough to give me another pure node over here. Way up here is a little cliff edge up here as well. And you can see it's a long way down right there. But this actually is up on an edge here. You can see it's up on actually up on a shelf up here. So this also is a pure node. And so we're making crazy tons of limestone. We're running that limestone up in there. And you can see we've got it all in line and beautiful. We're even using wall hangers this time, right? Where you hang the conveyors along the wall. Just make it look beautiful. Because there's 2 ways to play this game, or there's 2 sections, I think, to this game. There's the functional making it work, and then there's the making it look beautiful and making it be very efficient. Now, I don't like crammed factories where everything is crammed together. I like to have a little bit of space. I like to think, we've got plenty of space in the world. There ain't no reason to jam it together. Though, it's fun to do that, though, to work on efficiency and space efficiency, not just the efficiency of your running. Now, at some point in the game, I find, and in this particular playthrough, I'm talking a little bit different than my normal playthroughs. My normal playthroughs, we always talk about the numbers. Okay, what's the minimum I need to run it out of this thing right here? Well, the minimum I need is going to be 13, right? But the slowest belt I have is 60. So we're going to go ahead and use a level 1 belt, right? And then when this combines, it's going to be 10 and 10 and 10 and 10. It's going to equal 60, right? But at some point, you're going to make way more steel beams than you're actually going to be making heavy modular frames, or not heavy or steel reinforced beams, right? Our beams, we don't actually have any in there. So what I'm going to be doing is using level 3 belts more than I'm using level 2s because I'm going to get so much of it, and then you let it backlog and you can make level 3 belts for days. So I just use level 3 belts. Screw it. And then it just goes just that much faster. And if my production goes on or off, when it fires back up again, it speeds it along the way. Same thing like your coal, right? Say your power goes off and you want to run your coal super fast. Well, guess what? You've already got the level 3 belts in there. So when it cuts off and it's already ran the thing, and when it cuts back on again, boom, it's going to zoom across there and get there at basically 3 times the speed than it normally would with those really slow belts going. Well, because it's going to be 270 versus being 60, right? So roughly 4 times the speed to get it over there. Now that is a pure node over there. Again, this is the third selection over, the start point where your third selection over, which is considered to be the more advanced because you have to build vertically and not horizontally. And then over here, same thing. Look at all these inline copper, another copper pure node over here in which we've taken it off the ground. You can see there's the node right there. Now, here's the trick to having these foundations. The trick to it is you're going to see some rivets about midway, right? About midway, and those midway rivets is the maximum height that you can bring that up off the ground before it won't let you put this down, right? So you're going to see those rivets about midway. You can see some across there, but you can also go by your midway point here, and that's going to tell you whether or not that's going to work. And so we have this just up enough to where it'll sit on there and then run it into this, right? Well, very nice. And then when it's done doing all of this, it's going to feed all of this stuff into the or onto the upper level. And so I build everything in tiers. First, you start with your basic manufacturing, and I do it at the node. Very few things do I actually not do at the node. Great example would be aluminum. Aluminum I do not do it at the nodes. I don't do it at an oil node. I'll actually run the oil over this way. I'll try to keep it low though because I don't want to have to make too many pumps. But I will actually run the oil node over here because I'm going to need to combine it with a whole bunch of other stuff to actually make that aluminum. So that's one of the few ones. But other than that, I will make the iron at the node. I will make the limestone at the node, as you saw, copper at the node, and then refine it into what I need to be, iron ignites, because it's not going to really be anything other than iron ignites. Very rare do you need the actual raw iron ore other than steel. That's it. Those are the two. So you really want to just make those iron ignites and run the iron ignites or run the copper ignites, then running the raw ore. I don't like running raw ore. I tried it in my last playthrough. I did not like it. I felt like it was so much extra structure that I had to build to run all of that, and then had to come back and upgrade it and upgrade it and upgrade it, that it just wasn't worth the time to do it. And this time is my most efficient run ever. One of the most amazing runs I've ever done because first it starts with pure nodes, so that's a lot easier. But also in the fact the way that I've balanced the power, I've only needed basically 12 coal nodes or 12 coal plants to run everything, all of the beginning resources at the beginning, because what it'll do is it'll backlog and it'll turn that power off. And you can see we've got tons of stuff running in here. We even got our quick wire and we got all of that going. Over here we've got a bunch of encased industrial beams going, and all of that stuff is running on its own. But there is something that isn't running on its own, and that's this over here. And we've got to get into this, and that is our heavy modular frames. And what we've been doing is manually feeding this in here, right? We can manually feed it in there, or we can put it in the box, but it's time to no longer manually feed. We're going to go ahead and grab whatever heavy modular frames we have over here, and you know what? We're just going to even stop the complete production of all of this. Uh-oh, I'm starting to drop stuff. Second I start to drop stuff, that's when we got to get over here and use our box, right? And now we're really going to do some serious revamping of our production here, because we want to get all this stuff to do it on its own. But this has really helped us, right, temporarily, so we didn't have to build all the structure to make this work. It's really helped us temporarily go and make a bunch of heavy modular frames, which allows us to make a bunch of power, and then from that power, it's now going to let us build this. So it's kind of like you do the power first, then you come back, and then you do what we're doing now, which is basically going to put it all in line. I'm going to make some more storage units over here. These are just temporary units. They're not really going to do anything other than to hold this temporary resources that we're about to drop in here. And we're going to take all of this back out. And it's one of my favorite things. By the way, you can hold down control. Be careful, though, because you can accidentally get something way off in the distance, and then all of a sudden all of your production goes off. So you'll see that I don't do it too much, but I do it a little bit where I feel safe to pull it out, where it's not going to screw up something else that I won't notice for about, 20 minutes, an hour, 2 hours later. Oh, boy, hold on. We got tons of stuff dropping. The second I see stuff dropping, I go right back to the boxes here. And try to drop that in there. Drop that in there. A lot of plastic in there. Oof, that's good. That's good stuff. Then we'll grab more of this stuff. A lot of good resources in there we can use. All right. Wow, we've got so much that we can't even throw it in the boxes. Now later on, I'll be doing something I call the mega sorter. Why can we not put that container there? Can't afford. Oh, okay. I got to get some more of my things there. There we go. Now, also what we're starting to do is we're starting to use up our excess resources that we've kind of backlogged to allow us to build all this stuff. And we're going to start using that up as well. And that took a lot of screws right there. Put all those in there. We actually used up a good amount of those. And then we've got our plastic already coming this way, so we're going to leave that. And we're going to actually put all of this in line. Now, what we did here is we did a bypass for power. And we're actually going to take this out. Sometimes what you want to do is you want to bypass all the power so you can run it across and run it to the individual thing because you don't have enough power to make it all run. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take this out. And this is actually already back chain connected over there. So we're going to go ahead and grab this. And we're going to reconnect this back up into our main power line up here. And we need to make sure this stuff is still running. Look for our green things. Yes, all this is still running. Looks good. Whatnot. That was just a redundant power line that we were using. Now these, if you see these power poles are just here for me to check it. Look, see, it dropped out. And then it came back on again because I reconnected that other side over there. And so on. So these are just for me to check my power levels. And this right here was just a bypass that we used earlier when we got low power. But we don't have that problem now, do we? We certainly don't have that problem. And every now and again, you want to go around and you want to check it where you're at. I'm at 3750. My production right now is about 1,000. So basically, I can build 3 times what I have now. I can build 3 times. I can build all of this again 3 times over. Which is crazy if you think about it. That's a lot of power. But we're going to be burning a lot of power in our manufacturers. So we're going to be doing 2 manufacturers now. And so we want to go ahead and, oh, wait a minute, we don't have enough stuff, right? But here's an easy way to do it. We're just going to say, okay, 2 manufacturers, 1, 2, and it's going to tell us exactly what we need over here. And we're going to need modular frames and all of that stuff. I think the first one was the one where I dropped the bulk of my stuff. There we go. And now I grabbed it all, and it says check mark everything, which means I can go ahead and make 2 of those now. And we're going to set those out here. And these are going to do the 2 things that we wanted to do. Right here. We want to do heavy modular frames, and we want to do computers. Right, and so we're going to need to create production for all of this stuff so that it's going at the rate that we want it to go. Now, I'm not going to overclock these ones because I'm just going to let them run and run and run. One of the great things about this game is once you have your structure set up and everything's perpetual, like your power's perpetual, like you have coal power or an oil power in my case, you can literally just walk away from the computer. You just walk away from it and just let it run for an hour. You come back, guess what? You got tons of computers and you got tons of modular frames, so you can then do your thing. And that's what I'll do from time to time in the game to try to get through the different tiers. It's less of my time. It's very much like how I play No Man's Sky. I have literally hundreds of hours in the playthrough that I'm currently playing in value, right? And what do you mean by value, Kismet? That means that I have earned billions of dollars in the game without even being in the game. That means I go and I set up my industrial production. It collects me $500 million every 16 hours. And I'm not even in the game. I log out of the game. I'm not playing it right now. But guess what? It's over there collecting me $500 million right now. I'm not even in the game. It's over there making me money when I'm not around. And I like that. I like that a lot. And that's the same way I am with this type of game, is that once you get it set up, You just let it run and you're good. So that's what we're going to do now. We're going to set up our circuit boards, which is going to be the toughest of all of these. Now, all the rest of these already have the production for it. You already got the production going. Now, do we have enough to keep the production going? I would say so. Definitely with screws and with cables. Those are givens. But plastic, maybe. We definitely need to work a bit more on our plastic production for sure. So we're going to go ahead and work a bit on that. That's for computers. Now, over here, we need to look on our modular frames and our steel pipes. And again, this is not going to be overclocked. This will be just at level. So look, this is when we run into problems right here. 200 screws per minute. Okay, that's when we're going to need a little bit of extra screw love there. And that's why we geared up our screws back over there. Cased industrial beams, we need to run those. Steel pipes, modular frames. Now, the interesting thing about steel pipes is right now we need 30 per minute. And our steel pipes actually right over here. Where's this going? This is going over here. Hold on. Let's take all this structure out too. Take all of this out. There we go. That's just all temporary stuff. I do a lot of offline temporary production. So let's walk over here, and we need to look at what our steel pipes are running at. Our steel pipes are running at 13.4, so let's say 13 there, 13 over here. We'll just round it down to 26, right? It's better to round down when you're doing this type of production. So this is 26 per minute. And what do we need? Right here, we can go ahead and look. We need 30. So it's going to be a little bit less. So what I would do is actually underclock this particular thing to the lowest common denominator. Which one's ever running the slowest? So in this case, it's steel pipe. So we're going to run that down. Now, again, we don't need our coal plant anymore. So we could actually double this production. So instead of it being that, it could be easily 30. And then we can start to overclock it, right? Because we have more resources running at a higher speed. And so we can then crank that back up again when we get to that. And we'll get to all of that later on. Right now, we need to get those pipes from over there into that machine. And so we have it already running. So we can actually go ahead and tap into that run line and actually have it divert to over here. Now, should I run it this way or should I run it that way? Right? That's the question. That's the real question you need to ask yourself. Do I want it to run out this way or do I want it to run out that way? Now, where do I want these to end up is what you always want to start with. What is your end goal? That's whether you're playing a game, whether you're a graphic designer like me, whether you're doing anything. What is the end result? What's the final thing that I wanted to do? Well, I wanted to make some so I can use them, right? I want to build more power. And to build that more power, I need to go somewhere so I can then just pick it up and use it. Well, guess what? We just happen to have some places already set up. Right over here. That's right. So I want to feed it into this upper level. Now you can see I've already got some of my stuff going. But right now, this is a great spot to put our heavy modular frames and then also our computers. So down below, we need to find where this is down below. Now, one of the trick ways that I do is I can go ahead and take out a thing. And then when I'm down there, I'll see that, okay, those are my two boxes there. But another easy way is just to know what you've already got feeding in, right? And we'll go take a look at that down here. And we'll go ahead and mark those. Oh, taking another shot to the face. Now in the back, oh, actually it's in the front because we're front feeding these. There we go. So we can see which ones we've already feeding. We know that these two, and then we know there's also a gap there. I always leave a gap so I can run in between. Makes it easier. And also it makes it match up better into the foundations up above. So these last two here are going to be it. So we got to find a way to run that all in here. Now, we have a bunch of machinery running over here. And you can see it's kind of blocking a bit of this, right? So we need to raise this up to a higher level. And so we're going to go ahead and take this out. And we're going to raise this up a bit. And we wanted to get to these two right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to have it go at two separate levels along that line. So we'll have two lines coming in. One will be our heavy modular frames and one will be our computers. But this is not going to work because it doesn't have a hole in it. So we'll take those out and we're actually going to take these two and run it in there. There we go. And then we'll end up with our, let's just go ahead and do it at the third level. There we go. And we're going to run that into there. And we're going to run this into here. So we're starting at the end. Start at the end and work your way backwards. And so then we're going to use some poles here. Now we want to make sure that we're not running into our previous one here. So we're going to go ahead and put that right there in the center. And we've got a bit of a problem here. See, that conveyor is kind of in my way a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and just bring that down just a little bit and try to fine tune that one just a little. Now we're going to have a bit of a problem with this other conveyor being in the way, but we'll do what we got to do, right? Do what we got to do. Okay, up out of here, across here. And that one is going, oh god, I forget where it's going. It's going right here. I don't like stuff to clip. I don't like it to touch other stuff for any reason ever. I don't like it to clip. The only thing that I make an exception for is when I'm running a foundation into the wall, into like a thing. I just say that I cut it out. I RP that in. But I don't like my stuff to touch. I don't even like my resources to touch the bottom of the thing. That's just me. No. No, no, no. No. So I'm that way. So I like it to be just so. And so we're going to go ahead now and run this out of here. And we're going to run that up so it doesn't run into that one, which we're going to use later. So this is going to be our heavy modular frames. And we're going to try to get this all the way across over here. And we're actually going to go ahead and take this and say, you know what, that's too far over there. That's way the heck over there. Why am I running that way over there? I need this to run out of here, across here, and meet up with the one we're running. Now this is starting to get very complex, as you can see. We're going to meet up with that one we're running. So we're along this line right here. And let's say we need to meet up along one of these walls here. Now we got to feed it in between all. I love that at some point that all your conveyors kind of feed in between each other. If you like to do that, I love to do that. I love to see stuff going in 15 different directions. This is the coolest thing, I tell you. So we're going to get that going. So we're going to do this. Now this production right here is really in the way. I really need to move this production out of here and need to move it over here so it's not in the way of my running here. So we're going to go ahead and take this out and we're going to just retool all of this production out of here. Oh, and there we go, dropping stuff again. All right, let's go ahead and make ourselves a little drop box. Drop some of our stuff. What do we got on us? We got way too many of these. All right, let's go ahead and take some of those back. There we go. We'll take this out. Actually, we'll leave those in to remind us where that's coming from. We'll back run all of that. Okay, so this is in the way of my overall production. Though I could still use this line right here to run that out of that over to here. So let's work on that first. Let's go ahead and take our assembler. We're just using one assembler right now. And we're just going to go like this. And we're going to, instead of running it that way, we're going to run it up and over and around over this way. Or what we can do is just back chain, right? And follow it back and say, you know what? I can just run that across there, right? I can even run it through this because that's going to be cool. We're going to run it through there and then down into there. Let's do that. How about that? All right. I like it. I like it a lot. And you can just, decide what you want as you go through. So we're going to go ahead and turn this like that because that's cool. And then over here, same thing. Bam. And we're going to just divert it right here instead. So we're going to go ahead and put a splitter in. And I can just press my splitter down here, down below. And we'll try to line it up. Let's go ahead and try the first one. All right, we'll just eyeball it. Now, another way of doing it is just to eyeball it like this and put one down. Right, so you know where that one is. And then this one's going to give you the ability to kind of line it up a little bit better and get an idea of where you're at. And then it's still going to be a little iffy, but you're fine because at least it's elevated. It's not in your way of your road or anything you're running along. And so there we go. I kind of feel like running it in between here because it's fun. And there we go. So now we got that running there instead. Pretty easy. Easy stuff. And then let's actually run it in the first one. We'll run this one into the first one like this. Okay. And I'm just running a level 3 right now. Later on, we'll come back and run more. Do that. Now, this one over here is going to need to lift. It's going to need to lift above this one, like so. And so we'll kind of line these up, like so. Now, sometimes this gets turned around the wrong way, and it's not perfectly lined up, but that's okay. It'll get turned around the wrong way. It'll think it's supposed to go that way instead of this way or whatnot. If you can't connect it, that's what it's doing, because I don't have the line connected in the back. You always want to, basically, before you do your lifters, you want to connect the line into the wall, and then your lifters should be going the correct direction. All right, we've got that going. So now this over here, this splitter over here is unnecessary. So we'll take this back out. Now notice how the splitter, the line just basically kind of repaired itself. That's because I put the splitter on the line as opposed to putting the splitter in first and then connecting the line. So it's easy to take back out later on, which is great. Super great. All right, that's good. We'll take this out. We no longer need a hole right there. All right, nice. And then way up here, we've got our stuff coming through. And so we're going to take that out to take out our splitter. Take out this line. And so on and so forth. Clean this up nicely. Okay. And again, way up here at the top is where it's going on. How do we know? Well, we can just run up our little ramp here that I get. I build these in the beginning. You definitely want to use double ramps, not single ramps in the long run. There we go. Now it's coming down. And it's basically starting to backlog down the line because down there, I've disconnected the line somewhere, right? So good to remember that. But we know it's the second line up, and the top one's probably going to be pipes, I think. I don't see any pipes coming along, though. Where's our pipes at? I don't see any pipes. Where's my pipes at? See, if I don't see no pipes, then there's something going on. There's something I need to go check out. What's going on? Why is those pipes not running down? See, that's starting to backlog. That I like. All right, so right here is what we got to do is we got to bring this down and run it into here. Now, what I can do is instead of bringing it down, I can go ahead and just bring this up. Right, bring that up to about that level. Let's say about there. And then we're just going to go ahead and just split it straight off the line, right? It's okay if it's a little crooked or whatever. That's okay. That'll be fine. And we'll run that into there. And now we're going to have that run across. It's going to run up there. It's going to run into the machine. We should see it run up there and then start to run down. GG. Now, another thing we're going to need is we're going to need power. Now, I just happen to have a power connector back along here that I can use. And so, because it can have 4 connections on each side. I'm going to run that across. And then we're going to tell it what we want it to do. In case module beams. So there we go. Our production back up and running. Great to go. All right. Good GG. Now we've already got a line over here that we were using before. But we want to go ahead and extend this because we know we're going to run more resources in all of this. Now I'm going to come back later and add doors and all of that stuff later on. But we're just going to go ahead. Add ourselves a nice wall. So we can go ahead and run this. And get this to line up nicely. And we're going to go ahead and take this part out. And we're just going to take this and run it all the way to the end. Like this. And a little bit up higher so we're not hitting that. We might have to try it a few times till we get it right. But we're going to go ahead and run this. Now again, look at these level 3 belts, man. I got so much of these beams. I can do this for days. Right? And look, we can run that right across there. Or whatnot. Now I typically don't like it to be too close to my road here. But that's okay. This one looks just about perfect. We're going to go ahead and run it just there. Now, if I run it there, it needs to be just a little higher, like that. And then I can try to run it from here and get it to match up over here. Now, there's a little problem. One, I can't afford it because I'm out of those beams. Now, it's convenient that I'm actually feeding those beams into this right now. So I can actually just take those beams out and utilize those for my line instead. That's convenient. I don't have to run back. There we go. So we should be able to just perfectly hit that thing without hitting that. No hitting any of the belts. We're not hitting any of the stuff that's on the belt. Mwah! Beautiful. All right. That is perfect production right there. Looking beautiful. All right. Now we're going to wait for it to run more steel beams in there because I stole all the steel beams out of there. That's okay. That's okay. And that's then going to run down the line. Now, how do we know if it's really running? Well, we definitely want to get up here and watch the production a little bit before you leave this going. There it goes. And it's going to run it down there. And we want to make sure that we go down here. And eventually I'm going to speed all this up, by the way, as well. We're going to run it down here. And we're going to watch to see if it goes down here and into that area over there. There we go. Okay, that is perfectly set up, ready to rock. And now we want to go ahead and run this top part. And I don't know if I'm going to need this many connectors up here, but I'm just going to go ahead and run them all individual. I'll probably end up merging some of these. We'll run them all individual for now. And then this one. Across here. Bring this way over here. And we're going to need to get tricky with some of this stuff. later on. But for right now, we're just going to try to get our heavy modular frames to end up back over there. So again, we're going to go ahead and just take it out from over there. We got something up on the top there. We're running some spaghetti there. And we're going to go ahead and put our manufacturer going in this direction, right? Now, I like to, when I'm using manufacturers, instead of just running the lines directly in, I typically like to run them into a box. And the reason why is so that they can backlog a little bit right before the actual item itself. And so we need some more steel beams to make some more of those. And let's hope we've got some hiding over here. Yes, we've got a bunch over there. All right. And that's from me tearing down a bit of my factory there so I can prime this. Now, one of the problems with running this in here is the fact that even if I put this one perfectly straight off of that one, and I was like, all right, perfect. We can run this into there nice and straight and whatnot, is the next box is not going to be perfect, right? The next box doesn't line up to the input of this. So I usually find that actually putting these stacked on top of each other is actually a better option. Speaking of, there's some over here. Let's go ahead and take these out too. I just remember those. Boom. All right. And so I typically like to stack them vertically because I'm not actually going to be getting in the boxes now anyway. And I'll go off the side here. And I will go ahead and just kind of line this first one up. And this is really awkward because it doesn't always line up straight. Now, I just happen to be visually able to see where it lines up. And then we go ahead and we do our lifter. Do a nice level 3. Right there. Run that into our lifter. And so on. And then we just rinse and repeat. And it also gives me lots of room to run behind here and to check on the status of it. And does it have enough resources? And so on from the back. So let's get that going as well. Now we're going to need some more of these. Let's put those on us. That's why you see I put it right there. So I can just run back and forth when I run out of whatever it is I needed for that particular thing. Because I don't have enough inventory space to hold it all. And let's line it up like that. Run this out here. And I like to see it run, so that's why you'll see me put it a little bit further back than whatnot. Now, I'm also hitting F and then middle mouse button so that I can control what I'm building in the moment. I'm also using my command keys over here. But if I need to make a box, I'll hit F, middle mouse button, and now I can make a box. Just as easy as that. Okay, so we got them all feeding in there. We know what we're going to make here, heavy modular frames. We're going to need some power for this, and we got some power over there, but we want to give this manufacturing, we're going to have two of these side by side on the road. I want to give this manufacturing its own kind of power line. We got some room over here to run. There we go. Very nicely. Run that power line. And now that has the ability to produce all that stuff, except for we're not running that stuff there. That stuff's actually not going into that particular thing. And so what do we need? We need modular frames, right? 10 per minute. How can we access those modular frames? Well, we can go back and we can divert the modular frames that are running over here on this side. Actually, it's on the other side over there. Divert these modular frames off of here. And again, let's see how much of modular frames we're making. We need 10 per minute. Right now, we're making 2 per minute. And over here, we're making 2 more. So we're basically making 4 per minute. So that tells you, whoa, wait a minute. It's like less than half of the production in modular frames. So modular frames is typically the thing that you have to scale up massively. We got plenty of rods. We got plenty of other stuff. But we need to really scale up our reinforced iron plates, which means we need to scale up our screws and so on. So those screws and iron plates are really going to come into handy soon as we scale all that up. Now, you see we're in kind of a little bit of a corridor here, but actually we go around the side here. Guess what? We got more room over here. We got plenty of room. So we can go in and we can go ahead and add more of this. I'm just going to take that out so we can see later. But we can add more of these over here. So we don't have to constrain it to that. We can also add more out here. And guess what? Look at this. We've got all this space too. Except for there's a little problem of our little flying guy. He'll come up over the top of this production and go right by my space elevator. And I try to leave room for him to fly by. I don't want him to run into any of my stuff. But actually, by the way, if you stand there where he comes up through the foundations, he'll take you with him. It's very fun. He's actually a solid object. You can jump on him and go for a flight if you want. I suggest you bring your jetpack and make sure your jetpack has some fuel in it, for sure. But as you can see, we go ahead and expand that production. So we definitely need to work on that. So we have to go to the lowest common denominator, which is currently is producing at 4. And so we're going to go ahead and run that out. And this is being merged together and being run this way. Now, again, we can divert this because I don't really need frames for me right now. So we can divert it in the opposite direction and run it down the line and run it over here, right? Because I can just run it over here and then run it back to this side over here, which will run to this. Now, of course, the other way we could do it is we could run along this line, but you can see we've got lots of lines running there and whatnot. And the same thing over here, lots of lines running all the way. So we want to go ahead and just kind of divert it down the current wall we have, and we'll divert it back so we don't have to micromanage that. And there we go. So we're going to go ahead and take this out. Take this merger out. Take all these particular items out. And we're going to reverse where our merger is. Like this. And we're actually going to run it like that. That's good. Run this out of here. And notice I'm just using level 3 belts. Oh, see, it didn't line up. Hold on. Hold on now. Put that merger in again. Line it up. There we go. Nice. There. And then we're going to lift it. I'm a big fan of using lifters. I don't like stuff at the ground level because it does make it a lot tougher for me to run items. Let's see. We're going to go ahead and use our wall conveyor. And let's just start at our basic level. Let's say right there. Looks good to me. Now, we need to go ahead and also say, you know what? Hold on. Let's make this math easy for us. Let's take this out. And we'll take this out. And this is still going to be producing stuff, by the way, while we're doing this. Until it backlogs into the machine. But we're going to go ahead and run this up here. And we're going to start on this first kind of middle area. That's how I like to run mine. And then we can count forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then number 6 right here. The reason why we're counting like that is that's the max distance of any one conveyor segment. So you can only go about 6 foundations for those conveyor segments. So, and that's what we want to do. We want to run max level stuff here. So we don't have a bunch of small segments that we have to come back and upgrade later, which really sucks. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. That takes way too much time. Now, this stuff is up nice and high. And we can see we're coming down into a lower level here. Into here. And we can either come up over it or we can go under it. I'm going to try to aim to go just underneath it because these are just frames, right? So these frames I could probably aim right underneath there by using, say, this and then running this. Actually, let's put these in first. And we're going to run it where that's going to run. It's going to run right here. Let's say something like that. Looking good. We need more plates. Let's go in here and find out where all my plates are. And there's a whole box of plates way over there. Way over there. But guess what? We got tons of plates just sitting in the box over here. We just grab them out of there. Right here. That's going to fire up my plate production again. Just going to go ahead and use all those plates, which is nice. All right. So we're just kind of back feeding this over here. Now, this seems very complex when you're watching someone else do it, but if you know what's going on, what's going where with what, it's not really that. They're not really that tough. So we're going to put a 2 right there. We'll go ahead and put this under here so it looks like it's being supported. And then conveyor belt right there. Now, obviously, you can see I put a 2 there, so you know I'm going to run another resource there very soon. Okay, now over here we need to say, okay, we're going to run that along. Where is going to be our central area of running our power? Because we know we're not going to leave that there. We're going to go ahead and just basically do the same thing we're doing over here, and we're going to kind of line these up across. But we need a little bit of room to run our lines, so I'm going to go ahead and move this kind of over a bit, and we're going to do something like that. So we're going to run our lines down the center here, right? So I'm going to bring them in and run them down center. We'll have a bunch that are going that side and a bunch that are going this side into the various different boxes. And that's going to become a pretty scary logistical nightmare because you're going to have conveyors running all over the place. constantly. And this is the time-consuming part of this game. And that's why you'll see me not do this, right? This is a lot of work to go in and figure out the logistics of how I'm going to run it, where I'm going to run it. Is it running fast enough? Do I have enough of this thing or enough of that thing? And so on. And one of the problems with running this real close to is that you can run it down, which works a lot better, and then run it up, right? So you can run it down to avoid hitting this one. And then this one can go up a little bit, or you can bring it up like this, and so on. But because this is heavy modular frames, it's going to be taller than the next thing I'm going to run. I can also tell it to come out via a stacker, or I can tell it via my wall hanger over here to run over this way and run down just a little bit. And I can have it come out like so. Okay, and that's going to then have a trouble running into the other thing. And we can look at it this way, see? That's going to run right into that when you come out with that bend. So how can I control that bend a little bit further and have it come out a little bit further so it doesn't run into that? Let's first take our bench out. And that's a great use of your stackers. So you go into your stacker right here, and you go ahead and, I like to make a nice perfect 90, so you go ahead and center it a bit, if it isn't lagging. Then you go 1, 2 forward, and then up, and then you can have it come out and be a perfect, beautiful 90. And then you can go ahead and say, you know what, don't even need this now. I go ahead and take this out because it's coming in nice. Now back over here, we've also got our plastic running out. We're going to go ahead and take that out of there as well. Now our plastic is actually going to need to do some manufacturing back here before it runs into here, and then also run it into here. So we're going to have to actually run it into 2 separate places for our plastic, and we'll run that back and do all of that in a minute. But let's go ahead and work on our frames first so they can start to backlog over here, because those are the things that are going to have the least amount right now. So let's go ahead and get those across. Now I can run those across, or I can run them along here. And I feel like running them along here because I feel like we're going to run a lot of stuff right down its own little channel here. And we've been using a lot of wall hangers because using wall hangers is fun. Very rare do I use wall hangers. I usually use stackers because they're just easy and faster. But if you want to make it look nice, you know, try out the wall hangers. They're pretty fun. Pretty fun stuff. And again, want to leave my roads nice and open. See the yellow part here? Those are all my roads. I leave a lot of access ways there so I don't run into those. All right, and then this right here, this lower wall, I actually don't need. But right now it's holding up this top wall. So very visually, that's what that's for. But we can go ahead and say, you know what? We're just going to divert that from there to over here. So let's say, you know what? We don't want that. We want to go ahead and bring it out a little bit like this. Now still give us our 90, but it won't run into that other wall. So we're going to take this out very nicely. And then we're going to go ahead and bring that over. So this is going to be inline as opposed to offline. Now again, watch how much structure and time and effort I have to put in just to run each and every one of these lines. It's going to be involved, everybody. It's going to be very involved. All right, and then back here, we're going to go ahead and try to run 2 resources on this side and 2 resources on that side, and that should merge together. And then over here, we're going to go ahead and bring 2 resources and 2 resources just to make it easier logistically to run into the machine. Okay, and so we're going to go ahead and use our double merger back over here on our walls. Right here. There we go. And you can basically get the gist of the idea of what I'm doing here. So I'm going to grab this, and I'm going to run that into the first one or the second one, right? Which one do you think I should do? I'm going to do the first one. The reason why is because later on, I'm going to have this come up and then drop down and go into there on the next one. You'll see. So we got that running. That's running to there, looking awesome. Now, which box do we want to put this in? Do we want to put it in the top box or the bottom box? Me, I like to put the closest one in the top box. And the reason why is if I run this here, then I have to run that up and run that over. And it doesn't really matter. You can do either. But just how I prefer is I usually do the first box, and I lift the first box. I don't know. I feel it's like closer or something into that top one. There we go. Now, we got it all the way run to the machine. It is now auto-feeding those. If I can get it going here. It's auto-feeding those into the thing. What's going on? Yeah, I noticed that. Oh my God, I forgot Stream Raiders again. Why did my alarm not go off? My alarm is like broken. Holy mackerel, we've been going for like 2 hours. Darn it. My bad, everybody, my bad. Let's get into it. Sorry, I totally zoned. Man, I've been in the zone, man. I did not start it yet. My bad. Thanks for reminding me there, Bo. I got totally sidetracked. All right, let's do it, everybody. Let's start some battles. We've been doing them all day anyway. We're going to do like 15 hours of battles. You'll be fine. Let's go, everybody. Let's do it. We're on tier 44. So we've been doing crazy tons of battles. So let's go ahead and join us, everybody. Follow that link right there in the chat. We're going to follow it up. That's why I got my mods to remind me of this stuff. They're like my memory. I get way into it. I'm having way too much fun. Go ahead and join us to that link right there. It's going to do it. Yeah, the second link is broken, Bo. I'm actually manually putting the link in right there. There's nothing I can do about it. I can't fix it live on stream. It's going to take too much time. So I'm not going to bother. I already figured that out at the beginning of the stream, that it was having that problem. There's always some sort of technical problem, everybody. It doesn't matter how hard you try. There's always something. Okay, so let's go start backlogging those modular frames in there. Awesome. Now we got to get steel beams or encased industrial beams, and we need to get screws going over here. Now, our screws are actually going to be fairly easy. And I feel like we'll go ahead and put our screws over there because those are our easiest thing. Because our screws are already running out right here. Right? They're running out. They're running through here. And right now I have them running on an MK4 belt. MK4 belt runs at a higher speed. It runs at a 480 right now. So it's running that basically 480. But guess where it's running? It's running right over here. So I could actually cut that in half to a 200 and just tap right into that and run that right down the line. How convenient is that? Because Kismet thinks this stuff out. I think this stuff through, everybody. Let's go ahead and very easily just add another line up here. We'll go ahead and take our MK3 belt. We're going to come out at 240 there. And we're going to run that right over there. Look how easy that is. Look at that. See, it's already part of our main production. So we're offloading that. Now, the screws are actually only right over here. So I could run a separate line that it could just run the screws over there. And I might do that later. But for right now, we're going to just do that because that's super easy. And then same thing over here. We're going to go ahead and grab this. We're going to raise this up higher. And we're going to do the same thing we're doing here. But we're going to do it in just a little bit. I'm going to line that up, make a nice 90, move it forward like this, and into there, across to here, into here. You get the idea, right? You get the idea. Easy peasy. Right over here. Uh-oh. We got a problem there, huh? We got a problem. We ain't doing that. No. We don't clip stuff in this stream. No, we do not. We do not clip. No. So we're going to go ahead and run right there. We're going to run right there. Now, this is going to be pretty tough to get that in there. See that? Look at that. That's going to be a tough one. So we might have to do a little bit of something here, right? I'm going to back up just a little bit. Use our wall conveyors, let's say middle. And you really need to test this out. Just try different things until you get it to go. No, that's not going to work. That's still too much, right? Still too much. Let's go ahead and try one a little more forward. And again, we can try them in different spots, right? Let's say right here. Now, you just try the end of it is what I would suggest. Just try the end of it until you get it to a spot where you like it. All right, now I'm going to jump up if I can. I don't think I can get on that conveyor. I'm going to jump up there using my ladder. So just watch it to see if it hits my thing or not. Here we go. Time will tell, right? Survey says, come on. Nope. Perfect. Print it. Go with it. Love it. All right. Perfecto. Let's do it. Right down the line. Bam. All right. Watch these screws come firing in here. Come on, screws. Now, here's another thing. If I put the screws at the bottom, the screws are not as tall, and so I didn't have to worry as much. So it actually would be better with the screws at the bottom, but I did that on purpose so you could see the difference. Either way, though, it works. By the way, even if it's clipping, it'll still work. I just don't like it. That's just me. Now, the same thing over here. Look at this. If I run this, make sure it doesn't run into that. And you're like, Kismet, it's not a beautiful 90 degree. Well, just go over here, do the same thing, right? We line it up using our thing here. Line it up nicely that way. We look this way. We say, okay, hold on. Let's just put one that way so we can see where we're going. Then we'll go ahead and use this one. And we'll line them both up nicely like this. Then we'll push this back by 1, 2 right there. And we know that's the perfect spot. And then we're going to go ahead and bring that up. Then we're going to go ahead and take this out. Then we're going to bring this across to this just to make it look beautiful. And then we're going to perfect 90 degree that. And there you go. See, right? You want it to make it look beautiful as well as be functional. There you go. So tons and tons of screws going in there now. Okay. That's looking good. That's 2 out of 4. All right. Looking nice. Now, it just so happens that I already have plastic already run. And you're like, well, Kismet, this doesn't use plastic. True. But it's going to use some other resources in the next one that we're going to need to run that plastic along the line. It uses this over here. It uses plastic, right? Computers. Computers uses plastic, but also circuit boards. So we got to build some production back here. Ooh, hold on. What are you doing? What are you doing laying around there? Laying around on the job. So we got 2 of those. So let's go ahead and work on our other stuff. Now, we just happen to be working on some encased industrial beams back here. We made our own separate production for that. How many is that producing? 6 per minute. Right? And that's running up and it's running all over there and all of that. And that's nice. But you know what would be even better? If it was running over here. If it was running back over this way. And basically, we could just turn it around and run it back in the opposite direction and run it across into the back of here. Now, we have a bunch of lines already running, so it's going to be pretty tough to get through there. We can actually kind of backlog it back through the way we were going, through that wall right there, and run that across, right? Because there's a hypertube there. We got to watch out for that. A lot of different little spots we could try to fit that in. I feel like this would probably be the toughest, and such is going to be where I'm going to try. Let's do it. Oh, look at that. We're encroaching the clearance now. We can't put that in. Sorry. Nope, too bad. Because that's now in the way. We can't even put that block back in because that's in the way. But we can take it out, put it in, put it in. It's about build order in this game, too. You build stuff in a certain order. Same thing like in Fallout and other games. Build order is very important to being able to do the stuff you want to do. All right, so we're going to running that back and whatnot. So this is not going to work out. That's going to be in the way. So we're going to go ahead and run it back a little bit and see if we can run it back behind here. And that's actually better anyway. Run it back behind here, run it out of here, and run it straight into there. That's the way to go. And so we're going to go ahead and say, okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do, instead of that, we're going to grab that one over there with the middle mouse button. And we're going to say, you know what? Let's find out where our thing is here. It is right there. That's a pretty good spot. Maybe right here. Let's see. We're coming out of there. Let's say right about here. I feel like that's pretty good. And we only need a single because we're just going to bring a single there. And I feel like I'll also bring another single there. We'll come back to that one in a minute. So we got to get it from over here, back over there, and up into there, and around this thing. And in fact, well, let's just finish this off here. Let's just say, you know what? You go into there, and you go into that one. There we go. So we started at the end, and we're going to work our way backwards. And now we need to get that across. Now, this is going to be super easy because you just go over here. You just line that up. Say, you know what? I want it to go right there. And so we'll run that up. We need to figure out how many we're at. We're at 4 up. And we need to run that across there. Now, it just happens to be high enough. Oops, wrong direction. It just happens to be high enough that it's going to go over the top of our ramp here. So it's not going to be in our way. Let's double check it by running it. Across there. Perfect. We can even drive our vehicle through there, no problem. So we need to go ahead and divert this back in the opposite direction. Take this out, take that out. Now I'm going to leave the rest of that structure in case I need it later. But easy peasy. And way up there we're going to run it. We're going to run it way up. There we go. So we don't interfere with the current structure. Now we're going to run right here and go, ah, God. Ah, God. Ah, God. It doesn't reach. Of course it doesn't. That's the whole rule of the game, is that it's not going to reach. That is the law of running conveyor belts. Now we're going to run this up here just a little bit. Let's go one more. Right there. And then we're going to use our conveyor wall pole. So we can go ahead and run it to there. Let's see if we can get it from here to run to this conveyor wall pole. Ah, there we go. Back chaining that nicely into there. And that's it, bro. We got it done. GG. GG. What do we got over here? Ooh, a bunch of those things. Okay. Now that's going to run, and that's going to run our third element in there, which is going to be our encased industrial beam. So now it's no longer going to run up to our storage, and that's okay. We want to basically, right now I don't need encased industrial beams. What I need is tons of heavy modular frames. That's what I need. And there we go. So 3 out of 4. Now steel pipes, actually not that hard either, because we have all of our steel pipes feeding in this side, and we've got our steel pipes feeding out of this side over here as well. There they are, coming out of there. And basically just stopping right there. So we can go ahead and say, okay, where could we run on this side our steel pipes out without running into something, right? That's the hardest thing. The hardest thing is like, oh God, I don't want it to hit anything, right? That's going to be in the way there. Maybe up just a little bit. Let's try something like that. And say, okay, wait a minute. We got our steel beams here. We want our steel beams to go up. Now, here's the thing about this, is that these are not just feeding at the bottom level. They're also an output up here, right? This actually has an output up there. So we don't necessarily have to run that at this lower level. We can run it at the much higher level way up there. And so we can run that across. So we're going to go in here, figure out which one's which, right? It's this one right here. We're going to go to that upper level, which is also an output right here. And we're going to say, okay, let's run this right to here. And there we go. Hopefully no clipping. There we go. No clipping. No nothing. Should be running out of that into here. How do we know if it's running out? Well, we got to go look. All right, so we'll go ahead and say, okay, it's running out to there. Let's just spaghetti city it down here if we can. I doubt it we can. Run it down here. Can we do it? Oh, God. Okay, we can't see. What's another way we could do it? Well, we can go ahead and run our conveyor down if we had enough things. We got to go get more stuff. But we could run a conveyor down and see if it's coming down on the conveyor as well. Now, let's see. We might be running low on steel beams. Oh, we got some right here. Nice. Luckily, I made a lot of extra of those. Okay, we got way too many of those on us. Let's take those off. Right there. Okay, so we'll do this again. Right here. Let's see, we spaghetti city this a little bit. Oh, there it is. I call that spaghetti city, where you just go ahead and run it down, see if it comes down the conveyor. I hate it clipping, though. But we're going to see, okay, is that the right conveyor? Hold on, is we running? Yeah, it's running. They're there. But is it running out or is it running in? Right, that's the question. So we know it's coming out of this one. Right, we know it's coming out of this bottom one. And it's going into the second one. Oh, okay, and then up, out of the top one. Right, so in theory, it should run that out. And we should see some steel beams at the end coming down here. Now, let's go ahead and backlog a little bit of this. Make sure that we are on the right one, the third one up. We look down here. We got little steel beams. But why are we not seeing any of our steel beams? That's the question. Because earlier, we saw there was something going on with our steel beams over here that we need to go and look at our production. So we're going to go run and look at our production on this side. I love figuring out all this logistics. It's one of my favorite things in the game. Okay, now look at that. It says it's green. Why is it green? What the heck? What's going on over here? Why is it not doing what we want it to do? We've got our pipes set. We got this going. What's going on? Oh, we must have accidentally, from really far away, screwed up our line. See, because when we were taking out all the stuff, remember I was talking about that earlier, that you can accidentally hit something from really far away? I knew that was, potentially I knew that was what it was. So yeah, that basically screwed that up. So let's go ahead and rerun our line. And then now we'll have our steel beams running again. There we go. Very nice. Oh my God, look at this. Look at this. I accidentally took out my other thing as well. Look at this. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, now we got to go in and we got to fix this. Now I might have just done that, or I might have done that earlier. But it's always something. That's why I'm always watching out when I'm using control for all of that. And the other alarm went off. My Stream Raiders, for some reason, I don't know why. I either just don't hear my Stream Raiders thing, or I was just so much in the zone. But I don't feel bad at all, everybody. I've been running 15 hours of battles every day during the week. You guys literally have hundreds and hundreds of hours worth of battles in this event. I don't feel that bad, but a little bit bad. All right, let's go ahead and put this one back in. Okay, our line's in the way. How can that line be in the way? Huh. Hey Siri, what's 240 divided by 40?
240 divided by 40 is 6.
It's 6. So we have 4 over here. 2, 3, 4. Huh. Something doesn't seem right here. Now that I think about it. That's a foundry. It's going the wrong way too. Yeah, there's something going on with my production here. Why can't I not select the recipe? Something funky chicken. Look at that. Well, let me select the recipe. There's something funky chicken there, everybody. So it's coming in at 40. Huh. That should be a 240 node. I think we got that set up for 120. Oh, it's because our coal is only coming in at 120. That's why. That's why. Yeah. Because we haven't taken out the coal plant yet, which is going to double this production. All right, so it should be 6. Right now we have it at 3. And we also have it reduced to do that. But, man, I can't make my... I can't choose my stuff. All right, well, you know what? I'll just do what I got to do here. So that should be feeding coal to the top. That's feeding down. All right, well, I'm having some sort of weirdness going on with my foundries, but you know what? Let's power it up. And maybe it'll let me do what I need to do. Oh boy, this is what happens when you have early access game. My foundries are broken. That's going to make it really hard for me to tool that up. Reload. Just when you reload, everybody. Let's save game. Foundry. Not selecting. Let's reload the game. See if it fixes it. I find either quitting the game or reloading typically does it. See, when I was taking all that stuff out, I hit that stuff. Oh, I hate that. I hate that I did that. Ugh. It's going to slow our production down. All right, let's hope it fixes it. Please, please, please fix it. I don't want to do this all day. That's what I did. I accidentally hit the plus. It's not the game at all. Kismet failed. Now, here's the thing in life, everybody. When it's your fault, just say, my bad. I made a mistake. And then you roll on. I made a mistake, everybody. I don't even ever turn that down. I don't know why you would turn it down in the first place, but I must have accidentally clicked it and turned that down. That's too funny. That's too funny. All right. Well, hey, now we know for future points. So let's go ahead and tell it to do still ignis. There we go. All right. Now we're going to get our still ignis going. That's feeding in there nicely. And there we go. And then this one's going to do this whole separate line over here, which is why it was separate like that. Because I just took this thing out. I accidentally took my foundry out, not my line. There we go. 45 per minute. And this is going in at 20. So it definitely has extra. And then this is going to go ahead and now get a bunch. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Nope. We need to make sure we're not accidentally putting the ore in there, which we're doing. Hold on, we got to take the ore out now. Because I done screwed that up. I ran the ore directly instead of running the ignites, but that's okay. Just take it out, run it again. Sometimes what happens is it'll still get stuck. We'll have one in the front, see, like that. You can try to grab it. Pretty tough to grab out of there. You know what's much easier? Just take the line back out. So much easier. Ah. Throw some of this coal away. Pick that up. There we go. See, still again. Still again. Hold on. Let's just throw it away. Normally I would throw in the awesome sink, but I don't feel like running it over there. Keep doing it until it clears. Same thing over here. Taking it out too. I can take the splitter out too. That's another way of clearing it. Alright, we clear now? There we go. Alright, steel pipe production back up again. I knew there was something when I was watching the line and wasn't running down the line. I knew I had screwed something up. So, GG. GG, problem solved. Off and running. Again, they do a lot of problem solving in manufacturing, for sure. That's pretty much what you're doing all the time, is problem solving. Alright, there we go. Alright, nice pipes going down the line there. And we need our pipes, because we want to run them into here. Okay, and again, we got plenty of stuff, and this is starting to backlog screws in there, which is awesome. And what else? We've backlogged all of those in there. Again, the only thing we need is steel pipes. We want to bring them in at 30. We're going about 25 right now. Now, they're already running along here, which is why I was waiting to see them. All right, they're running across the top here. So what I'm going to do is just say, you know what? Don't run there. All right, just run from where you're at into there. And that's going to just straight up run them right into here. How easy, right? When you got your structure already kind of set up and you got it running in such a way that you can divert it later on, it just makes it so easy. I call it retooling the plant, right? So you're retooling the plant so it's now running in a certain direction. Now this is just going to run itself. Nothing I need to do now is going to perpetually run. Is it going to run it at full speed? Probably not, because we're really not producing enough modular frames and enough stuff. But I'm going to go ahead and just prime it by throwing a bunch of steel pipes in there. And it's going to run all the excess that it has now while the rest of it is running in. And then we're going to go in and we're going to retool our steel and tier that up next as well. But let's go ahead and run our other stuff for our computer so we get those going as well. Now, where is it going to when it comes out of here? Now, again, we have a lot of complex stuff running all over the place. We got lots of stuff running from side to side. But this higher level resource, I'm going to just make it higher up, right? And we've already run back some of the resources that we want to run, right? This is our lower one. That's for our other thing. This right here is going to be for our heavy modular frames. So we're going to try to find a spot. I'm going to just run the conveyor through there. That's got to be kind of fun, just run a conveyor through there. But I'm going to try to be good. Try to be good and not do that. I feel like we could probably run it around the side here and then run it back. Let's take a look at that. Let's see if I like that. Let's say, again, which one is the top one? Say we're going to run that straight through there and try to run it around there. Back up. A little bit of lag you see happen from time to time. That's the save lag. It's auto saving. It's not that my machine is lagging, it's just it saves it for me automatically, so that'll happen. Okay, so that's going to hit that. Definitely don't like the fact that it hits there, but we'll fix that. I'll go ahead and take this out, move this forward to there. Take this out. We don't need a little small segments. I don't like to do small segments. I like to do as long of a segment I can so that when I come back and upgrade it later, I don't have that problem. So look at all this stuff running everywhere. Now we could run it directly through there into there, and that seems pretty fun. But I feel like here's what we'll do. We'll take this out. We'll do it legit, right? We'll do this. We'll take this out. We'll go ahead and do a splitter here again. We'll put this back in. All right, there we go. And then we can take this and we can kind of run it around the corner. Now later on, you're going to see when I get into the later stages, I'm literally going to tear everything back down again. Everything. All of it. And you're like, whoa, Kismet, that's crazy, bro. Well, that's the stream you just wandered into. That's the stream you're in. So if you like crazy, welcome to the stream. All right, let's go ahead and put that right there. Let's see if we can get it around so it's not touching our hypertubes. Around a little bit more. Oof, still touching it just a little bit. No touchy-touchy. Here's what we'll do. We'll go ahead and do this. And we're going to put that right there. How about we do that instead? Yeah, let's do this. That. Nope, not a double. We want a single. Ah, we accidentally just took that other one out over there. My bad, my bad. Let's do that again. All right. Back in again. Take this out. Again, it's all about build order. You got to build it in a certain order for it to work. If you don't, it doesn't. There we go. And like that. Then across from here into there. Not hitting our hypertube. Taking this out. Heavy. Raise up into there. And that's going to run down and run into our box. Now the only thing we have left to do is take it out of this thing and run it in there. How many has it done so far? It's done 7. And so now we're just going to say, okay, awesome. Take this and run it. Now we got to watch out because this one's going to be running too, so we got to lift that one up and over there. But that's okay. We'll get this. And we're going to go ahead and just run this one low and run the other one high. Now we run it to there. We want to make sure it doesn't clip through the thing of this, and it's pretty perfect. And that now it's going to run through there. And how do we know it's working? Well, we get up on the side here, and we make sure that we see, oh, there they went. That we see a whole bunch of heavy modular frames going through there, right? And you're like, well, Kismet, where are they going? They're actually going upstairs, up above, into my storage area. And so we'll go up into there, and we'll see if it ends up in the box. If it doesn't end up in the top box, there's something wrong. Oh, it already did. I saw it just come out the front right there. But if it doesn't end up in the top box, then there's something along the way to do it. All tiers done? No, not in this playthrough. I've played through like 20 times. I started all over again here in the more advanced area. And right now I'm in tier number 6. And we're going to work on tier 7. But we're having a little fun today. We made basically 4,000 power. That's right. We're at 4,000, roughly 4,000 power right now. We're actually going to double that amount of power. But first, we got to make a bunch of heavy modular frames. Now, this is a set it and forget it, everybody. It's just going to keep pumping heavy modular frames in there all day, every day. Now, I could literally just go AFK right now, come back in like 5 hours, and guess what? This box is going to have a lot of heavy modular frames. But another thing we need to get going, computers. Let's get on to that now. Let's do it. Now, I feel like we get our heavy modular frames and computers going. Forget about it. Forget about it. We're into tier 7, easy peasy, for sure. Okay, so let's do our computers over here. Now that we got that one done. So we need circuit boards, cables, plastic, and screws. Now, we already have plastic, so we got to get the plastic from over there to over here. All right, so we want to go ahead and run that along. Now, look at all this stuff I have running all over the place. And we want to get it to the back of it because we want to go ahead and do the same thing I'm doing here. Now, why do I want to do this, by the way? Why do I want to have these boxes here? So I can do this. Just kind of manually overflow feed stuff that's supposed to go in there. Let's see what's going in this one. I think this is our pipes here, right? I literally just put it in there. I can't remember. Yeah, these are our pipes. So we can kind of manually feed some of this if we want to speed it up a little bit. And we can go in and we can say, you know what? I'm going to throw some power shards in this sucker, and I'm going to manually feed some of the back. So I can do a combination of auto feeding, and then if I have excess resources, just throw the excess resources in there. Works pretty fantastic. It actually acts as a bit of a sorter, so I don't have to deal with it. All right, now what do we got going here? These are our case industrial beams coming through. So, man, I got a bunch of those. Screw it. I'll just throw them in there. Let those go ahead and super feed, and kind of super feed in there and get those going. Nice. So that's why I do boxes in the back. Again, we already did screws, so we'll take one stack back out. Also, what it does is it creates a nice backlog of stuff. So say if I'm running around and I need whatever's supposed to go in this top one, which I think is plastic or something. No, we got screws down there, and this is modular frames. So if I have some extra modular frames, which I totally do, let's go ahead and just pound some of those in there, and it's going to run it. Now, I can actually put it right in the machine as well, which is usually the better idea, to put it right in the machine. But if I have more than fits in the machine, I just put it in the box. And plus, these are running at way faster than it needs to run. These are all running at 3, level 3. which is basically 270. All right, so it's coming in there at 270, and if I can get this thing. None of these are even close to 270 other than screws. Screws is at 200. Believe me, it's running so many screws in there. It is way at 200 per minute. For sure, for sure. It's got way a lot of screws. So that's going to run in there nicely. Now look at that. Look at that. That's going to run at 2 per. Now, if I wanted to burn some of these resources, if I have a bunch of extra resources, I could start feeding some overclocking and burn some of the resources and then take it back down again to underclock it to be very power efficient. All right, so that one's ready to go. It's doing its thing. We're good to go. And then same thing over here. Let's go ahead and get it going on. We'll go ahead and grab this. Oh, there we are. Time for a battle. We're going to actually need some of these things back because I just put them all in there. Come back out of there, you. That's why it's really hard to find the corner of this thing. There we go. So we're going to take some of these out. Back out again. We're going to go take, split the stack. And we'll go ahead and put half of these back in. There we go. Half of those back in so we can go ahead and make more containers. And we'll hit F, middle mouse button. And again, I like to sit them like this. Now, if you're having trouble lining this up, by the way, I suggest you use the splitter first. You should just kind of line up a splitter. Just so you know your stuff is lined up. And then you put in a box. Because now the splitter is going to allow you to see that green line, which is going to allow you to line up your box. And again, I do them too high like this. And then I just take that out. So it really helps a lot if you're trying to line up off of that stuff. And let's go ahead and do our stream raiders. I'm going to try to keep it going every 30 minutes for the next so many hours, all day, every day. Let's go. And I do apologize for the late start on that. I totally got into Satisfactory and forgot. I have a tendency to do that, even though I set an alarm for it. I should really set an alarm via Surrey. I'm going to do that next time. Next time. The Surrey's alarm is way more annoying. That other alarm is like, it's too mellow. There we go. All right, we brought in the win too. All right, first battle, first win. All right, let's do this, everybody. Let's gear this up. Let's keep going. Now we're going to try to run all the way over here. I feel like we're actually, no, we're going to go up. We're going to go up and over, and then this one. That's where we're going. All right, let's go ahead and get you guys the silver chest. Let's go ahead and run right here in the middle. I prefer to go right here middle. And then we can run in there if there's any mobs there. Come and join us, everybody. This is free to play. Everybody in the chat's playing it. You might as well follow that link. And come join us for some Stream Raiders. Again, sorry for the delay on that. I do love all my Stream Raider peeps. Sometimes Kismet has a little bit of brain problems. A little bit of brain problems. All right, let's go snag some more of these. Oh, wait, let's go look in our box. See if we have some extra laying around in our junk boxes over here. That's where I drop all my random stuff. I do. I got a bunch of them in there. All right, awesome. And again, we'll line this up off of this one. And then also we'll look at the cross line. There's another line that goes between the two boxes, so it lines the boxes up off each other as well. This will allow me to see if the stuff is running in there. And so we run that into there. And then I like to put the lifters on the machine and then lift them from there, as opposed to running them from the box. Just makes it easier. Let's see, we got any more of those. Now we're going to start running low on steel beams and all of this stuff. And that's because we are now diverting all of those resources elsewhere. Let's take this one out. We'll just take that one out and use the resources from that one. All right, and we're doing a lifter. We got enough? Nope, not enough. Okay, so what we're doing is we're diverting a lot of this over here. So we're going to need to go over here and say, okay, do we got any extra in our production right here? Any extra in there? Not really. Not really. We got only 7 of 4. So not a lot there. Let's go ahead and go up to the next level and see if we have any extra just sitting in the box over here that we can use. And I like to produce a lot extra, so I can just run over here in the box, go over here and grab it out. But we can see it's obviously not any extra in there. So we got a bit of a problem there. A bunch of extra pulls, though, so we go ahead and just pull those out because they're not going to pull from the top box. They're only going to pull from the lower boxes. And the same thing with this. This is just going to pull from a lower box as well. So I'm going to run back. And at least put our poles in here, because guess what it's going to do? It's going to speed this pole feeding up as well. So let's just put that in there. Grab a bunch back for us. That's going to allow it to backlog a little bit as well. But we definitely need to get some of these items here. So we're running that down. Is that still running straight? Yeah, it's still running straight. Up in there went my headphones. Oh, but it stopped. So there's something that stopped it here. And oops, somehow I lost my run. Yeah, we lost again, probably when I was holding down control and doing all that crazy stuff. Or I think I might have taken it out. When I think about it. Let's run into there. That's probably supposed to connect over there. All right, let's go back and look where we're running our stuff. Yeah, right to here. So that conveyor belt got disconnected. Again, the dangers of using the control key. All right, there's all those extra ones. Actually, we just pick them up as they go by. Because we're running some of them to storage so we can use them, and then some of them into there. Now, what it's going to do, though, is it's going to have less for that, and you know, it's going to have half the amount. But we're going to double this up here in a minute, so we'll have plenty. We'll have plenty to run that. But right now, we just need some to run some lifters. And so we can get this going over here. Big time. So let's go ahead and put our lifters in, and we'll run them up. Turn them this way, and we'll run it just below that top pole there. Same thing here, just below the top pole. Turn it this way, and then run this into there. That there. Okay, now we got to get our plastic over here, and a few other resources to run over to this side, and a few resources to run to this side. So we're going to do basically the same thing we've been doing. I'm going to go ahead and use our walls. Let's say right here. That's going to be too close. Too close. Well, let's do our walls here. I can tell you already that's going to be too close. Need some concrete. Let's get that going. Why does it sound like my sound's off? Oh, because my headphones died. That's why I can't hear it. Why don't you use the jetpack? Great question. That is a great question. I will get to that in just a second. My headphones have died, so I got to put them in the case like that. But I happen to have another set, and I switch back and forth between the sets throughout the stream. And I will explain why I don't use the jetpack. Let's go ahead and do it. Let me fix my audio, though. Let's switch to my new headphones. There we go. Bam. All right, there we go. So the reason why I don't use the jetpack is because I'm using the blades right here. Why do I use the blades? They make me run faster. Also, they allow me to jump up onto conveyor belts. Right? Now, I could use the jetpack as well to get up on conveyor belts and do all of that. But with the jetpack, guess what you need? You need fuel. And to make that fuel, you need more production. And that costs more of your time. And your time is your most valuable thing. And for me, 90% of the time, I'm never using that jetpack anyway. Because I have the blade things. Now, the blade things allow me also to jump down from high places. So if I'm way up here and I want to jump down, bam, I took no damage from way up there. I jump down from the upper level down here, I'll take a little bit of damage, and then you know what will happen? And you'll see my damage, by the way, normally on my things at 3 all the time. Because the reason why is if I fall, take a little damage, it'll automatically heal me back up to 3. I don't have to use any of my resources to do it. And I'm 99% of the time at the base, just running and retooling and rerunning. That's why I use the blade runs. Occasionally I'll use the jetpack. I used to use the jetpack a lot for transport before they had hypertubes. And you know this, right? Where you put in your, your level 5 belt or whatever, and you stand here and it goes woohoo, and it launches you off of there like a catapult, and you're flying across your whole entire base to get to the other side, and then you use your jetpack so you don't splat on the ground, and you're like, and then down you go, right? That's typically what I would use the jetpack for. But I like the blade runners, faster, better, stronger, like the Bionic Man kind of thing. So I feel that is a better use, that I use it for a better use for that. Now, we're going to do the same thing we did over there, and then we need to get some concrete. We need to run over here and grab some. Now, I have a bunch of extra resources that I just threw here, so I don't have to run as far that we were working with earlier. Let's get these out of here now. Let's get this. We'll leave that plastic stuff. We're going to move that back over to its appropriate box here in a minute. let's get all this extra. Oops, I don't need that much. Get this. Oof, look at all these extra we got there. Nice. That's a lot of computers right there. That is a lot of computers. So we got that going. Speaking of, we need to actually make a whole another line for that. Okay. So we want to make circuit boards. Now we got to make 25 per minute. So we got to have our plastic coming in at a certain rate to make that 25. I'll make this bottom one my my circuit boards because it's going to be easier because I can run my stuff in there. So we're going to go ahead and put our assembler down, which we're going to be missing our cable because I put all the cable back instead of taking a few of it back for myself because I do that quite often because I'm already on to the next thing in my mind. There we go. Got to take a few of those back. Okay. So we got to actually create another production over here to create those circuit boards that will actually go to our computers. So we're going to go ahead and put our assembler down just randomly right there. And we're going to take a look. Okay, do we make it here in the assembler? We do. We do get circuit boards. What do we make it out of? Copper sheets and plastic. So there's another lines that we need to run. Now we actually run the plastic line once because the plastic is both going to go into the manufacturer and also go into our circuit board production. Now, how many circuit boards per minute do we need? Now, we have a lot of power. If you don't believe me, look at this. Boom! We have about 3750 power, and we're only using 1,000. So we have 2,000 more power overhead that we can use. We got a lot of power. We can make a lot of stuff now, and that's what was so fun about today. And you'll see, I'll run back and show you my current power. Basically, we have 16 oil going right now, and we can make 32 more. That's right, 32 more oil power I can run over there, which is basically double the amount of power, 8,000 power. And that's going to take me all the way through the rest of the game. There's no more power I'll need to build than that. That'll be way beyond the amount of power that I need because I very well balance my factory where it's only building stuff as I need it in the moment, right? So instead of it, everything's on at the same time and you're using, 5, 6, 7, 8,000 power, it only comes on when I need it in that moment. When I need a little of this and a little of that and a little of this comes on, a little of that comes on, it goes on and off. And you'll see that it does that nice little wave of when it needs those particular resources. So it doesn't just go, whoa, like that. Yeah, you don't want it. You don't want that to happen because then it just kicks off your power and then you're running around, fixing the power all the time. Yeah, I played through that way before. That's not a fun way to play because you're constantly having issues. So we need 2 more resources, but we really only need 1. We need copper sheets run over here. Now, the cool thing is, right over here, I happen to be running all my copper sheets right over here down the line over on this side. Now, these are where I'm producing all of my various different copper stuff. And you can see I've got a bunch of copper ingots coming in on this side. And then running out on this side is going to be my various stuff. So we've got wires running there. Here's the wires are turning into cables, and those are running across and all the way back up into the storage. Now over on this side, we have our copper sheets, which we can then turn around and run in the opposite direction. Now here's what I'm doing right here. I'm taking this side, and it's merging together here in the middle. And then it's running that up and over there. Now how much of these are we producing? Well, we could go ahead and kind of extrapolate based on what our output is of this one. This one's 10. We've got how many of these? 3. So that's 30. On that side, how many do we got? Well, guess what? 3 more. So that's 60. So 60 copper sheets going out in any given minute. Now, instead of running it all the way back to the thing, I can come over here and, of course, divert that out of there. So it's not running that way anymore. So it's just coming across up to there. I can just run it out from up here and then run it back over to where I need it. Or even better, because this is coming from the front. The smarter thing to do is to actually run it away from all my current lines because it's going to run into those. And that's to run it over here and then run it way back over this way. And then I can just couple it with this one and run it to here and run it across above all of this and then run it behind the thing and run the copper sheets over there, which is going to run to this production. And I will actually run it way back. And the reason why I run it way back is because I don't want it to obstruct my roads and things like that. And I'll run it way back and have it come behind here because this production is going to be going backwards from where it is. Okay, so we're going to do that. Now, again, notice we leave lots of room, and we don't have it jammed up right up on there unless you want to. Hey, it's your game. You do whatever you want. But me, I'm going to go ahead and line this up to that box and move it forward just a bit here. But enough to see the actual line running. That's a little too far. A little too far. We got plenty of room, though. We got plenty of room. We don't have to really make it like, I gotta have it right up on the thing. But, you know, that's fun to do, really super efficient. But I like to have it a little bit back because I always like to make sure that when I'm running by that I can see that stuff going. Right? Like when we found out that our poles weren't working because I was holding down control and like going to town, taking stuff out, right? All of a sudden, boom, I took out one of my things and then it caused my whole entire production line of pipes to stop. And that's not good because I need a lot of those pipes right now. And so I like to be able to see it. And then also I can see the gap between the item that's running. If there's a gap there, there's something wrong. There's something wrong if I have it running at maximum speed. Now, sometimes that means that it's going at the right speed. But if there's a gap between like this and going into there, then I know there's an issue. So you can find an issue just by seeing the speed at which the thing is running along the belt as well. So we need to make some circuit boards. Now, I'm actually going to take this out again. You know why? Because this is not enough circuit boards. And this is not enough. I need definitely a lot more. How much plastic am I producing, though? How do we know? Well, we got to run back and we got to go look. Because heck if I remember. Heck if I remember, we got to go way back over there and we got to check and see how much plastic. Let's go. And you're like, Kismet, show us your plastic production. All right, let's do it. We're going to boost our plastic production because I know I'm going to need a lot more. Because I need plastic production not only to go into making the circuit boards, but I also need plastic production to go directly into the manufacturer to make computers. So I knew that eventually I was going to pull out this power, which I used to have over here, and move it to my main power, which I have over on the other side, which we'll get all of that. We'll make a bunch more power here in a minute. But meanwhile, guess what it's doing? It's making me tons of modular frames, heavy modular frames over there that I can use to build more power. And so I'm always thinking in terms of what's the most important thing for me to do next that leads me to the next thing. Now, I made a big old mess over here, everybody, so I'm going to come over here and clean up my mess a little bit here. There we go. Let's clean that up. Let's clean all this up. We don't want that stuff going there. Look how it runs underneath there. That's just too cool. I like that a lot when it runs under there. All right, we got a bunch of structure over here that we had over here for our power that we were running earlier, but we no longer need it. Let's take all this out, clean this up nicely. And again, watch out when you're using that control, bro. That control is a dangerous thing. Because control allows you to take up to 50 things out. And if you do it right, you're fine. But if you misclick something, boom, one of your things gets taken out way off in the distance, so you can't even see where you were. All right, so we're taking that out. Now over here, we've got our production going. And we're going to see what we're producing. We're producing plastic and heavy oil residue. And you're like, oh, Kismet, what are you using your heavy oil residue for? We're doing petroleum coke. And what does petroleum coke turn into? Well, basically, it's like coal, but only suckier. It's basically coal. Look at it's backlogged 192 in there, too. And I only got this going at 50%. So basically, that petroleum coke is running out of there and running all the way up to our power on the other side. And it's actually producing coal power over there. But guess what we're going to do with that petroleum coke? We're actually going to run that into the awesome sink now because we don't need that coal power. We don't need any of that at all. We can run just purely on oil power now. And we can use the coal, which is the most valuable thing that I need right now, to double our steel production. So we're going to go ahead and look here again and say, look, we're producing 20 here. And then over here, we're doing another one for it, which is 20. So we have a total of 40 plastic production going right now. Now we're going to run back and we're going to look and see what we got going on in there again. Let's go. So, and also, good idea to write this stuff down. At least I do, because I forget this stuff. So 40 plastic production right now. There we go. All right, I write it down in a little notepad. I keep up on my other machine. All right, there we are. Okay, now let's keep on going. And we also want to unlock our trains, so we're not going to use our trains too early. We're going to use those to bring far away resources and also just to ride the trains because it's very fun to make your own little train set in game and just ride them to different parts of the whole entire map. One of these playthroughs, I'm going to tap every node, every single node, and just make stuff just because I can. Not because I need it or nothing, just because I want to tap every single node in the entire game. And I'll probably wait for a release on that. And we'll do the ultimate node tapping playthrough. It'll be crazy. And that one I'll probably might feed into Central too. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Might use trains for that because some of those nodes are really far away. But you can build bases at different areas and build manufacturing in different areas with its own separate power. It doesn't have to run into your central power to run all of that. Okay, so again, we're running 40. What do we need? Right here, this needs 30. So if this only needed 10, we'd be styling, right? So we go over here and say, okay, does it just need 10 plastic? Oh, God. It needs 45 plastic. So it needs 35 more plastic. So that ain't going to be enough plastic, bro. That is not enough plastic. Now, I just happen to have a ton of extra because I've been backlogging a bunch of it. But that ain't going to be enough. That ain't going to be enough for sure. Now, here's the problem. Another problem on top of that plastic problem, and I knew this was coming because I've played through multiple times before, is the fact that we need 25 circuit boards per minute. Now, back here, guess what? We ain't producing no 25 per minute. We're producing 7.5, bro. Now, I could crank this up and just overclock it, but I feel like the most efficient thing is not overclocking. The most efficient thing is actually building multiple of those machines, and then they're using a lot less power. Like this uses 15 megawatts. If I crank it up, like great example, if I want to make double the amount I'm making right now of this, right? So 200% of this. If I make 200% of this, it's going to cost me 110 megawatts. How do I know? It actually says how many megawatts it used right here, 55. So it's going to use 110. Now, if I crank it all the way up and overclock this sucker to 250%, right, or even 200%, it's going to be 200 megawatts. So twice as much power. Twice as much power to overclock it than to just make more, right? But then, of course, you have more structure and more lines and more things you have to run. But it's way less power. And so that's what we're going to do now. Now, normally I do overclock it when I'm in between the tiers and I'm trying to get my power built up. And then after that, I don't. I let it go at its normal speed. So we're going to need at least 2 of these. So let's go ahead and take that out. And of course, if we need 2 of these, we need even more plastic, don't we? Yes, we do. So let's go ahead and get that going as well. So I'm just walking you guys down the road, as you can see. I like to think of it in terms of what we need at the end and work our way backwards. So we're going to need to run 2 lines of plastic and 2 lines of copper. Now, again, we're going to go ahead and look at, speaking of copper, we're going to go ahead and look at our copper. Now, again, what do we need? We need copper at 15 per minute. Guess what? We're producing it a whole bunch over there, right? We're producing 60 per minute over there. So we have plenty of copper sheets being produced. Do it. Now, we also need copper sheets for running lines, like running pipes and things like that. So we make sure we have a bunch of extra so we can use it for pipes and things that we're running. So definitely want to have that extra. But that's going to be 7.5. So that's 14 plus another 5. So basically it's 15 and 15. So it's 30 going to be running out of here. So 30 going to be running out of here, circuit boards, and then running into here, which needs 25. So we're good. We're good. So we run it. And we can even underclock it and make it exactly 25 if we want. I'm not going to, but we can because I want to backlog a bunch of it in there. And then when I find out one of my resources, and it's going to be some of this stuff, so whichever resource doesn't have enough, then I will go make more of that resource so that they can all rise up and be super efficient, and then maybe even overclock it a little bit, maybe overclock it some more if I have a lot of extra resources. And then it'll burn all the resources in the box, and then it will go back, and I'll bring it back down again to be at speed. If I have a full box of every single thing, I should be overclocking that, because it should be just running it all in until the boxes are empty. And it basically shows you the flow of your items, right? It's a great kind of double check of your items to see how much it's being flowed in. And if you have a massive overflow, then crank it up. So it just burns all of that up, and then you get it into a rhythm where it's just actually going. Because right now it's backlogging a ton of stuff into that other box over there, and we're going to backlog a bunch of this. Okay, let's keep going. So we're going to go ahead and merge this on this side. I'm going to do a fun little center merge here. Right there. Again, we're just running everything at MK3. Let's screw it. We're just running everything at level 3, even though it doesn't need to. Because we can make a ton of that, and we're going to make a ton more here in a minute. Into there. Okay, so those are running into there. We want to tell it what to do. Circuit board. And over here. So you need to take care of this first before you start working on that other stuff. Because this is definitely going to need a lot to run in there. So now I need to split it again back here. And the same thing behind here. We want to go ahead and say, okay, we need 2 different types of resources. And this one, what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of center it back a little bit like this. And I'm going to stack it up. Oh, I need some more of those. Let's go over here and see if we can find some. Now, I can also drive my vehicle around and whatnot. I find it's longer to put the vehicle down, get in the vehicle, drive for short distances. You're going long distances, definitely. But for short distances, I can just run there, just in just about the same speed. There we go. So now we got a bunch extra running over here so we can use it when we need it. As well as we're still doing those encased industrial beams. A bunch. Look at this thing doing its thing. Look at it doing its thing. Do your thing over there. Make me a bunch of those suckers so I go over there and all of a sudden I got a whole gigantic box full of those things. I can build power for days. All right, we got that going there. We doubled up there. We're going to go ahead and double up on our stuff back here. And then what we're going to do is just do a little and a little like that, right? And then I usually go ahead and do some lifters just so they don't run into each other. A little. Oh, too steep. Too steep. No problem. No problemo. We know what to do. We know what to do. Bada bing, bada boom. I'm going to run it this way. And bada bing, bada boom. We can look at how many lines are on the side. 1, 2, 3. And then just above the fourth one. Or just about the fourth one. So 1, 2, 3. And just about the fourth one here. And then turn this way. We kind of match those up nicely. Oh, actually I did. I think I did that. About perfect. No. We don't touch. No. No clipping. No, bad. I thought I had to raise that up just a little bit. Let's do it. Raise it up just a little bit more. No clipping. Let's just eyeball it. Let's try that. Yes. More yes. Oh, look at that. Beautiful production. Now, basically, we're going to split the two resources in half, right? The copper sheets and the plastic. So now, like I said, I'm going to run that plastic way back here. But we're also going to need some power, but conveniently, I just happen to have a little power plug right over here, so we can get these powered up and ready to rock. Right over there. Believe me, we got plenty of extra power. So, we need some plastic, we need some copper sheets. So let's go ahead and run those plastic and copper sheets way back here, up on the top here. And we're going to go ahead and say, we'll just go ahead and have it double up. We'll double it up into the thing. Now, sometimes you see me fooling around. By the way, I'm doing this and I'm clicking this. That's me visualizing it in my head, how I'm running the lines and where I'm going and doing all of that stuff. I don't even see this. I don't see anything. I'm in my head. I'm in my head visualizing. And sometimes that's why I'll do that. I'll be clicking this because I'm visualizing where I want to run all the lines. Kind of a fun thing to do if you're good at it. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And even if you're not good at it, also a good habit to get into, visualizing all of your stuff. Let's see right there. This is going to be maximum distance. Right there. And right there. So again, we'll go ahead and run this across here. Run that in the top one. Run in the bottom one. We'll run it up a little bit so we don't run into it. And there we go. Plastic and copper. Easy. Easy. Now we're running plastic out way down here. Out of the thing here. Right here. Now we no longer need it to run out of there. So we're going to say, you know what? Change my mind. Never mind. And we're going to take this out. Put this in. There we go. Never mind on that. We're going to go ahead and grab this. And we're going to try to get it up onto this wall here. Try to get it up on this wall. Where are we trying to go? We're trying to go right there. So we can cross it over to the other wall. Let's do that. That sounds fun. All right, more walls, everybody. Now, very rarely do I actually ever build out my factories to a point in which the bottom part of the factory actually supports the top part of the factory. Now, why is that? You're like, well, Kismet, it's more legit if you got it running up there and it looks like it's holding it up. True, but this is an early access game. So every time they add something new to the game, guess what I do? I just start over. That's the way I am. I start over and see how it plays through now, right? After they've added that, whatever that thing is, like they added fluids and things like that. I just start over because it's super fun. To do that. So I don't put a lot of investment time into doing supports and stuff like that typically, but I've been having fun doing it in here, so we'll go ahead and keep on doing it to the umpth degree. And just have some fun putting in the actual wall supports there. Very nice. And so we're going to go ahead and bring our plastic down. And actually, we'll probably leave it back up a little bit here. Let's go ahead and take this out. There we go. And we can leave it up so we can try to get it up above all of this. And we'll probably want to run it along the wall first. And probably leave it up at that level. Run it down this wall just a bit. Again, we're going this way with it, right? It's coming back from our primary box over there and running this way. So we'll grab it here. And we'll go back later, by the way. You'll see me make a huge... Oh, these need walls. You'll see me make a huge improvement to all of this later on when it comes to how all my lines are run. We're going to optimize all of these lines for sure. For sure. But for right now, we're just kind of saying, okay, which way do we want this to run? How can we get it from A to B? Sometimes it goes the wrong direction. It happens. We want to make sure it's also running in the right direction. Now, can we just straight up bring this and reach it over here? Nope. It's going to stop right about there. So we need to kind of look at that and say, okay, that's where that's going to stop. That's fine. We're going to go ahead and grab this. And we're just going to take a guess. Let's say right there. That looks pretty good. And we're going to run along here. And we're going to try to get it into the first one. And let's say about there. I love doing all these logistics. It's so awesome. All right, plastic is now coming down the line. How do we know? Well, we've got to go look. That's how we'll know for sure. Oh, plastic coming down the line. Very nice. Feeding back where we need it to feed. And then feeding across the top here. And then feeding right into that top box. Survey says, let's get up here on the top. Working perfectly. Aha! Feeding into the top box. But it's actually not feeding into the top box right now. It's feeding into there. And as you can see, it's going in two separate directions. So we should have it going... Oh, look at this. Why is that going faster than that one? This is the same speed belt. So in theory, it should be splitting it in half. That should be going there and that would be going there. But I find that it doesn't. I find that it does one until it fills, and then it does the other one until it fills. So good to know that about the game mechanics, but that's okay. In the long run, it's all going to run and split evenly eventually. But let's go ahead and just feed a ton of that in there because there is just nonstop amount of plastic. Now, one of the things I also need to do before that fills up is to take all the plastic out of here because I have a bunch more over here that I took out of there. And actually, I need to make another box. Let's go ahead and make a what I call a standalone box here. Oh, I don't have enough thingies. Always with the thingies. First I had too much, and now I don't got enough. Oh, I put it in, not out. Oh, it's 11 of 20. I need more. I need 20. Nope, not enough room. Not enough room there. Not enough room there. Oh, we're in trouble now. We're in trouble now. We got to borrow one of these boxes. Let's go borrow this box. All right. Now what's going to happen is going to start backlogging that plastic. And I want to get it out of this box over here. So I can use this box for what I'm doing over there and use it for a storage box. All right. And here comes our plastic. Let's go ahead and double check that we're in the right one. Ah, where are you at? All right. There we go. Oh, it's on this side. I'm glad I double checked. On this side's our plastic box. Come on, you. Right up in here. Like so. There we go. Boom! Plastic for days. Beautiful. That's going to backlog all of that. Now, we need the copper sheets so we can go along with that. So we need the copper sheets on the other side. Now, while I'm running back and working on my copper sheets, we're going to do another battle. Let's go, everybody. I'm going to try to stay on top of it because I did start late. I do apologize again. But we got this. We got this. Clearing out my inventory. All right, nice. Open the captain's chest. Grant you guys some rewards. Let's see. Bo, Bryken, JC Hunter getting the love, and I'm MVP. Nah, we don't count me. Dartboard's coming in MVP with the 7 kills and 4 assists. Nice. All right, we got a 4 skull here, everybody. We got a 4 skull. We're gonna have to step it up, and then I think it's easy pog. Oh, we got to go this mystery one anyway. Hold on, we got to go. I just noticed. Right here, we got to go down to the mystery one there. Well, then screw it. We might as well just go down this way and try to go for that green one. Yeah, screw it. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. We're going to try to get you guys some extra loot. We got one more day to go on this event. Now's your chance to get crazy tons of loot. So come on in and join us for some Stream Raiders, everybody. We're going to be doing it all day. All day. 15 hours of battles. Again, I did 15 hours yesterday. And all last week, too. And then weekend and on Sunday and everybody. Just a lot of hours of battles for you guys to try to do it. We're on tier 44 right now. We're almost halfway. Trying to rock it. I just can't get that tier 45. That's just too many hours of running battles. I only got so much time in the day. But I do my best to get you guys hooked up with sweet loot. So come and join us again. Everybody in the chat's playing it. You guys should... hold on. Hold on a second. We got to wait for it to lag out here for a second. Come on, OBS. Let's do it. Put a 1 in the chat if you see it. Hear me, everybody. You can see me animated and not thing because I got encoding overload from OBS because I abuse it. I've got so many things going like Dancing Dragons. Things like that. That lets you know. Now, again, put a 1 in the chat so I know that you guys can see and hear me in real time and not in frozen time. All right, we got those screws coming in over there. We got our plastic coming in. Copper sheets, that's what we're working on. Let's run over here and let's line it up across here. Right there. We're 1, 2, 3 up. Which foundation we on? Oh, we're on the road foundation. Look at that. And then right there. And so we want to end up right there. Now, actually, we don't need a 2, but that's going to help us remember where the heck that is. So let's go ahead and do a little trick here. We go ahead and put a 1 above it, and then we take this one out, and we grab this, and we put that down there, and then we take this one out. There we go. That just reminds us where that is. And then what we're going to do is go ahead and look at where this is at, and we're going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're just going to go 5 instead of 6, just so we know we're about there. And then now we're going to go 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right over here. Now this tells me I probably should have built my copper sheets on this side if I was really thinking about it. Instead of running them back, I could have just run them on this side and then run them around the back area there. But that's okay. I could move them if I wanted to. If I wanted to, I could. Now, we need to get some more copper sheets. And this is where our copper beams. And this is where we really need to say, okay, after we get this going, we really need to work on our copper beams. Because we're going to just keep running out of them and out of them again. Now, I can go up to here to copper sheets. Look at that. I got a whole bunch of them. I could be like, boom, doing level 4s right now. And I find that happens quite often. That by the time I get to that item, and I've had it running for a while, now I'm on level 4s. And I can do a bunch of level 4s. But I'm just going to do level 3s right now, and we'll come back and we'll upgrade all. Believe me, when we get this production powered up again, when we scale up again, when we're in the last part, we are going to be doing a lot of that. Okay, where are we at? We're over here. Let's go ahead and just do this across here while we're at it. Boom, that's going to be a bunch of those. And then we'll go ahead and connect this. Which way is this going? It's going that way. Okay, just making sure that it's actually going in the correct direction. Because I'm actually going in the wrong direction right now. When it comes to this. Okay, now this is right here in the center. This is already running up to here. So instead of it going there, I'm going to go ahead and take it out and see if we get lucky enough to go ahead and just be able to take it and run it up to here. Now we got a bit of a problem in the fact that it's encroaching another's clearance. So it's running in through that machine there and hitting that machine. So let's take this out. Let's go ahead and take this. You know, let's add a wall over here so this looks like it's actually connected. Oh, we got it like that. Okay. And then that's encroaching another's clearance. Whose clearance? What's that line going to? Oh, that's where we were running it before. I was like, what the heck? That's where we were running it before right there. We got to take the belt out. I was like, I just blew my mind. That just made my brain hurt. All right, that is what we want to do. Okay, and we'll grab this. We'll put this up. And let's see. Let's offset it a little bit. There we go. And then we'll bring this up into there. This back to there. And we're about to run about a bunch of copper sheets down the line here. Let's use our skates. Now, this is why I like the skates. So I just jump up. And that should be a bunch of copper sheets coming down the line. And guess what? That's a whole lot of things it's about to make right now. That's sweet, bro. And that's running faster than that can actually make it. Eventually, it's going to backlog. And now all of this production's come back on again now, though. So as you're adding this is why I added so much power. It seems like a lot in the moment, but I have to have this production now constantly running. And there's other production that I'm going to need to have constantly running, like all of my copper ignites, and all of that stuff's going to kick back on again. And you're going to see a definite jump in your power when you're in this stage. So you've got to double and even triple your power. I'm actually at 4 times power right now. Because we lucked out, we found a bunch of awesome oil nodes right there. Before you do all of this. This is why I didn't do all this before, because it's just a waste of time. Because I know I'm just going to run out of power. And we're going to see it start to scale up as all of our production goes in. And we're about 1100 right now, but it's definitely going to start going up like that, especially when we get our other thing working over here. Now, speaking of getting that working, let's go ahead and actually a little something like that. And then it can go ahead and start feeding in the circuit boards. And now I'm going to actually help it out a little bit by feeding it in there. And I don't need to carry these circuit boards around on me, so I'm just going to feed them in there so it'll have extra circuit boards. But it's going to make a bunch of those, and it's going to run those in there while we're working on the rest of it. So it's going to backlog a bunch of those in there, so that'll keep that running. All right, so that's one of three more that we need, or one of 4, actually, if you think about it total. Now, the other thing that we need is more plastic. So that's the easiest one, right? So up here, we have the plastic running from the top here. So we can go ahead and, you know what, let's just go ahead and fine tune this. And this is why I put it on this side, by the way, and why I ran it through the bottom is because up on the top, I'm just going to go ahead and put in a splitter, if I can fit it in here. The belt is too sharp. Oh, I'm going to find you. I'm going to find you, and I'm going to run you, bro. Ah, if I only get that to go. Beautiful. There we go. So now it's going to run the plastic into the top one. So I'm running the plastic into both of these down below, and then I'm also splitting the top one, which is the one that typically runs the most, and I'm now backfeeding a lot of plastic into there for our computers. So now this whole side right here is like a pre-production and also running all of this. So we don't have to run an extra line for the plastic. So all the plastic is running down the same line. Now, eventually I'm going to have to upgrade all these lines because I'm going to be running more and more of all of this. But we're going to go ahead and just let that run for now. Now, let's go ahead and work on our other 2, which are going to be fairly easy. Those are fairly easy ones because they're already being produced. All right, so we go over here and we say, okay, now we need cable, we need screws, right? Now, we're already running some screws over here. Now, we could also tap into those screws and split those screws and run them over here. But what we really need to do is we need some faster belts, bro. We need some serious faster belts for these screws. This is not going to be fast enough. Now, it just so happens that I have a lot of my extra Tier 4 stuff, my encased industrial beams, and so now we're going to have some real fun. Now we're going to go ahead and actually make all of these lines into level 4s. So it just runs those screws as fast as it possibly can. All right, we're going to run it all the way back to where we were diverting the screws originally, back here. Now you might have noticed I ran a Tier 3 there before, and this is going to run it 4. So this is going to run as many possible screws as it can. And right now we're running a lot of screws through here. And again, screws you just never have enough screws, I find. Never have enough screws. You never have enough sodium or not sodium, what is the thing? You never have enough resin in Astroneer and so on. So this just needs to just be pumping screws like it's going out of business, man. And then I need to get the next level belt and do it again. I need to upgrade this again to the tier 5 or MK5, and then even more and more. And you'll see I'll just be tearing up these screws like crazy. Makes me tear up just watching the beautiful screws run. All right, so we're going to run that along there. And this is not going to be enough screws. Again, we'll get into that in a minute. We'll get into that in a bit. So we're going to go ahead and run that over to there. And then we're going to do the same thing we did over on that side. And we're going to try to split that there. But we need some iron plates. But luckily, we've got plenty over here. Then you see, again, you see me do a lot of running back and forth just in this little area. I don't need a jetpack to just run back and forth within that area. I just need my person to walk faster. And that's what I want him to do. All right. And so what we're going to do also is we're going to use our double wall here. I'm just going to grab one from over there. To divert these screws. And we're going to probably want to go up to here. Yeah, we'll go up to there. We actually got one right here we can just grab. Put that there. And then we're going to go ahead and, wrong thing, split. And we're going to see if we can get this. We need to use our faster one now. And get that to go right there perfectly. And then from there, up into there. And screws, problem solved. Right? Boom. Watch the screws come firing in there. Those screws are coming firing. It only needs to go at 130. That particular belt that's going is going at 480. I'm producing over 900 screws per minute, but I can't even run them fast enough. I can't run them fast enough until I get those higher level belts. So let's backlog a lot of screws there. And it just so happens that right over here, that I happen to have a crazy tons of screws. But I definitely need to have another box off to the side here so I can just set this stuff down into there. There we go. Now, we'll go ahead and grab... Oh, not all that. Store all that. Grab the screws. There we go. And let's just go ahead and backlog some of these screws. So, again, we don't have a ton of extra screws just in there. Boom. Look at that. All right. Nice. That's just going to fire out of there like nobody's business. All right. Good, good, good. Get those screws in there. Now, we got 3 out of 4. 1 left to go. 22.5 cable. I can tell you I'm probably making way more than 22.5 or 22.6 actually is what that is. But let's go take a look. Let's go take a look at our cable production over here. Now we have cable is made from wire. And so I have kind of a split here. This is making the wire and that's running that wire back. Now some of the copper ingots are coming in. They're going in here and it's making wire. But then the wire is then being converted into cable. Right now at 30 per minute. So this is a total of 60, and I only need about 30, so I really only need one of these, so I can run one into the box and whatever. And I find the thing you have the most of, usually, is this wire. You have just crazy tons of this wire everywhere. And so I need to also take the wire and run it that way as well. So let's go ahead and just go up here. We're going to go ahead and put another one next to that one after I go back, grab my resources back. I always forget. I go back, I forget this, I forget that. Thanks for all the ones in the chat, by the way. 1,000 kids cats for everybody. How are we doing on those retweets, everybody? I know my retweet thing is kind of screwed up today. Sorry about that. It's always some technical problem I have to solve. Kismet's only got so many minutes in the day, and solving technical problems all day is not a great use of my time. Boom, there we go. There's that Twitter link. We need one more retweet, everybody. One more retweet, and then we'll have 5, and then I'm going to give you guys another 1,000 kids caps. For future giveaways. You want to collect as many as you possibly can because then you can drop like 10,000 caps on there and get the thing that you want, hopefully. We'll see how it goes. See how it goes in those future giveaways. I got so many to do. I got them all. They're all just sitting right here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everybody. Again, there's only so much time. I'm sitting there solving technical problems. You know what I'm not doing? Getting all these giveaways ready to give to you guys. So that's why I don't want to sit and do technical problems right now. I just want to get this going. All right, so we got that going there. Well, I forgot what we're working on now. We're working on cables. Cable, that's right. We got to get cable to come through, end up through this one right there. And so we'll go ahead. We're going to do a double wall one here. We can't. Oh, we need to get our stuff. We need to get our stuff. That's what I was doing. Getting our stuff. There we go. I like to have a nice mixture of stuff. And we want that to come out over here. Maybe we could run it along that side. Can we get it to there? Because that would be nice, but no, we got some other lines in the way. So I'm filling up and over. Let's do an up and over. Like this. I think that would be way easier. So let's go ahead and run our belt across. Up here. Then we'll go out this side and we'll say, okay, how are we going to get that way over to here? Now, I don't need to be way back here. I actually need to be way over here. And so we're probably going to have to put one in between. I need to hit that one right there. So let's say right here. And run that to there. Okay, let's see how that does. Perfect. Hope it's going in the wrong direction. Why does it say it's going that way? Wrong direction. Nope, 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 nope. It needs to go this way. Into the box. Actually, into the thing. This direction. There we go. I put that other belt in the wrong direction. That's why it's doing it. The belt on the other side, I went the wrong direction. It should be going this way and not the other way. That's why I gotta fix it. Gotta watch some belt directions. Should have started from there and went this way. There we go. And then this one from up here. Run in here. This is actually one of my favorite parts of the game, is when you really got your two big manufacturers running. That's crazy, bro. That's some serious manufacturing there. Now, all we got to do is get our wire to run back up onto that, and we good. We good. Now, it just happens to be pretty nice that it runs it right to here, and it's running along there. Now, what I could do, since this is going up like this, is I can just look at it way over there and try to figure a way of running it back that way. Now, it's already running to the wall here, and we can kind of see that it's basically got a little bit of an opening here, and we got some stuff running up and over each other. But I feel like we could go ahead and probably sneak this right through here. Let's say right there. And we can go ahead and run that back down right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and run it this way first. So we're going to run it off of this, like this, and try to run it to here. There we go. And then in the midst of it running that way, we're going to actually split it, let's say, right about here. And see if we can get this up above here so it doesn't run into this belt. Perfect. And there we go. So we'll split it right there, run it to here. GG, we win. Now, one problem here, though, is that this is in the way. This is above that. This one's above the one that we want to go up there. So we need to actually adjust this and bring this up a little bit higher. Let's get up on this so we can see what we're doing. There we go. Kind of hard to hit sometimes. You got to hit that magic spot. There we go. This game of all games is like the best for building, bro. It's like the best building game of all time. I'm not kidding. And I'm not sponsored by them in any way, even though they did come and give me crazy tons of love in my channel the other day. They dropped 600 people on my channel. Who's in the channel right now who came in on that raid? Put a 1 in the chat if you came in on that 600-person raid. That was pretty epic, bro. I've had a lot of raids. I've had raids, people 2,000, 3,000 people come into my channel. But to have actual Coffee Stain come in and show me some love, that's on a whole nother level. I greatly appreciate it. Greatly. Okay. So, belt is too steep, so we got to go up a little bit. All right, that's okay. That's okay. You know what? Let's just decide to not do all of this. Let's just take out that structure. Let's do this instead. Let's go high side. Let's go way up. Boom. There we go. And then we'll just go straight. Now let's hope it reaches, because that's a long ways. It does. Awesome. And then up to there. Okay, now we're talking. Now we need to also get it back to go down here. So now we're going to do a splitter. Oops, splitter. Right there. That's going to bring that straight down into there beautifully. All right. Yes. Now we are talking. Now we have two gigantic manufacturers all in line. Nothing, I don't have to manually feed it anymore. And this is just going to, it's just going to run forever. And now we can literally just AFK. Go get a sandwich. And come back. Now we want to see it coming out of there. And we're going to see this start to fire up. Come on, baby. Did I put any power to you? I did. And there it goes. I love to watch these things run. You never notice the back of this all opens up when it starts to go. It's really cool. Really fantastic animation in here, by the way, everybody. Really cool stuff. And here comes the next one with all the different parts, and it does the different parts. If you've never looked in the back of the manufacturer, I suggest to take a look at that because that's pretty cool. All right, so there we go. So now we're making computers, everybody. GG. And let's see how we're doing on our power. How's our power looking now? Oh, still very super efficient on that power. Look at that. We got 3,700 power, and we're only using about 1,200, and we're producing the thing. But don't rest on your laurels. Believe me, all of these other manufacturings are going to come back on again, and that power is going to start going whoop, up like that over time. So we're going to see it start to gain. Right now it's about 1,300. I'd say it's going to grow to about 1,400 over time to keep that running. All right, now we just got one last thing to do, and that is to run back our other one here. Now we're already running this one back right over here, which is running that up to our upper area. Let's go see how many heavy modular frames we've made while we were busy doing all of this. And then we'll run our computers. Let's go look. Because it's been busy. Boom! Look at that. Almost 100 heavy modular frames that we didn't have to lift a finger. We didn't have to do nothing. It's doing it for us now. And that's an infinite amount now. Now it'll just do it infinitely. Keep making them and keep making them, keep making them. Now the biggest problem is that some of your resources may start to bottleneck, or it may run out of those resources, and then you'll see it stop. Like right now it's at 34. And why does it not have any more, right? And you want to watch it. Does it go to 35? Why isn't I not seeing any more? If I don't see any more, then there's something going on with that manufacturing. And that's why at this point I stop to go watch and see if it actually needs some additional help. Or there's some troubleshooting to do. See, I do troubleshooting in-game and out-of-game. What's going on? Modular frames. My modular frames right now are slowing it down. We really got to gear up our modular frames. That's the number one thing I usually gear up after this kind of tier that I'm in, is modular frames. But we have a bunch on us right now. We got about 60 of them on us right now, which means we can go build basically 12 of those power plants. We have plenty of power plants, so we can build plenty of modular frames. But this right here is saying, where's those modular frames? Why am I not seeing any modular frames go down the line? So let's just go ahead and look around. There's none. That's in there. I think they come in on this side. They come in on this side, yeah. This is our modular frames. You can tell because there's none in there. Let's go ahead and see. Oh, there's a couple. All right, there we go. Because it's only making it about 4 per minute. So it's really slowing this down massively. And this is only making 2 per minute. So that's making 4, this is making 2, so it's going at about half speed. So I could actually cut this down. If I was in trouble for power right now, I could cut this down to 50%. Because it's basically only producing 4 per minute, or even a little bit more, a little less than 4% as well. So I could basically go down to less than half, and then it would be just as efficient if I didn't. And then you know what else it's going to do while it's doing that? It's going to backlog a lot of these pipes. It's going to backlog a lot of industrial beams and all of that stuff that we have also running into our primary boxes. So that is always a good thing to think about too, is having a backlog of that stuff so you can make more manufacturing and more stuff. So all right, that's running, but running slowly, but it is something we can just let run and run and run. And now we're at a point now between the ones we got 60 here and the ones that are up there, or running out up there, we can eventually basically make tons and tons of power, up our production even more, tap even more nodes, run even more stuff, make even more resources, and so on. And there we go. Okay, so we got that done. All of these are going, so we need to run this back into there. And so that's running, and that's running across, and that's running up and over here. Now we have another one already run out over here. Which is going to be this one right here, which is going to be our other one. So we'll run that out. Now, one of the problems here is that we're going to run into this problem of it running into each other constantly. So I'm going to go ahead and take this. I feel like I'm going to move this up just a bit. It's going to let me. There we go. And we're going to go ahead and use our lifter. Lifters work great for this. And we're going to have to retool all this later. Absolutely. Because now we've got the problem of that. And then we've got this bottom one here that we're literally just going to run in front of all these other ones that eventually we're going to take out. So we need to get that to logistically run through all of this and make its way over. Maybe we want that one to go into the lower part, and then we'll be able to run it in the upper part. That's running across to there. Maybe we could get it to run to right there. Let's see if we can get it to run to right here. That'll be our goal. And then this one we could do up here. And so we'll go ahead. The other one is going to be under that one. So this one, let's say here. Actually, we'll take this line out for now. I'm not using that line right this second. And we'll take this, run it straight. And then we're going to use this lower one for that. And we're going to bring this to the upper one. Oh, I don't need that. This. Take this out of here. This one's now going to go to the upper one. And that's going to go to that one. And this one. Say to there. Bring it from there. Try not to run it through my other conveyor belt. Ah! No. A little higher. I don't know what's running on that top belt. I'll have to look. There we go. And that down into there. This one across into here. Always with the... we're going to have a lot of problem with those beams until we double that up. It's always something that you're stuck on. There's always something that you run out of this thing and that thing constantly in this game. And I know I need to double that up, but we just haven't got to it yet. But that's okay. Still backlogging a bunch over here so I can still grab some of those from when I hit these moments when I run out to run that conveyor. All right. And again, we're running across here and running that into there. Oh, no, over here. Running that down to there. This up to here. These are all running where they need to go. Very nice. This is running here. That needs to run from there into there. This. One of these. And that. Up that way. And then we need this. I'm going to look at where we're at here. Say right there. And then these. That's there. And you're like, Kismet, why are you using level 3 belts when you don't need them? Because I have lots of level 3 belts I can use, and later on, it's going to save me from having to upgrade a bunch of these. A bunch of these I'll just leave as level 3s. It's a long-term thing. All right, now, if we're doing it right, all of those computers that are currently made will make their way up through all those conveyors and end up on the top of our base right over here next to our modular frames. If we did it right. If we didn't do it right, it ain't going to make it here. If we missed a belt, if we missed something. So we're going to go ahead and wait for it and see if it pops up. Now, in theory, it should already be there. But there we go. We did it right. Because this all went through some conveyors. It went along the thing. It went into the box. It raised up into another box, into another box, and into the top box. And now our computer production is on. There's 20 of them, bro. There's 20 of them right there. And now we've got enough computers to also make more power. And this is the stage I'm at. Make a lot of power. Look at that. We got another bunch over there. I'm going to grab those out. And now we just have a ton. And we can turn it in for our trains. But we're not going to do that. There's another production we need to get started now that we've got to this point. And that is the production for our thing here. Now, we're in the last stage of the game. The last stage, we're almost in the last stage. We're going into the last stage, which is basically Tier 7. They don't have a Tier 8 yet. I'm sure they're going to come out with some epic stuff for that, I'm sure, after the first year. But we need to do modular engines, and we need to do adaptive control units. Now, here's the thing. You only need 100 adaptive control units, so you need about 200 computers and 200 circuit boards and whatnot. And that's all something that's not very hard. That's not very hard to do that. I feel like that's pretty easy. The toughest one of those two, or these three, is this one. And that's because it also uses smart plating and motors. So motors, you got to have a bunch of other stuff, like stators and rotors and all that stuff. Now, it just happens to be that I have tons of motors already built up. So I need 1,000, because you need twice as much. I need 1,000 motors to do this middle one. So the middle one is the hardest of those three. And you can see I've already got the first one already done. So I need 1,000 motors. Do I have 1,000 motors over here? Nope. So we're going to be working on that tomorrow, not today. Not today. We're going to work on some more power right now. Let's go. And you'll see why I'm gearing up all this power, because all of this is going to get doubled. Doubled and doubled again, and just get more and more resources, building it faster and faster. Because when we get into the higher stuff, like aluminum and stuff like that, we're going to need all of that. We're going to need all of that. We're going to need lots of water, too. Okay, while we're running all the way back over here, I'm going to show you guys my power over here. We're going to make more power in a minute here. That's why we're making all these computers in heavy modular frames. We're going to go ahead and do this battle. Let's go! Battle time! How we doing? How we doing? All right. We're getting there. Oh, I'm taking lots of damage. I need some heals. Throw me some healing love. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh, that's close. That's close. I feel like I might have to take one for the team. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. No, that's a win. Great healing there, too. Open the captain's chest. Grab some rewards. Bo getting 50 gold. Brygen coming in, getting some extra Berserker Scrolls. Brygen also coming in MVP with the 12 assists. Fantastic job, everybody. Fantastic. Let's get you guys some gold. Let's go. Now, again, 15 hours of battles all day long. Settle in, everybody. We're going to get you the sweet, sweet loot up in here. We're going to get it going. All right, there. There we go. Come and join me, everybody. Very fun. You can find the link right there in the chat. You can find me, your Captain Kismet, Kismet. Now, look at this. We got a little bit of power running here. Just a smidge. Just a smidge. Just a teeny little bit of coal or oil power. And we're going to remove our coal power here in just a bit after we do a little bit more building. And we are going to need a lot of materials here in a minute. We're going to go over here and we're going to fill in this whole other side right over here. This is going to get all filled in because we're going to be making a lot of power. Now, we're going to need a lot of refiners to make this happen, so we're going to definitely need a bunch of those. And so for every 12 or 16 of these, we need, not 12, we need so many of these, right? So how many of these do we need? Well, we got 40 here, and if we take 40 and we times it times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's going to give us 240. Hey, Suri, what's 40 times 6?
40 times 6 is 240.
Okay, so 40 times 6 is 240. Now, coming in at 60 is going to, 240 is going to come in at 60. So we need to take 240 and divide 240 by 60. Hey, Suri, what's 240 divided by 60?
240 divided by 60 is 4.
Is actually 4. Huh, hold on. It's actually 4. Oh, because this one's feeding by itself. So this is 60. Hold on. Let's double check our math here. So that's 60 there. Always double check your math, especially your input math. That's 60. This is 60. I think one of these is 120 also. D. Okay, so that's 60. So we're at 120 right now. 120. And then this one I think is 120. Okay, so this is 240. Okay, we did the math right. I feel like the output math is not, or the input math is not right. So we got 240 going there in oil, because the input and the output is not the same. It just dawned on me that input and output is not the same, so it shouldn't match in the number of these that we need. So actually, we could reuse some of this too. So let's go see how we're doing on our actual fuel. So that's 240 from over there, plus an additional 60 from the one on that side. So that's 60 there. So we didn't count that 60 originally. So this is 60. That other one over there is 60. Then the next one's 120. So that's 240 being pushed down this pipe. 240 divided by 4. So hey Siri, what's 240 divided by 60?
240 divided by 60 is 4.
Is 4. So we can feed 4 of these with the oil that we did. So this is 60 oil. Yeah, see, this thing is not right. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 1 too many. 1 too many. All right, good, good. I'm glad we figured that out. Let's take that out. Take that out. So there we go. So for every 240, we can do 4. And then the output of that is what we're doing. But the interesting thing is that all this power is running. But we don't need it to be too much power, right? Again, this is coming out at 40 over here too. So this is these three. It goes from 240 into 160. That's the math. That's the correct math. So basically we have 300 is what we have right now. 300 running in, and then out we have 40, 80, 160, 200. That's actually 200 running out of there. So, okay, now, because what's going to happen is some of these are going to turn off because it's not going to have enough fuel. And that is not going to be helpful. But we have a bunch backlogged, so right now we're okay. So I'm going to actually let it burn up some of this. And we need to make sure our math is right. And these are inputting at 15. Yeah, so let's go ahead and write down our math. So this is our input. Then we're out to 4 refiners. And then those are outputting at 40 per, so 4 times 40. Hey, sorry, what's 4 times 40?
4 times 40 is 160.
160 output. Because the reason why I'm doing this is to figure out what I need to do with those other ones over there. So that's actually less than 16 than we're producing. Now, I always come back and check my numbers because it always happens. That at some point I go, wait a minute, I'm either overdoing it or I'm underdoing it. That can happen. Let's actually take this out. That splitters are redundant. We'll take that out. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4 going for 240. That 240 then pumping out 40 fluid. So that's pumping out 160 plus the additional 40 from the other one, so 200. Hey Siri, what's 200 divided by 15?
200 divided by 15 is about 13.3333.
So it's 13 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So right here. This is the one. These last 3 are just because we have a backlog. Because we have a backlog of oil that we had created beforehand. So those are just working because, or I mean, a backlog of fuel that we had made beforehand. So those 3 right there actually will eventually kick off because when it runs out of fuel that it's generated. So we don't want that to happen. We want to have our power to be very consistent. Also, we don't want to waste the resources on that thing. Now over here, we have 2 other 240 lines that we're going to be running, and we need a lot of concrete. So we're definitely going to be running back for concrete. I can tell you that already. And we're just going to fill all this in with this. So we're going to need 4 refiners and 4 refiners, which gives us 160. Hey, sorry, what's 160 divided by 15?
160 divided by 15 is about 10.6666.
Her ability to do 666 all the time is pretty funny. So it's about 10.6, which really equals 11, because we'd have one of them just have be the overflow one, and it'll go up and down, but at least we'll have a little extra power. Or we might just ignore it and just have overflow of thing. Now, what happens is when this power actually starts getting used, it's actually going to use more fuel when it gets up to the higher tier. But for now, we've got plenty. So we're going to go ahead and move some of these over here on this line. And so again, we're going to need 8 refiners. So let's go ahead and just start putting it in here. 8 refiners. There we go. 8 of those. And then we're going to need, how much did we just say? 10.6. So we'll just say 10. So we're going to need actually 20 of these fuel generators. There we go. Okay, we definitely need more heavy modular frames and a lot more motors, more wire, more computers, more of everything in here. But we're also going to need a lot more concrete because we're going to need a lot more space. So I'm just going to fill in the space over here. Just so I can run my lines. Oh, that was awkward. Awkward. So I can run my lines right down here. And I'm going to run all of this all the way down to the other side over here. And then I can just kind of fill in all of this, and I can tap into the backside of all this power that I already have run. So why do it twice when you can use what you got? Awkward. Sometimes it weirdly awkwardly jumps at the last second. That's just from my clicking, not from the game itself. That's from my poor clicking. Okay. A little harder to do in the water, too, because it's kind of hard to see. All right, there we go. We got that going. And so we're going to go look for some more concrete over here. We got copper wire. Let's go ahead and put all this in here like that. What do we got over here? Take all that out, store it back in. Where's our concrete? Let's just grab as much concrete as we can find. And we'll use it up. Oh, wow. Look at all those. Look at all those I left here. Right? I was looking for those earlier. Tons of them there. Now, I'm just going to go ahead. Oh, there's more concrete there. Now, I'm just going to go ahead and use the concrete for right now, and I'll come back to all that other stuff later on. Now, we're going to go ahead and just kind of mirror what we have over here. We're going to utilize a bit of this. Now, I don't like it to actually be up against the actual land where they can walk out and get into my stuff. I don't like it. But we're going to go ahead and just say, put it right about here. Now remember, we got to put 20 of these down over here. So we're going to need a lot of room, that's for sure. Now we do want to run the pipes on the front or on the back? That's the question. Front or back? I'm going to think about it and decide something here in a minute. Those in. I just love how wonderfully this works, the foundations. Okay, so we want to go ahead and use the power over here to put our generators in. So we put our generator there. We leave ourselves a little bit of room. Maybe leave ourselves a little room so we can just walk behind here if we need to. And we're going to have the input be on that side and the refiners be on that side where the power runs to here. But then again, we need them power lines, and we're going to have 20 of these running. Good question. I guess we can do them in 2 rows of 10. See, 2 rows of 10, even is that going to fit between those pipes there and where I'm at here? I don't know. That's a lot. That's a lot, bro. I don't know. I better put in these 2. We better start it way back over here. Let's just do what we gotta do. That's not gonna work further that way, but we can get some of these in. Again, I typically don't like it to make it where the mobs can just walk onto my thing, but we're gonna do a little different this time. All I'm doing right now, foundations, foundations, foundations. I'm doing it super fast. Get it done. Okay, and more foundations this way. As you can see, I put down a lot of foundations. Okay, that's looking okay. Do I want to run the oil here, or do I want to run the oil on the far side, run it to the refiners, and then bring the power forward? What would I have to mess with most? Most likely the refineries. The refineries would be the thing I would have to come and check on if something started to go wrong. So we'll go ahead and just put our refineries over here, and we'll run our oil along here, kind of like we did over here. We'll just run it in a mirror across the way here, and then we'll put all of our power over that way, and we'll run that in line as well. So say right there, running the proper direction this way, we just run that line. We got an extractor there. Move this forward, so right there. So yeah, 1 forward from that extractor. Okay, let's go ahead and put some of this concrete back, or just grab the rest of our resources. There we go. Definitely don't need that many of those. There we go. Let's try to consolidate a lot of these resources. What do we not need? More of this stuff. I thought I got rid of all that stuff. Apparently not. Got a booster in there. Alright, what do we need? Computers, quick wire. Definitely going to need our heavy modular frames. We got over here more of these. Less wire. Our copper sheets, I mean. Motors. Any more motors? Yes. Oh, we're very close on those motors, too. Very close. Any more motors hiding? No. There are copper sheets over there. What else? We need more modular frames, more quick wire. We might have to go back for those. We'll go back for those later. Definitely gonna need a lot more computers. A lot more. That's okay. We'll get some started. We got to do all of our refiners and all of that stuff too. So let's get our refiners in and start with that. So in theory, we need 8 refiners. So again, we'll say, hey 60, hey Surrey, what's 240 divided by 60?
240 divided by 60 is 4.
It's 4. Okay. And we need to offset this so we can run our pipes. And so we're going to need 4, which means we're going to need 8, because we're going to need to double this up. And we'll do our first group of 4. Make this Maybe I should do the other 4 on the other side. Run one line this way and one line that way, and then power down the line. 10 there. Good question. I can run all 8 of them, but then what I have to do is I have to take the piping from this one and run it up over or under the piping of this one, because I need it to go to a separate line. So best to think that out ahead of time. I feel like we want to move this stuff over to this side. So let's go ahead, build in some more foundations. And let's go ahead and see if we can kind of flip this the other way. And let's leave a gap of 2. How do I like that? Yeah, I like that. Okay. All right. So I love it that when you get to this stage, you just got crazy tons of resources. Let's make a bunch of stuff. Make a bunch of loots. Okay. Meanwhile, while I'm doing this, by the way, it's over there making me even more loot. Hopefully, unless I screw something up. Unless I screwed it up. Screwed the pooch. All right, so we got 4 and 4. Now, here's a fun little thing you can do with pipes, because pipes are both splitters and mergers, is that you can come out. And I like to go out, let's say here, and then, let's say there, and then like that. And then I can just run the pipe from this side out. And boom, boom. How are we doing over there? We're doing, yeah, right along that line. This line? No, middle line. Middle line right there. Rotate that so we get a nice 90. And then just connect this across. Like that. So that's going to just basically line that up. But then I'm going to take this one out in this case, because I'm going to actually put a splitter there, because this is going to keep going in this direction. So it's all going to be inline. So it's going to come out of here inline and do that. Now, one of the things we got to watch out for, though, I kind of feel like these might be a little too close now, is we got to do our lifters, right? And our lifters are too close, right? So we got to do, typically I put the lifters in first before I put the piping in. I just wanted to show you that is going to be a problem. Let's say, so the driver coming in says, what are your thoughts on Microsoft buying Bethesda, Kismet? Oh, I've been talking about that for the last couple days. I feel like it can be a great thing or it could be a bad thing. It depends on who they put in charge, and if they waste their time, you know, doing stupid monetization and they make poor choices, then gamers lose. But there's some huge potential there, though. I consider it to be a pretty brave move by Microsoft. That's like saying, yo, this is my block, bro. This is my block. I rule this block. In this case, gaming. In the case of Xbox and Microsoft. Now you got Bethesda, and you got, of course, Doom, id Software, and all that other awesome franchises. And you got Bethesda, Fallout with Obsidian. And so now you have the two under the same umbrella. So now you could get an awesome New Vegas 2. Or even better, they could do a New Vegas remaster, make it exactly the same as it is. Don't change any storyline or any dialogue or anything like that. It's perfect the way it is. Just modernize the gameplay. And then come out with New Vegas 2 at the same time. So remaster, New Vegas 2, forget about it. That's all I'll be doing here on the stream. That's all I'll be playing right here. I'm telling you, I'll be like, okay, we're going to stop everything else, everybody. We're going to be playing some, we're going to play through the remastered version of New Vegas, and then we're going to play New Vegas 2. That's exactly what we would do. So yeah, that's what I would like to see. And everything has a potential in the beginning. What happens after that moment is the thing that defines it, right? Or do you got people who are going to make smart choices, or do you got people who are going to make dumb choices in charge, right? And like, who's in charge of what now? Is Bethesda still in charge of their stuff? Is id still in charge of their stuff? And so on. How does it work out, right? Is there going to be any corporate interference of somebody's cousin of the CEO of the thing because they think that it should be like this, and if they don't do it like this, then they're fired, and all of that ridiculousness that does happen in corporate environments, right? And that's how stuff sucks. Is somebody who thinks they know, but who has no actual clue what the heck they're talking about. And they're just a cousin of somebody else who knows somebody who knows somebody. All right? Now, maybe the cousin of somebody who knows somebody actually is good at what they do. Then awesome. But if they're there just because of status or just because of corporate nepotism, then we're in trouble as us gamers. But overall, I think it's a good thing. A lot of people are worried about exclusives. A lot of people are worried about that. Yeah, I don't blame them at all. I'd be worried about it too. I'd be worried about it big time because you got to make that 7.5 billion. They ain't buying that just for being charitable. I'm telling you, they ain't buying Bethesda just or ZeniMax just to say, oh well, you know what? I feel like giving away you guys billions of dollars to you guys today. They got to get themselves. They got to get themselves rocking and rolling over there. They got to be blazing. They got to blaze this sucker because they want somebody to buy that Xbox. Now, here's the thing. PS5 had me. They had me at that presentation. I was thinking, okay, that PS5 looks pretty awesome. Got tons of games on it. Love all the games. That's what it's all about in the end. But then now you got Xbox coming in and say, guess what, bro? You coming with us? We going all in. We ain't just screwing around. We ain't just making a few titles. We're going to get all the titles, and we're going to make them first-party titles, and then we're going to invest some serious cash in those so that they come out with some signature games for Xbox and for PC. And that's the kind of thing you want to see. That's telling you, hey, we're committing to the long term, not just the short term of the launch of the game or the launch of the console, but the long term of the console launch. And that is what you're really looking for if you're going to buy some pretty expensive stuff. You know, it's $400 or $500. You're getting into that PC range a little bit there. You can buy a cheaper PC in that range, but still, that's that's a good amount of cash. Good amount of cash to put down, especially when you ain't got that cash, and that's like your last bit of cash, right? So I think if they do it right. Then it'll be phenomenal. We'll have some of the best games. It'll be like a renaissance for Fallout, for id Software. We'll hopefully get new engines. We'll get Starfield. We'll get Elder Scrolls number 6 and all of that. They can pour a bunch of the awesome production resources of Microsoft. Hopefully incorporate a lot of the Obsidian fantastic storytelling. In fact, just give Fallout to Obsidian. That's what they should do. Just give it to them. And then, because they've proved time and time again they could make a fantastic game. Outer Worlds, incredibly fantastic. We're going to be playing the DLC on Friday. We'll be playing that through. It's going to be pretty fun. They've proven time and time again they can make a great game. And those are the people you want to be the curator of one of your biggest IPs, the people who can make a great game. And that's what I think. I think they've proven it time and time again. So I feel like they should be just giving Fallout and say, look, make something great, right? Make a Fallout New Vegas 2. And while you're doing that, sneak in a Fallout 5, too, while you're at it. Sneak in that one in the long term. In the short term, remaster Fallout New Vegas. In the longer term, New Vegas 2. And then, in the long term, Fallout 5. And they could be doing that for the next 15 years, and I will be in heaven, bro. I would be in Fallout heaven. I would be playing some New Vegas again. I would be playing some New Vegas 2, which would probably be just as epic or on the same level or maybe even more epic than Fallout New Vegas. And then we get another Fallout on top of that. Forget it. I'm set for 15 years. I'm going to be 65 by the time they're done doing Fallouts in just those rounds of Fallouts. And I'm good with that. I'm good. I'm good with that for sure. But hey, that's a Kismet dream there. So we'll see what happens. You never know. You don't really know until you know, if you know what I mean. You're not going to know until we figure it out, until they figure it out, because they don't know. They don't know either. So here's the thing. I always find it's kind of funny. People are like, hey, when is this coming out? And when is this doing this? And when is that doing that? They don't even know most of the time, right? Because they don't know, because they haven't got to that stage yet in the development of the game or whatever it is they're doing. That's why they don't know. They have an idea. They have like, hey, our projections put us right here. But they don't really know, because most people don't know what the heck they're doing most of the time. Pipe is too long. Pipe is too long. Oh. And that's okay not to know, because you can't anticipate everything in business. There's nothing that's going to give you a magic crystal ball that's going to allow you to anticipate every single problem along the way. And you're going to run into issues like who could have predicted what we're at now, right? With all the people having to work from home and the COVID and all that stuff. That's a pretty tough prediction right there. But, once you're in that moment, now you got to adapt. You got to adapt to that moment and do what you got to do. And I feel like they've been doing a pretty good job of it. Pretty good job of adapting. Microsoft just, I give them huge credit for that. That is a real big move. That is a real gutsy move, too. That just says, hey, Sony, guess what? You need to come up to our level, bro. You need to come up to our level, because we're not screwing around. We're not screwing around. We're going to go and we're going to buy out one of the second largest buyouts in the gaming industry of all time. So that's some serious stuff right there, bro. That's some big money. And a lot of people are going to get super rich. And I don't care about being rich. You know what I care about? Getting some epic games. That's what I want. I want some great games. I want some great games, and I don't want them to suck. Just like everybody else, every other gamer. And I want to be able to have crossplay. Now, hey, Fallout crossplay, Fallout Xbox. You know what I'm talking about? It's a little Xbox, a little PC crossplay for some Fallout 76. Let's just start with that, bro. Let's just start with that. Get that crossplay turned on. I know it's just they got to turn it on, bro. They just got to turn that stuff on. Or maybe there's some technical stuff they need to do. But to flip that switch, man. Flip that switch so I can play with all my peeps on Xbox. Let's do it. Let's do it. And you know what? Come on. Man it up. Man it up. Flip it on so I can play with my peeps in PS4 too. Come on. Get that crossplay. Play wherever you want. Right? That's what I think they should do. Right? Sony's over there saying exclusive this and exclusive that. Here's what you do. Here's how you win. Here's how you win. You say, you know what? Screw exclusives. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to let you play with whoever you want to play with. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you're playing with. You buy an Xbox. You come and get a PC. You can play with whatever you want. Right? Whoever you want. You can play with the peeps on the Xbox. You can play with the peeps on PC. And you know what? We're going to go one further, and we're going to let you play with everybody on the PS4 as well. In fact, we'll even let you play with the people on the Switch. That's what you do. That is the real big move. That's the big move. Because you know what that does? When they do that, it forces everybody else to do it. Everybody else is now going to have to step up and let us play with whoever we feel like playing with. I'm talking to all of you. I'm talking to every game manufacturer out there. I don't want to care about your stupid exclusives. I don't care about this and that, and you're walling off the ability. And I see you're trying to make money on those consoles, and you're trying to get people to buy your consoles and crap. Here's the thing. Sell lots of games. Make a great game. You sell lots of games. You make lots of money to make even more epic games. That's what you do. We're past the stage of this exclusive stuff. We're past the stage of all of that crap. Forget that. Forget that crap. Here's what you want to do. You want to be the first one. Just like when the iPhone came out, bro. You want to be the first one that says, okay, that's enough of that. That's enough of that childish exclusive stuff. Oh, God, that wasn't even close. Wasn't even close. We got to fix that. Fix that curve. Forget that exclusive stuff. Now, if it's, Halo or something like that, or Mario or whatever. Okay, I understand. Okay, I got you. I got you on that one. I got you back on your primary signature titles that are on your platform. But everything else, screw it. Even if it's a first-party one, like they now have a first-party, all the ZeniMax properties are now first-party with Microsoft. And they could be a real jerk about it and say, exclusive only, screw you, screw everybody else, we're going to get all the money. Except for, they get the money anyway. They still get the money. You know how they get the money? They get the money by selling it on other platforms and getting the royalties and the money from the other platforms. That's how they get the money. So they get the money no matter what. So it's all a win-win-win for them. right? They're winning left and right and up on top and on the side and everywhere. They're winning from every direction. And that's what you want to do in business. You want to win from every direction you can win, right? You want to bring those wins in a huge different way, right? That's what you want to do. So, Sony already did that with Spider-Man and Marvel Avengers. Yeah, no, Spider-Man Miles Morales looks awesome. And that's probably why I would buy the PS5. It's just to play that Spider-Man. But guess what? A lot of those games that are exclusive on PS4 also coming out on PC. They're just not coming out on Xbox. See? So, you got a PC. I got 2 of them, custom ones, that I can do it on right now. So, I feel like it's time now to do what Stadia tried to do and massively failed. Forget Stadia now. Stadia, I would say, is dead. Unless they pull some magic coup out of it. That's crooked. What are we doing with our pipe here? Our pipe seems to be crooked. What the heck? I done screwed that up. We gotta fix that. I can't leave it. I can't leave it like that. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. We gonna fix that. We gonna fix it. I'm taking it out right now while you guys are watching that battle. All right, open the captain's chest. Grant you guys some rewards. Bo, Bryson, Slider, Driver, and Best Worshipper coming in MVP with the 6 kills. Very nice. All right, come on. We going for the boss. The boss. So either way, we got to go to the boss. And I don't like this. I don't like it a bit. No matter what, we got to hit this one right here, which is going to take us up there. Now, we can go get an extra 4 if we want. But I don't like doing mystery ones toward the end if I don't have to, because those ones suck. All right, let's keep going now. Let's keep going. Oh my gosh, it's almost time. It's almost 2 o'clock. Holy mackerel, that was 5 hours. It went by like that. I didn't even take a break. Oh man, so much fun. I feel bottom left on this one. Bottom left right there. We're gonna go bottom left. Try to fire that up. Fire that up. And the reason why I go so far away from the mobs, by the way, is so that the front of our army can turn toward them, so the front line can turn and hit those people straight on instead of them sweeping behind. And that happens quite often in Stream Raiders, is that the mobs will sweep behind you, and that's it. You screwed up. You screwed the poochies. All right, right here. 2 forward. That was 3 forward. This. 1, 2. There we go. Okay. Much better. Much better. Okay. Had to fix it. Had to fix it, everybody. It's okay. If you screw up, just say, my bad, move on. Move on with your life. Don't spend too much time kicking yourself when you make mistakes. I just go and fix it, because it's faster just to say, my bad, fix it, and then move on. All right, there comes that oil, feeding right in there. Bada bing, bada boom. Look at that. Ooh, mama. That's a lot of oil coming down the line. That's 240 right there. Into that, and that's going to be 10 of these suckers. That's going to be a lot. Now, over here, same thing. We need to run it from the back side of this. So let's get it going over here. Oh, this is going to be a little awkward up here. A little awkward. A little awkward. Let's just go ahead and do this one first. I don't want to make the oil go uphill. So let's say, oh, this is not going to snap either. That's not going to snap. I don't like it. It's got to go. I don't like it. Nope, 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 nope. It's okay, we'll offset it. No problem. If I don't like it, I don't do it. I don't like it, I don't buy it, I don't do it, I don't have anything to do with it, I don't want it to be involved in it. Let's go ahead and just make it nice. Bring it out, line it up to the center. We're lined up there. We'll go 2. Oh. 1, 2. At the center? It doesn't look like the center to me. Just gonna center it down the thing. There we go. That'll make it easier for us to run it. Need more concrete. Always with the concrete. Constantly with the concrete. We're just gonna peace out, by the way, mods. Peace out. I'm being real bad at my rating lately, but we'll get into it. We'll get into it eventually. We're gonna peace out. Or I'm not gonna peace out. Sorry, that's not what I meant. We're going to go into battle mode. Battle mode. Just a reminder. Battle mode. Not peace out. Sorry, my bad. Concrete. We're going to make concrete run. Because we're going to make a bunch of concrete. So, boom. Drop that in there. Boom. Concrete run. Let's go. Easy peasy. Take out those. We'll take out those things. I can't handle having extra stuff. I like to take out the extra stuff, but haven't got around to taking that out. We did it at the end of one of our build days. That's easy. I'll just go on the other side and come back and remove it. 50 at a time. Maybe we'll take an extra moment to grab that because we need concrete. So that's what that is. It's concrete. So we'll take a moment over here. We need more concrete so we can go get that concrete. Just dawned on me. Now, what do we got back over here? I think we have plates and stuff over there. We really got to clean out some of those boxes. We got to clean out. We got like boxes laying around all over the place with different types of resources. We'll clear those out eventually, but we definitely need to get some concrete. Actually, let's just not get distracted. Let's just get the concrete, go back, work on that, and then come back to this another time. That's how you get distracted. Then you're doing that for an hour instead of building up your power. Boom! Grab a whole box full. Thank you very much, sucker. I'm out of here. It's just going to go make all that again and fill that whole entire box again while I'm over here doing this. And this is like the mother lode of oil over here, so it really does help a lot on our power. So we don't have to sit here and suffer with our power turning on and off all the time. I feel like it's definitely worth it about right now to go and really tier up your power. And then we gotta go take out our coal after we get all this done. We've got to go and re-put in some more plastic. And all of that in the long run. But right now, I'm going to try to get as much of this structure in, as much of this in, running and going. Bam. Take that to the face. To the crash helmet. That's why he's got a crash helmet on. Because he's always whamming his face into stuff. Alright. Alright, we're going to take some of this concrete out. Take this out, put those in. I don't know what I need here. I'll just grab whatever little stuff we got there. Combine that, sort this, take this out. I don't even know what I need, but I'm just going to grab a little bit of everything. Like that, and then fill the rest with concrete. Sort it. What is this junk? Always with this junk that I don't need on me. Get out of there. More concrete. Sort it. Move a stack of it. Got an empty space. Alright, there we go. Looking good. Oh, I didn't get the rubber. Gonna need the rubber. More concrete out, more rubber in. Concrete back in. Did I not bring enough? I thought I brought a bunch. Apparently not. Huh. Apparently not enough rubber. Wow, really? Apparently not. We'll go back and get that later. Let's go ahead and keep going on all of this stuff. Gotta get our foundations in here. We're going to fill this whole entire area with foundations for sure. Like filling them in long ways like this is way faster. Doing it the other way, the shorter, doing the long side versus the short side. You just click pretty much in the same spot for about 3 or 4 of them. And then the last couple you have to move your mouse down just a little bit. Get those last couple in there. Alright, and that's going to come into there. And so this is just going to keep going straight across. Amazing how far away you can do this. Especially when you have one on the other side. You can just key off that one on the other side. Like this. That's okay if we do one. We make one mistake on one, that's okay. We'll come back and take it out in a minute. In the zone. In the zone. Alright, take that out. Wow, we used up all that concrete. Used it up. You're like, well, Kismet, all you need is another one over here. Oh, well, we're going to build 20 power over here. 20 power things here in a minute. More copper sheets, too. More copper sheets. Took all the copper sheets out, but didn't put the ones back. There we go. Get that concrete out of there. Okay. Wow, back to work. And there we go. We got all our refiners in. Got to run our lines here. And we'll just run it down the center. And that's why I have my skates, so I can jump up on the thing. You usually want to put the one thing in there, like so. Say you're doing splitters, you want to do all your splitters and then do all your pipes. It's just more efficient to do it that way. This one is easy because it just goes the rest of the way. As straight as we possibly can get it to go. As far as we can get it to go. Perfect. I'm just going to start pumping that oil through there. All that oil going to start pumping into those. All right. Woo, mama. Okay, that's a lot of stuff. Now, here's the thing. Since it's running out here, I could just run it forward. We need to put all of our lifters in first because we're going to have a bunch of excess stuff. So this is going to make fuel. And this is going to make fuel. And this is going to make fuel. And so on and so forth. Like so. Let's get all that going before we add all the stuff in the front. A lot easier to change it to what it's going to be before you add all the piping and all of that stuff in the front. That stuff just gets in your way. Okay, and we're also going to run this all back to the awesome sink. Should we combine it with that side? This is 30 times 5. Hey, sorry, what's 30 times 5?
30 times 5 is 150.
So basically, Hey, Siri, what's 30 times 8?
30 times 8 is 240.
So yeah, it needs a separate line. But at the end, we could run it a separate line over here. And then merge it right here. And then this last part right here, we can make that 480. And that will go in there. So while we're thinking about it, let's just do it now. Let's just go ahead and make that a level 4. And then go ahead and put our splitter, our merger. Bring it right over the top of this. Right to there. What the heck? Iron rods. Really out of iron rods? It's always something. Alright, nope. Is that merger? Yeah, merger. Let's say merger right there. And then we'll put a stacker back here. We're going to run along a wall. And we're just running on a stacker for now. I might decide to put that on a wall like all of our other stuff, but we'll see. Then we're going to need a level 3 to run through here and merge into there. Alright, just kind of back chaining that. I'm going to run all that into the awesome sink over here. Let's make sure that we upgrade this to a level 4. This already is a level 4, so that's going to definitely go fast enough to take both sides. And so we're going to run it this way and then run it into that. So let's go ahead and do our inline merging. Level 3s. Okay, and the last one's going to come out and merge here. So let's start with our mergers here at the end. So we're going to do one out and then 1, 2. That should be... Nope, one more out. Usually that's about it, but if it's not, you always want to double check it. Because then I got to go 1, 2 out and then 1, 2 more. Now look at how it is. Now I never leave these in. I always take these back out and put it in there. But that's going to get us started. And then we can use this to line up our conveyors. Look at it just to make sure we're going in the right direction. Take this out. A lot of rinse and repeat on this type. Take out these bottom parts. No longer need them. And then going in this direction. Actually, this last one I don't need. This one's going in that direction. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right there. Count it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here. Take that, run it to here. And then we're going to bring that down. Oh, why did I do it at the lower level? I don't like doing anything at the lower level because this way I can run under it or drive under it. And I don't have an issue. There we go. So let's just see if we can just take this straight up, run it over there. Yes, we can. Okay, so that's going to feed all of that back over there. Oh, you know what I could do is I could merge this across. Yeah, I can just have that merge over that way. That last one can turn and go this way. I'll show you what I mean. We're just going to go ahead and turn it this way. 1, 2, 1, 2. Like that. A little bit. You see, that one was a 2. The other one was a 3. You gotta always just test it out and see what happens. And I'm talking about the way that the boxes line up. Like you put the white frame of that against that white frame. You used to go 1 out. You don't count that one. Then you go 1 and then 2 out. And then that usually matches up. See where that is? Sometimes a little too close. Sometimes a little too far. Alright, so you got to kind of tinker with it to get it just right on some of these. 1, 2, then try 3. Oh, thought I went further that time. Apparently not. There it is. There it is. All right. You get one right, then you're good. Now you can just line it up off all your other stuff. And that one's going to be going that way. Nope, too far over. Too far over. What the heck? Snapping incorrectly. Snapping incorrectly on that sucker. Let's look at it from this side. There we go. Oh wait, I don't even need that one. I don't need that one. Don't need it. Take all those back out. Reconnect those. Don't trust them, because I know what happens if you do. They get screwed up. And going this way. Connecting all of these. Then I can cross-connect this one into that one very nicely. And those will all run all that excess off into the Awesome Sink, which is going to run all of this resin into the Awesome Sink. And that's 30 times 8. Hey, sorry, what's 30 times 8?
30 times 8 is 240.
240. And this is a 270 line, so that's fine. Okay, now we need to eventually run our fuel out of there into our power things. But we're going to go ahead and check and see how we're going to put our power things down, and if this is going to really even work in here with this many power items. Now, it'd be nice, like someone said in the chat, to be able to kind of space it out and try to figure it out ahead of time before you had the resources. That would be awesome. But let's just try to see what we can do here. Now, we're lining up the front of the pipes. How about that? Not too bad. So there's one. Two. 3. Nope, not gonna make it. Not gonna make it for sure. And I can tell you that's 5 right there, and I gotta go 10 of these suckers. That's gonna run right into that pipe. But I can divert that pipe further out and bring it around, so we can make it work. Let's just see how far we can get here. Oh, we need more rubber. We'll be back. We'll be back. What's up, chicken? How you doing? Thanks for coming in, and also thanks for the follows, everybody. I do see you there. Again, Creepy and Hobo coming in for the follows. Thank you. Appreciate that big time. Sometimes it is a bit delayed because I'm in the zone, bro. I'm in the zone today. I am just adding massive sums of power to this, but apparently I did not bring enough stuff. Now, what else do I need to bring back? I have a bunch of pipes. Doesn't look like I do. Looks like I got a bunch of this. Steel beams. But not a lot of pipes. Probably some iron rods. What else? And then any heavily modular frames we can grab, and a bunch more computers. All right, let's do it. Let's run back to our main manufacturing over here, and we'll grab a bunch of that. Get it going. What we're trying to do right now is essentially try to double the amount of power that we have going. We're going to get that going. Now, some of those ones at the end I'm actually going to take out. Those last 3 at the end, so we'll be able to use those. But we're going to run back, just grab a bunch, so we have a bunch of resources that we're missing. Hopefully we brought enough room. Yeah, we got enough room for that stuff. Actually, while I'm going, I can just throw this away. This is a great time to organize your resources, by the way. When you're in your hypertube, you can go in and you can organize all your stuff and put it in your hands and all that stuff if you don't already have it in there. Throw away all that junk, too, that you don't need. All right, we're running over. Running over. I want to try to see if I can get this finished. How much time we got on the battle? Another 5 minutes on the battle. So we might go another 30 minutes over. Now, again, mods, if you got a bail, feel free to go ahead. But I'm going to go ahead and just finish this up. Having lots of fun, man. We're just absolutely cranking it. Going up. Going up to grab 1,000 rubber over here. All right. Need a lot of rubber, that is for sure. Not enough room for rubber. Oh man, I should have left some of those resources back there. My bad. We need more quick wire too. How are we doing on quick wire? That quick wire is easy. That we can just take. You know what? I'm just going to throw that one away and then grab this one. There we go. That's going to give us plenty of quick wire. Darn it, we should have left all this stuff behind, then we could have grabbed a bunch of it. What could I leave behind? Probably wire and screws. Alright, let's just go ahead and leave some screws behind. Hope this all works out. There we go. There's our rubber that we need. Computers. We're going to grab as much as wow, look at that. It made a crazy ton of computers. What can we do? Wire we can probably get rid of. We got a small stack of wire. It's only 10 wire. Get another 100 out of there. Got to make them tough choices. Yeah, get them computers. And more heavy modular frames. There we go. Oh, we're there. We're on computers. We just need a little bit more heavy modular frames. And we're going to have enough of those, I think, because we're going to extract those other 3. I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be good. But we're literally going to run a crazy ton of power right now. A crazy ton. So 20 oil refiners here, or power refiners. And we're going to have a crazy ton of power. Now, tomorrow when we come back at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're not going to do any more power. In fact, for the whole rest of the game, I will not have to really worry about power. Again, I will have to worry about resources and building machineries to make the things I wanted to make. But when it comes to power, we'll be pretty much set for the rest of the game. So, pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Coming out fast. Look out below. And take one to the face. He's got a helmet on. He's fine. He's good. That's why he's got that helmet. All right. More of these things over here. What are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're at 5 right there. Just hit F in the middle mouse button, by the way, so I can pick that up. 2, 3. Yeah, right into our stuff. All right, there we go. We'll divert this. We'll divert this around. We'll have to re-divert all of this stuff around. We can just run these all in line, which would be great. So close. In the zone, everybody. Building, building. Is there trains in this game? I heard someone say there was. Yes, there is. That's what makes this game a 10 out of 10. Trains are awesome. Actually, if you look in the upper right-hand corner, that milestone right there is for unlocking my trains. And we'll get into that in a bit. Right now, we're going to go ahead and make an extension over here so we can add more power. And we're going to rerun these pipes. And our hypertubes and all of that, too. Alright, we'll fix all that later on, but for right now, we've also got this run across there. We'll take all this out. All this got to go. We got to redo all that structure later on. Now, what's going to happen right now, by the way, everybody, is my power going to go off. My power, my whole rest of my factory going to go off. All the stuff that I'm producing right now is going to stop because I just basically killed all of the power to my base because I took out that line. It's going to run for a little bit until it runs out of resources. So now's a good time to use your travel and all that stuff before the power kicks off. And I know it's going to kick off because I'm using a crazy ton of power. Now, I still have my coal power, so that coal power will keep the bulk of that going for a few. But it's definitely going to kick off at some point. That's okay. We are anticipating it going off, and that's a good thing. All right, I don't think I need that much wire. Take the wire out. Put some concrete back in there. We're going to burn up that concrete right now. Anyway. Oh, rods was the other thing I forgot to get. I forgot to get the rods. What's going on? Morning, Red Raven. What's up? Mr. Falls, I was watching the Raiders versus the Saints. Having a heart attack because the Raiders won. Hey, go Raiders! There you go, bro. Look at you go. I'm from LA, so I know all about the Raiders. All about the Raiders, the Dodgers, the Angels, all of them. That's where I grew up, bro. Angels, my favorite baseball team. You know why? Because every time I ever went there, they lost every single time. I moved out of the state. Guess what? They went all the way. I think it was my fault. Sorry, Angels. That was my bad. Talk a little sports up in here. Only thing I really watch is baseball. I don't have enough time to watch baseball either. I like watch the World Series and stuff like that. But I typically don't watch too much sports because I just don't have the time. This is very time consuming. Very time consuming to sit and watch them games. I'm just trying to do my thing over here. Don't have enough time to even play. I don't have enough time to watch. I don't have enough time to play these games, let alone or all the games I want to play. All right, what are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, there's our 10 right there. Nice. Now this side over here is going to run even longer than this side because it's offset. So let's just start with those two. Turn it the correct direction. Let's go. God, this is going to be an insane amount of power. This is how you know you're going hardcore in this game, bro. When you're doing this, when you're making 20 of these suckers, you know you're going hardcore. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I just thought of an idea. Like after I do a set of 5, let's go ahead and set down a splitter so I know where my 5 is, so I don't have to recount them 50 times. There we go. I just made that up. I just thought of that. Oh. Missing some foundations there. See, that was my 5. See, I don't have to count them all again. That's 1, 2, and this is a 3. Oh, out of motors. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, we want to stop anyway. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Oh, perfect. Perfect, perfect. There's 3 of them over here that we don't need on that line, and they're eventually going to turn off anyway. So we're now going to pull all this in production off. Boom. Nice. Take all that out. Take all this out. Pipe in there. And last one. There we go. All right. Now that's better balanced over there. And now we can put our last 3 in over here. And that's it. GG, bro. Man, that is a lot, getting a lot done in just the amount of time that we had to do it. That's a lot of wicked, epic power building we're doing today. Just fill in the rest of this. All right, I think we need 2 more. So this one. Come on, you. That is a lot. We're going to do that battle in a second. Don't worry, we're going to be doing battles all day, everybody. Crazy tons of battles. Out of concrete as usual. That's okay. I think we got it. We got it. That's a lock, bro. Look at that power. Holy moly. All right, we're going to get that going. Now we got to divert around the side here. Let's go ahead and do this battle while I run back and get some more concrete. Let's do it. Hey, Tremor, how you doing? Hello, amazing humans. How have you been? I have missed y'all's positivity and love. Well, how you doing, Tremor? Good to see you in the chat. Appreciate you coming in and hanging out. I'm over here doing some giant building, as you can see. Having lots of fun. We're doing some Stream Raiders as well on the side. A little side game that we do play. Very, very fun. Everybody in the chat's playing. There's everybody in the chat right here. Battling it out against all the evil peeps. Wiping them out, getting everybody some loot and whatnot in the chat as well. So, very fun. Very, very fun. All right. Let's open the captain's chest. Give you guys some rewards. Let's see. Driver, Red Raven getting some love. Ushka, I think that is, or Ushka Q. Butcher everybody's name. 14 assists. Congrats on being MVP. More battles. More battles. Let's go to battle, everybody. We're going to win this, baby. We're going to win. We're going to just keep getting crazy tons of loot. You guys are going to be so styling. So styling for this loot. All right. And we're going to extend out this side over here. Just a bit. And we've got to divert a whole bunch of this. Okay. We got to divert this around, including our hyper tubes and all of that. Kind of readjust where this one's going. Now, this is our primary one here. So I'm just going to go ahead, fill this out a little bit here. We'll just elbow it right here. I got plenty of concrete. I can make foundations for days. I can make plenty of foundations. All right, first one's going to go like this. And do we want to do 2? I feel like we're going to do 2 foundations out. Let's do that. We're going to take this one, run it way over here. And let's just run it off the side. And then we're going to run it on the outside. Let's say here. That's good. Okay, and then we got this one, which is running behind, and that's fine. That's going to run behind there and feed all of that. But we need this one to come this way. We're just going to run it to right here. We'll put that nice 90 in there. There we go. And then run it as far as we can before it stops. And then run it some more. Let's say right here. That's 90 there. All right, and this one's got to go a really long way. So it's one in, it's right here. Back more. Yeah. I missed it. Now, the cool thing about what I'm doing... Oh, one back. About what I'm doing is I'm using 0 pumps. No pumps at all. And why is that? That's because I have it at a level where it's actually going down a little bit, which is making it easier for me to go ahead and run all of this. I'm trying to make some nice 90-degree corners while I'm doing it too, just for fun. It'll still work even if you don't make it 90, but I think it's cool. And we'll go ahead and run that. One back. Right there, and then that is now going to feed back into the one that's running all of this. And now, see, look, they all went a little bit off. No, they're still going. Plenty of extra, because I made plenty of extra fuel before I started messing with the fuel line, so that's still going to work out fine. Now, something I feel like we can go ahead and do like we're doing here, and that is go ahead and use our hypertubes to run along our supports here. And so we're going to go ahead and do some hypertube action right here. Hopefully we have enough resources. We'll find out. We'll take all this, run that, then we'll go ahead and run it around the corner here. Like this. And then we'll tell it way over here, and we'll see when it stops. I could count it. It's 12. I know how far it is. But you know what's even easier than counting? Not counting. And just pulling it all the way over there so you know kind of where it stops and then disconnect it. That's way easier. Way easier than worrying about all of that. And then we'll just let's put it right here. Put a nice corner in. Yeah, let's just... I don't like this corner over here. I don't like it. Let's fix it. There's a nice 90. There we go. I hate short pieces of stuff, but there we go. Oh, look at that. Blah. That's terrible in itself. All right, let's fix that. And then we're going to go ahead and do something like that. There we go. Oh, okay. Doesn't like it. Too close. Let's say over here. Good enough. Just rerunning my hypertube here that I took out earlier when I had to readjust my stuff here. For a little dip, cool off. Need to. Just like a little extra, little save. Call it the save lag. Save lag loves to lag in the second in which I'm jumping. I don't know why. It just happens to sync up during that time. There we go. All right, hypertube back in place. Looking good. Primary, get out of the thing. Primary one running. Now we got to get our secondary one running across here. Get our pipes back going again. Good to go. Well, I'm off. Have a nice rest of the stream. Take it easy, bro. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate the love. Appreciate you hanging out in the stream. Yeah, we're doing this one back here. And we're just going to run it along. Yeah, you should really run it from the back. Because if you're running it from the back, you can kind of see where it stops. Sometimes I run it from the front, and then I realize I should be running that from the back. Much easier. And out of copper sheets, of course. Of course I'm out of resources. What do you expect? Whee! But then again, that's why I put a bunch of it over here, so I can run back, not all the way back to my base, but just to the spot over here. Because there's no way I can hold all these resources in my inventory at the same time. So let's go ahead. That was way too many. Way too many. Grab a bit of that. Run back. Man, we almost got this all fired up, because all I'm going to do is fire this up, and it's just going to start running once I connect all the power lines. It's going to be pretty crazy. I don't need to take that Hyper 2. That Hyper 2 is going to take me way too far. I just want to go right here to the end and finish it out. I wish I could finish it out this way. That would help. Maybe run it just a little bit offset side. Pump that oil, baby. That's 240 oil going right there. You're like, well, Kismet, why are you not running it into your power plants? It doesn't go in there. It goes into the refiners at the end. Now, again, this is 0 pumps. No pumps at all in the entire playthrough. That's including water and all this oil. No pumps being used because I'm building it just ever so slightly below the water level. And it helps out a lot where it doesn't burn up all that extra power to do that. So there we go. We got that going. Now, speaking of power, we need to go ahead and run our power lines to actually get some power going on. Now, luckily, we have this whole thing back here, which helps us out from a previous run on the other side. So there we go. We got that going. Those refineries should start looking sexy. Let's make sure we got them all set properly. Yes, there we go. And those are all going to run there. Very nice. Now, it's not going to go anywhere because I don't have the piping out here in the front. But we should start to see our resin coming out of here. Let's go up here on this and take a look. Oh, yeah. Here it comes. All right, good. I want to make sure it's coming out there nicely. Make sure it's coming out all the way across. Okay. And then we're going to do all of our piping that runs into this in a bit. Let's go ahead and see over here how we look at no power. Okay, we got to run our power along the back side of that, too. So, how many we got there? We got 4 connected there, but we only got 1 connected over here. So, let's go ahead and run this along this way. That way. We'll put a power connector. Let's put it up pretty high. And then we'll go ahead and chain off of this one. Let's see. Right there. That's a little low. A little low. Let's put it up higher. Up there. All right, let's put it where that one is. How about that? Let's start matching it. Up there. There we go. Up at the top. And then we're going to run dish power way over here. We're going to have to make some more foundations. Just so it's easier for me to walk behind it. Alright, right. Shave lag. Right here. And we're going to put that like that. We're going to see if we can span that from there to there. And that is a positive. And then what do we need? We need 2 and 2 here. Go 3 or 2 on the other side. I can't remember. I think we went 3. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Dee. This is all a lot of repetition, everybody. A lot of repetition, but in the long run, it's going to be awesome. Now, we're going to go ahead and run this to the back side of it. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like it, and I'm not going to do it. I refuse. I refuse to do it. No. Let's change our mind. And take this out. Like that. There we go. Now we're going to do this instead. Run from there. Run to the front side of this one. Put the back side to that one. There we go. And then we can use our connections to this. Connections to that. That's going to start those up. These two are going to start these two up. And now we good. All right, now that's going to start cranking out tons of fuel and backlog a bit of that fuel while we go work on our piping. Now we're going to go ahead and run our first pipe out of here. We're going to look at where we want it to go. Yeah, let's say that. I like that. Let's line it up this way. 1, 2. Get our 90 in there. Beautiful. Now the rest of this is easy because we're running it all inline. So we're just literally just going to run it down until it says I can't run it anymore. We got to watch out though that if I put it down in one of these connectors or right in the way, then I can't put a splitter there. But that's fine. That's pretty good. And then same thing here. Running it on this inside edge. That's fine. A lot of pipeline. Straight. Yeah, looking pretty straight for me. That's too close. Too close. All right, let's back it up a little bit. Don't like it. It's too close to the entrance, so it's going to make it hard for me to split it. And all the way down. Actually, let's bring this one out. 1, 2, 90. There we go. Easy, everybody. Easy. All right. And then we'll just line this up. Nice. You don't need a merger in the last one. The last one basically just goes right in there. I like this way better than the way it used to be, where you would make the little packets of fuel and then you would run it into the power. That was painful, bro. That was painful because somehow that would always get a little wonky, and then all of a sudden you weren't making enough fuel for it, and then your power would cut off. That's not good. Try that again. There we go. That's better. And I guess I should be connecting these as I'm going back, because as I'm going back, then these would. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do them all at the same time. That's the more efficient to do all of these at the same time than to connect them. I'll just run back, connect them all in a minute. Really hard to line these up because they don't snap. They don't snap. At least not in the way I would like it to snap. Kind of have to look at the green line and line up that top bolt off of it. And this is coming out. Now the great thing about piping is it's a merger and a splitter. So what it's going to do is just fill up the entire pipe full of this fuel, and it's going to run the fuel in, and it's going to run the fuel out, and it's going to run the fuel in. So you don't have to really worry about splitters and mergers. It all does the same thing. You just need to run that all in there, and you're good. That is a lot. That's a lot of power, bro. That's a lot of power for sure. I think this is the most power I've ever made this early in the game. I don't think I've ever made this much this early. And of course, you know, finding oil nodes sometimes is a real chore. All right, we got that going. Let's go ahead and utilize the power here in the back. We're going to have to run some more lines, it looks like. Let's go over here. Start some of these up. Let's go ahead and use this one. Or do we want to use that one? We'll use this one. Start that one up. Start that one. And this should come in. See if we can sneak it down this line here. There. And then we'll grab that one way over there. That one there. And you're like, ah, Kismet, you're going to run too many lines, bro. Now I'm going to run them from behind. Run that line from behind there so I get 4 more. And that's going to get me all of these. Let's find the center of that, which is about right here. Actually, let's go one back. Put that right in the middle. Bring it from way over there. Connect it to the back of that one. This side, because you get 4 per side. It's like the most effective Mark I thing ever. So you're basically going to get 8 total. Incredibly useful. Look at that. Boom. That is some crazy power, everybody. That's some crazy stuff. Now, if I didn't screw it up, mathematically wise, or all of that, that should be running. That should be all running. The way you know it's running is you see the smoke on the top. If you see the smoke, then you know you did it. You know you got that going on. Now that's that side. Let's get this side going. Same thing. Bring it out. Gonna line it up. How do I feel like doing this? Right along that edge? Yeah, maybe right under there. Did I run this one under that one? Yeah, I ran it a little bit in. Yeah, it's pretty much underneath the splitters. So, where are we at? Right here. And 1, 2 forward. There we go. And off we go. I'm in the way of the pipe. Notice at some point you actually stop having the line. You don't get the line anymore. Too bad for you, bro. Take this out. God, this is awesome. This was so great about this game, man. You're playing this game, and like it feels like 5 minutes went by, but literally it's been 5.5 hours. 5.5 hours I've been playing this game. Doesn't even feel like it. Feels like I just started. That's what I love about great games. That's how you know a game is great. Is that when you're just like chilling, having a good time, boom, time flying by. All right, let's go ahead and put all this in. Up. I love how it automatically adjusts the thing too. No, that's not gonna work. Yeah, I wasn't watching that one. Let's just take it about to there. There we go. That's why you gotta watch out for those connectors. It doesn't let you put these in. Sometimes you get in a bad, if you're not paying attention, you get in a bad thing, and like every 3rd one or something is being blocked by, all your junctions are being blocked by pipe stands. Ah. Copper wire. That's always something. Always that one last resource that you need. We need more copper wire. Because I'm not going to sit there and figure out how many pipes I need and all of that. That's just a waste of time. It's more effective of my time just to run back and grab the stuff than it is for me to figure out how many pipes it is to run down the thing and all of that. I do like to run along the pipes like this. Very fun. Okay, where are we at? See one there. That one. Oh, just a couple more here. Just a couple more. Okay, line it up with the green thing. Nudge, a little nudgy nudge. Try to get it as straight as possible. Since it doesn't snap, it's really hard. Figure out. Holy moly. That is some power. Yeah, that's why I have my skates on. They're gonna just jump up. Every time I fall down, skates allow me to get much higher up. If you don't have your skates on, you can't even jump up on these pipes. It's pretty rough. Alright, that's all looking good. Let's run all the way back so we got our refine. Look at all those going. Awesome. We got to get all of our refiner fuel in here too. Let's not forget that. Time while we're at it. Okay, there we go. All the fuel pumping out of there. There we go. We got green lights on all of those. Now, again, same thing over here. Go ahead and put some more foundations in. And let's run this real far this time. 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's say here. Oh, those are going the other way. Ah. Stop making my stuff go the wrong way. We'll run our power line behind. Power line in front. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Gotta go let the kids in. 1, 2, 3. Hold on. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2. Okay, that's right. That's right. Alright, I gotta finish this up. I got to go, bro. I got to go. Get 8 million things done. Which I'm definitely not going to get done. Not all that stuff, but we're going to try to get some of it done little by little every single day. That's all you can do, everybody. All you can do in life. Alright, we've got 2 more to connect over here, and I think we got it on a lock. Those are already starting up. They just need to run the power into the thing. Right there. Alright, man, that's some serious power. We're gonna go check out how much power that is, and then I've got to go. Look at that. That's a cool photo there, man. Just running along the whole entire thing of the fuel. Oh, I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Look, those are yellow. Why are those yellow? Has it already made so much fuel it can't even burn the fuel? Crude oil. A bit behind because it had to catch back up again. Yeah, my crude oil had to catch back up again because of the run length of that. How much we got coming through? 18. Huh. Why is it such a slow flow rate? Ah, God. Oh, I bet I cut the power. I bet I cut the power to the actual fuel. That's exactly what that is. That I have to chain the power down the line. I bet you that's what it is. Alright, I got AFK for a second. I'm going to be back. I'll have to fix that. Told you, be right back. There's always something to fix, so we got to fix that. I can see it's not flowing in at the full rate because these are closed down. That means that the actual pump probably is not pumping that in here, which means all this power is going to cut off anyway. But we got it set up, so all of that's set up and ready to rock. How are we doing over here? This is pumping out nice. This one over here is probably cut off too. Yeah, we can see the flow rate has gone way down. Okay, well, let's go figure out where we cut that power out or where we screwed up. Let's just take the hyper tube. Somewhere along the line, something got screwed up. Let's go all the way to the end and we'll backtrack. Yeah, I can see right there the power was cutting across over to there. So the power is no longer cutting across right there. Right there. See, and the power is no longer running this way, which means it's not running to the extractors. And that means the extractors are going to just basically turn off and they're not going to run any more oil, which means it's going to turn off all of my power. We don't want to do that. But the nice thing is we've run some new lines and we can cross connect those lines to this line, and now that's going to run and start up all of that oil. And the way we know is we can just sit and watch this right here. Let's watch this, see what happens. See what happens. Patience is a virtue. But that's got to spin back up now. All the things got to spin back up to start to pump down the thing. We'll give it about a minute here. We got a battle in 16 seconds. We can also look and see if that looks like it's powered. That's powered over there now, so that one's going. But what this one should start to do is it should start to move. If it starts to move, then we know it's starting to pump. All right, well, while we're waiting for it to pump and push it all over here, let's do a battle. Oh, I think we got this. Let's go, let's go. Taking a beating. Getting some epic heals, though. Great heals. All right, that's a win. Open the captain's chest. Give you guys some love. Bo, Mad, Rotisserie, all getting some love. Usha coming in. Overall MVP. Nice job. More battles, more boss. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, I knew this mystery one was going to be a tough one. Where are we going? Where are we going? I think bottom right corner. We better cluster up together, everybody, or this is going to be a beating. We're going to take a beating unless we stick together. All right, right here. We're going to do an L shape. Right across there. Melee and tank. Right here. Our main goal is to support our support. Right? Do not let them get behind us. To get to that support, because we are just going to get owned if we don't, because this is going to be a lot of dudes. So these peeps that are right here are going to push forward to keep these guys from sweeping behind. We're going to probably push upwards and whatnot. Now you want to throw some tanks around to keep them busy. You know, just a little something over here. Feel free. But you want to put the bulk of our forces together so we can protect that support, which are going to protect, of course, our tanks and all of that. A lot of level 1s there. There's a level 10 there. Yeah, level 10 there. So we can go ahead and push up toward that. We'll see how it goes. Love seeing my wings glow. Isn't it awesome, Bo? Yeah, it's awesome when he's healing. Now, there we go. Like I said, we're going to see it start to move. And it's starting to run. And the pipe's starting to fill back up again. Running at about 216 right now. But that number goes up and down. So you're fine if that's thing. All you want to see is that amount in the pipe is going up. And that's how you know. And then we just kind of look around and see those things moving. Right? If they're moving on all the pipes, then we know we're good. And now it can run all the oil in, it can run all the power. And then for the capacity resistance, however you say it, I obviously can't say it well. We're going to run over here and we're going to see what our total power is over here. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be quite a bit. That's for sure. So we're going to check our power pole. Way back over here where we have a little bit of a power check. And survey says 6,300 power. So we probably don't need that other power on the other side. 6,000 power ought to do it. It'll last us a day or two. And we'll go back to that next time. Now, guess what? Set it, forget it, bro. I don't need to do anything else over here. What do we got over here that we might want to take back? Frames, rotors. I got plenty of copper sheets. What else? I want to take that back. Maybe chainsaw. What else we got? Maybe stators. Stators, we'll leave the concrete. Take the stators. A little bit of concrete there. Maybe the plastic. The stuff that's not high priority, like, a lot of this stuff not high priority. Let me put some copper sheets back. Take this. We'll leave some copper sheets. We can come back and grab all this stuff next time, but we're just going to grab a little bit of some here. Some things that we might need later on. All right, now we're just going to run back to the base, and we're going to call it. We're just going to go into battle mode, and now battle mode is when you don't see or hear me. We just run battles all day. We're going to run them for about 15 hours today, though we did start a little bit late, so maybe 13 hours. But we're going to go ahead and run them all day long. So you're just going to see the battle board. You're going to see me doing stream winners all day. Don't be offended because this is a bonus stream. It's on top of my normal streams. It doesn't replace any of my streams. I would normally not be streaming at all. So just think of it as me doing all of my Stream Raiders people solid by running extra battles for literally hundreds of hours. So you're welcome. Because I have to stop what I'm doing every 30 minutes to come back and run these battles for you. So if you do enjoy the stream, great way to support the stream is to buy those Kismet skins over on Stream Raiders. A fantastic way of doing that. As well as you can go ahead and follow the stream and also subscribe with your Twitch Prime or just normal. Either way does help support the stream, keeps it going. I put every penny right back into it in the form of giveaways and take my mods at TwitchCon, stuff like that. All that stuff goes right back into it, and a whole bunch of my pennies in real life too go into it as well. Trying to build something up, right? Trying to build up something special, little moments of joy for people every single day. So, boom. And there we go, everybody. All right, now, we wouldn't have to have 100 extra heavy modular frames, would we, over here? I doubt it, but let's go check. Let's see. 31. Close. Close. So right now we've got... I can't even get it on me. I got too much other stuff on me. Hold on. Let's put some of these back right now. Oh my god, I got a ton of those. Let's put those back. And let's get these. Okay, so we're at 52 right now. So we need another 48, and we can fire off those other ones. We'll do that next time. Now, something is slowing this down. Now, I've got a crazy ton of extra heavy modular frames there. I'm just going to go ahead and store, not in that one, in this one. I'm just going to store all that in there. I'm going to take these heavy modular frames out of there. And I'm going to run them down because I feel like that's probably the stopping point on my heavy modular frames right now. Well, let's go take a look. I have a bunch of extra. I don't need that many right now. I really have all my main production going for this particular stage until I get in the next stage. So our circuit boards are slowing us down a bit. Let's see what's going on with our circuit boards back here. Plastic. Oh, I knew it. See, we're running low on plastic in there as well. I knew it. I knew it. Okay, over here, let's go see what we're running low on. And we can just see heavy modular frames, just as I thought. And now, which one do we have it on? That's the question mark one. We got that one coming from that box. We got that coming from that box. Screws coming here. So that means that this one, up at the top, is our heavy modular frames. And then we can also watch it too. See if it comes out. Up a little higher. See if we can see a heavy modular frame come out of there. Or I mean a regular modular frame. We'll just wait it out. There it goes. Yes, so that's correct. And boom! That's going to supercharge that for sure. That's going to fire all of those in there and get that going on. Now, I probably want to take a stack out of there just so I don't have to make them later. But that is now going to supercharge that a bit. And that's definitely going to make at least 50 more. It's going to take a while, though, because it's 2 per. So if we need 50 more of those, that's going to be about, I don't know, about an hour or so. Going to take a while. Take 100 minutes, pick an hour and a half. So we'll let those run. We could boost it, speed it up a little bit, but I feel like it's fine. We'll let it run for a bit and then come back to that. Check it out next time. Check it out tomorrow. Now, over here on our computers, also having a problem with our plastic. Now, one of the things we needed to get going was our plastic production, and we will do that in the morning as well, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So let's do it. Let's get up here, back to our hub, and at least the next time we come in, we'll have a bunch of heavy modular frames. Okay, right here sounds good. Epic level power. There we go. Epic level power. This is probably the most power I've ever had this early in the game. I rarely do this much power early, but that's a lot of power, bro. That is some serious power right there. That's 6,000 power when we only need 1,000 right now. And then we're going to basically finish up the stuff we're on right now. We're going to finish up the trains. We're going to start having some fun with that. And then we're going to really have to gear up our computers and our modular frames. We're going to basically be overclocking some of those. Then we're going to get into the level 7. We're going to unlock the next tier by putting some production and running it into our space elevator. So, good to go. All right, let's just go ahead and save it again. Right there where we're standing. Let's do it. Save it. Shave it. Replace it. You do it. All right, let's go ahead and go into battle mode, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and go to my office first, and then we'll go into that. Let's do it. Let's go to my office. All right, everybody. There's my schedule right there that I am... Oh, or not. Okay. It's not going to work. Feel free not to work. Okay, there it goes. Now it's working. There we go. Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. I stream all week long. Then on Thursday, Monday through Thursday, also at nighttime, 9 p.m. Then on Friday night, I am off. But on Saturday night and Sunday night, I am here at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. When you want to know what I'm streaming, you can check it out down below the stream. You can check it out offline message. And you can check it out on all my social media. You can check it out on the Discord. You want to check that out, go over there, say hello to everybody. Make sure to read the rules. There's a check mark. Click that check mark. Then you can get into the other sections where you can post your pet pics, your mega builds, all sorts of cool stuff. If you got an awesome build in Satisfactory, I'd love to see it. Go ahead and take a screenshot of it and post it over there. Again, remember to read those rules and agree to those rules. Then you feel free to go ahead and check out the Twitter. Also have my schedule up there and what I'm streaming each week. As well as you can check out my YouTube. Make sure to hit the follow on Twitter and to subscribe on YouTube. Tons of stuff over there. Thousands of videos, guides, full streams. Tons of epic stuff over there to check out, as well as the website. Go check that out. There's unboxings up there. There's all my studio equipment that I use here in the stream, and also ways of supporting the stream as well up there. Now, speaking of being awesome, you guys crushed it today, so I'm going to give you 5,000 Kids Caps for being awesome and staying all the way to the end of the stream, and an additional 1,000 Kids Caps for crushing those retweets. Thank you so much, even though that thing was broken. Thank you so much for showing that love here in the stream. Now, the other thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and switch over to battle mode. You won't see or hear me until 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight. So in about another, let's see, 6 hours from now. So I'll be back in 6 hours and I'll be live. Otherwise, you won't hear or see me. We're just going to be doing battles. All right? Thanks for being here, everybody. We'll see you all next time. Bye, everybody. Hey, everybody. Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also, check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.